Baltimore Ravens. He has a hamstring injury. His status for Sunday in doubt. And the Cleveland Browns are making a big move at quarterback with third-round rookie Dylan Gabriel taking over the starting job from veteran Joe Flacco. Gabriel's first game will be in London on Sunday against the Vikings, which isn't an ideal defense to go against in any week, let alone your first NFL start, let alone an international game. But Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski said the decision was his. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
In the car occupiers.
Lyrically. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. Me and B out west, Ashburn, Virginia. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening?
Not much. So what'd you have cooking this morning? I know you were out and about.
Went over to a little training thing for Rude and FH Fur together.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Was Jimbo there?
Jimbo and Jim.
Oh, the Jims, the power
the
duo.
Jims were there.
Very cool. Very cool. I had a relatively uneventful morning. Took the girls to school. It is Yom Kippur, which I believe is a very solemn day in the Jewish faith. And it also meant less traffic, at least driving.
That's the reason the traffic was less today.
Well, Montgomery County schools were out.
Yeah, we're
I know that.
too.
I imagine Fairfax.
Loudoun County's out for sure, I know.
I would think, I don't know, but I would think most D.C. local schools are out, but I could be wrong on that.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, the Beltway is undefeated. Beltway's got traffic no matter what. I also wonder, I think the government is shut down now.
Yeah,
I don't know, essential,
yeah.
non-essential, and everything else. It's a complicated process.
That's another aspect.
But I think that is all a factor. We are out in Ashburn as the Commanders get ready for the Chargers, man. You gave me these stats yesterday. You know, there's a lot to think about with this Chargers team. Coming off a loss to the Giants under Jim Harbaugh. Granted, he's only been there for a year now. The Chargers have been way better against the AFC than they have against the NFC. Mm-hmm. This is the first time the Chargers are hosting the Commanders since 2017. That 2017 game, I worked it. It was bizarre. It was at the MLS stadium. It was super weird. And the Chargers kicked the Commanders' ass, the then Redskins. And honestly, dude, it was weird. Like, there are very few times where I'm down on the sideline pregame and you can feel a lack of energy. Mm-hmm. That Chargers game was one of them. I would say the Atlanta game last week was one of them too. But in that game, if you remember, the Chargers, I'll look up the final, but it was a butt kicking. Mm-hmm. And then I believe it was Bashaud Breeland. Somebody had a late pick six in that game and were celebrating like they just won the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And I remember Gruden just being so pissed. Not at the pick six. You're happy to get the pick six, but the final score in that game, it was 30-13. So I believe it was like 30-6 in the fourth quarter. That. And then they got a pick six. It was 30-6 in the fourth quarter before. Yeah, Bree had a 96-yard pick six.
Kind of hard not to celebrate that, though.
2.5 minutes left in the game.
Kind of hard not to celebrate 96 yards.
You go 96 yards for sure.
Yeah, it's not easy to do. I understand when losing the game, but that was at least something to cheer about.
Melvin Gordon scored 2 touchdowns in that game, I believe. That would be about a year, maybe a year and a half before my my infamous Melvin Gordon story with you in Minneapolis. Here's what I can tell you. I bought the vodka Red Bull. Melvin provided something else. We had a great time. Who knew you could just The smoking section was open at the Minneapolis W Hotel.
Ooh,
I know
W, boy, whoa. That was interesting.
that was my welcome to the Super Bowl moment night, because I was like, damn, this is going
fun.
Speaking of fun, I think it's going to be the opposite. Both Commanders coordinators will speak to the media today. Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt. Where do you think Joe Witt's having any fun right now?
No, I don't think he is. I think Joe is basically probably as irritated as we are that the things that he's hoping for, wished for, and has installed is not working the proper way. I can believe he's pissed off just like everybody else is.
I believe he's very pissed.
Yeah.
Being pissed doesn't necessarily help anything, though. You know,
No, it
what I mean?
doesn't. But there are those who can be pissed, but they still can work, and they understand that we still got to get something done. But there are also those who get pissed and then they can't move forward. I don't believe he's that way. But if you don't show some level of being pissed with how young people act today, they don't think nothing is wrong.
Yeah.
So you got to at least make sure they understand I'm not satisfied with the crap I've been seeing.
So we had an episode of All Ears last night, and I wanted to try to figure out, like, it's easy to just kind of be like, oh, this defense sucks, or this team doesn't look as good as last year. But there's always a reason, right? Like there is empirical data that can help explain that. And defensively, to me, one of the biggest problems, and let me be clear, I'm not blaming the secondary because, as you correctly pointed out, you need pressure up front. Like, it all works in coordination, right?
Yep.
But to me, the biggest problem with the defensive performance thus far has been big plays.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to, like, you can figure that out empirically. So Kerwin and I went through the numbers last night before the show. Last year in the first 4 games, defensively, and I wanted to do the first 4 because that's the exact comp, right? These are the first 4 games. Those were the first 4 games. And if you remember, Tampa looked in week 1 of 2024. People were like, "Yo, this team's not going to win a game. This defense is going to get shredded." And sure enough, they kind of figured some stuff out. In the first 4 games last year, they had 10 plays of 20 or more pass yards. Okay. They had 1 play of 40 or more pass yards.
Right.
Through the first 4 games this year, 12 plays of 20 or more pass yards. 5 plays of 40 or more yards. We could probably name them off the top of our head.
Yeah.
You had the Bijan, the London, the Kraft in Green Bay.
Yeah.
Tucker, I think, got loose for maybe 2 of them in that Raider game. Like, 5 plays of 40 or more pass yards in 4 games is terrible. And those big plays, think about it just as a percentage increase from last season. That's a 500% increase in giving up these giant plays. And if I had to identify any one thing, that is top of mind. And that is not an indictment on just the secondary or just the pass rush. It's the group overall.
Is everybody together?
And if I can identify that, I sure as hell think the folks in that building.
I'm sure they've identified it, and I think also the whole thing about it is, hell, let's be real. A lot of that is tackling as well.
Yep.
Okay. Getting pressure on the passer, communication in the secondary. So if you go through it, we know last year may have been one thing. This year is 3, 4. See, that's the difference between the big plays happening last year. Maybe last year you just didn't get pressure, but everything else was working. This year you're not getting pressure. The communication doesn't seem to be there. Ain't nobody's tackling. That's 3 right there. I keep going to get something else. So it's more things are a problem this year than it was last, which is kind of odd that you got a lot of these guys back.
Well, and in the 2 wins, the pressure's been really good.
Yeah.
So, like, those stats are kind of crazy considering they're 2-2. You know what I mean? Like, I could statistically paint you a picture where it looks like they should be way worse than that. But, you persevere. I think the other side of this is you want to play complementary football. One thing that helps the defense is when the offense is on the field. They did that incredibly well last season. The offense had really long drives. They were winning time of possession.
True.
And dude, if you think about where we are just in the calendar by now, they lost week 1 in Tampa. They won week 2 against New York in a pretty weird game where you wonder if they lose if New York has a kicker. Brian Daboll that thing, right? But by week 3 and week 4, they were cooking.
Yeah.
Monday night they go to Cincinnati. The offense, they put up 40 in that game, I believe. Then the whole
30-something, 38.
Yeah, maybe it was 38, 34 final or whatever. Then the whole team travels out to Arizona. A lot of people for the week 4 game against Arizona were like, all right, this team might have something, but now they've got to prove it back-to-back roadies. They sure as hell did. That was a beatdown of the Cardinals. They won that thing 42-14. Mm-hmm. By this point last year, they were rolling. And any conversation, 3 of their first 4 were on the road. Any conversation of slow starts on the road, any of that did not exist.
Nope.
Fast forward a year, it doesn't look like that.
Yeah, it's a totally different year, though. I mean,
right,
and the
exactly.
thing of it is, they have to find out what's their mindset and what's their calling card this year, not last year. See, what's happening is we as fans and media people are looking at what they did last year. They probably are understanding how things were last year, but they're not really focusing on that this year. And we do judge them based off of the successful year last year. It's a new team. And this team hadn't hit their stride anywhere close to being yet.
Well, and so I pointed out what I thought were the flaws defensively, just in the big plays, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you give up 5 plays of 40 or more is pretty absurd. Offensively, this is a rhythm offense. They want to get into tempo. They want to play fast. To do that, you got to possess the football. Mm-hmm. You've got to go on long drives, right? In the first 4 games last year, offensively, they went for at least 22 first downs in every game. And against the Cardinals, they had 29 first downs. Mm-hmm. So just think about the possession involved with that, right? Like 29 first downs is a lot of plays.
Totally.
At least 22 first downs in the first 4 games. This year, through 4 games, week 1 against the Giants in what was a good effort, they had 25 first downs.
All right.
In the subsequent 3 games, they haven't gotten over 20. In fact, in the last 2, including the win over the Raiders, there was a lot of help from special teams in that game. Remember that. They've had only 17 first downs, and against the Packers, where they really got shut down, they only had 15 first downs.
Some of that is 5 not being on the field as well, because
totally
he has a different way of doing things, and he can cover up some stuff. And
his ability on third down to make
I heard
plays.
Someone say yesterday, and I totally agree with him, he didn't just cover up things for the lack of things on offense. He covered up for the lack of things defensively as well. Because what they did with the long drives and scoring touchdowns at the end put pressure on the other offensive coordinator who had to start calling one-dimensional. And when you're going one-dimensional, you know what you do? You make a subpar defense look a lot better, because then they can defend that a lot better. That's not happening this year.
Totally.
So a lot of it comes down to being able to stay successful offensively and allow those guys to go on the field with a little bit more health and a little bit more being a little bit more rested. Because right now the defense they didn't have a chance to get rest in Atlanta.
Well, to that point, I looked these numbers up as well. Through 4 games, Washington is 27th in the NFL offensively at converting third downs. 33%. 27th in the NFL. Last year, they were excellent. They converted third downs 45% of the time. They were 6th in the NFL. Mm-hmm. That, when you hear coaches talk about complementary football, those are the numbers that matter. If your offense can't sustain drives and stay on the field, then your defense is getting their ass kicked. They're giving up big plays, but they're also giving up little plays because they're just gassed.
Yeah.
And when we try to wrap our brains around, okay, in the 2 losses, the D-line can't generate pressure, maybe because they're on the field the whole time.
Yeah, but they didn't generate early either.
That's true.
So, I mean, it's like, listen, man, you can look at the numbers, and the numbers can tell whatever story you want them to tell. But when you watch the actual game, the energy was not there against Atlanta. The energy was not there against Green Bay. They brought energy against the Giants. They brought energy against the Raiders. Ultimately, it comes down to, you start a game off with no energy, and then all of a sudden you're down quickly. The game becomes one-sided, and then you're chasing. And when you're chasing from behind on a football field, you normally lose, unless you got Pat Mahomes. Just say it like that. They have to, like you said, get into a rhythm, not only offensively, but as a team. When you see them having success offensively, the defense seems to be getting a little bit more rhythm and a little bit more excitement as well. And they feed off each other. It could just be, like we talk every year about every team every year is totally new.
Totally.
They just haven't hit that chemistry yet.
Sure.
And when they hit the chemistry, then maybe things can happen better, because there are some players on the team in positions that are better this year than they were last year. And you have to understand, if they can start rolling, things could change up. I look at it last year where we were questioning things, like you said, after the first game. We were.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden they hit a stride, and they fed off of that. They fed off of each other. They had fun on the sideline.
Yeah.
You look at the sideline some this year, they're not really having a lot of fun.
To that point, last year I remember very well, as they were in the midst of a 3-game losing streak in the middle of the season while Jaden was playing through a rib injury, Bobby Wagner saying, "This is pro football. There's highs and lows. You just got to stick with it and get through it." And they came out the other side and started playing really well again. Yesterday in the locker room, I asked Bobby, I was like, "Hey, man, you talked about the ebbs and flows of pro football. Does this feel like it did last year?" He's like, it really kind of does, and the best way is just to get out there, keep playing, play our way out of it. Mm-hmm. I can't help but think 5 back on the field could make a tremendous difference in a lot of these ways. He energizes things a lot of different ways. It's not just the offensive side of the ball that feels that. I think that could be a big factor this week in returning.
But when I talk about have to establish a running game and do this and do that, I don't mean just when Mariota's on the field. They need to do the same damn thing when 5 is on the field. See, the misnomer is that, 5 here, everything's right. If they do the things that they did last week with 5 on the field, 5 now has become Superman.
Right.
He gets hit more. You don't want that to happen.
Right.
Everybody else got to come along too, because the guy that's exceptional, when everybody else doing their job, he becomes even more exceptional. If they're not doing their job, then he becomes just a super, not exceptional. He's just a little bit better than average. So right now he's coming back. Everybody else have to take a step too. And if they don't, this could be a weird one.
Totally.
So they need to take their steps forward as well.
I mean, to the point of this could be a weird one, the Chargers are 5-1 in their last 6 against Washington. Like, does that mean anything? Like, I remember LaDainian Tomlinson hitting like a 30-yard walk-off overtime touchdown. Yeah. Does that mean anything now? Probably not.
That means absolutely nothing, because you're talking about 6 games of 6 totally different teams, some of them different coaching regimes and everything else.
The Chargers and Commanders and formerly Redskins don't play each other very often, so those 6 games could be over the course of the last 20 years.
Tell them they 5-1, but I know
you gave me all these stats.
That one in the Super Bowl is when they got their butts kicked. When they played in the Super Bowl, what happened to the Chargers?
I'm talking about. What are you talking about?
I'm saying when they meet later on, they get their butts whipped. I don't care about none of those stats. Like I gave this just to look at stuff. I don't care about none of them, because eventually, if I'm talking about what happened in 1960, 70, 80, in 2025, I'm wasting my damn time. Rules are different in football. The whole mindset in football is different. I don't care.
Let's. I want a quick shout out. I want to wish a happy birthday to D. We have a loyal listener, our guy Curtis. He's down in Myrtle Beach with his wife. And he said he booked breakfast reservations for 10. And she said aren't JP and B Mitch on at that time? He said, yeah, but it's your birthday. She said, nah, let's listen for an hour, and then we'll go get breakfast at 11.
I like that.
So
I like that.
Happy birthday to D. I hope you enjoy your what looks like a wonderful trip down to Myrtle Beach for
That's good stuff.
for your birthday.
Man, he married a good one there.
Yeah, for sure.
Most of them be like, P. Mitch, to hell with them.
David Aldridge joins the program next. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
The Big Ten is in discussions about a private capital deal that would infuse at least $2 billion into the league and its schools. The discussions include a 10-year extension of the league's grant of rights until 2046, which would ensure long-term stability in the Big Ten. Now, there is some support from nearly the entire league, but a few of the league's biggest brands, which include Ohio State and Michigan, they're still in discussions, still on the fence about this, but the aim is to have unanimous support before they actually have a vote that would bring in a private capital deal, $2 billion into the Big Ten. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Thanks, buddy. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our friend, Mr. David Aldridge from The Athletic in D.C. You can give him a follow at David Aldridge, D.C. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. D.A., what's up, man? How are you, buddy?
I'm good, fellas. What's happening?
Chilling, man.
All right.
Hoping for some more enthusiastic football. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be a good start. To start well, as opposed to wait until you're down 10-0, right?
yeah, exactly.
What do you make of the slow starts on the road, D.A.?
I don't know. I mean, well, first, look, Green Bay's good. That's one thing. Green Bay's really good, especially at home. And they just had a bad night in all phases, I thought, against Green Bay. But the Falcons game was the one that that I'm not sure how that happened. Like, that's the team that just got beat 30-0 by a bad team. You know what I mean? Like, and they're going to play better at home, but still, like, yeah, I mean, that's not, and, all due respect to the Falcons fan base, that's not exactly, going into Pittsburgh or one of the harder places to play. Like, there's no reason for you to be not coming out on all cylinders, and they just let the other team take the fight to them from jump. And to me, it wasn't so much like, I know the bust on Bijan that everybody's talking about. Like, I get it. That's a bad matchup for Bobby. It just is. It's a bad matchup for anybody. To me, like, it's like, who on your team do you expect will be able to cover Bijan Robinson out in the flat by themselves? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like so that, to me, that's difficult. But to me, it was more like the second and longs. They had them in a bunch of second and longs the whole game. And the Falcons kept converting them, like 2nd and 12, 2nd and 14, 2nd and 16, and they would just easily convert it or make it 3rd and 1, and you're supposed to get off the field when you put a team in that many second and long situations, and they rarely did.
No, Dave, I remember back in the day where we had guys, Monty Coleman in particular, will go around all week saying, don't worry about what that score was last week. And I don't know if it's still the same. I know a lot of things have changed in football, but I would hope it's somebody that makes sure guys understand team could lose 30-0 the week before, then come out and whoop your ass just like that Atlanta did to us. If you don't come out there thinking that team is not that bad. You come out there thinking, oh, man, we're going to beat them easily. Once that's in your mind, you're getting your butt whipped, point blank.
Yeah. Yeah, that can that happens, B. It still happens all now. It always happens all the time. And maybe there were a couple guys that felt that way. Well, who knows? I can't get in guys' heads, so I'm not going to pretend that. I can't get in 53 guys' heads for sure. So I don't know if they took them light or what, but they did not play like they had appropriate fear, as Greg Popovich used to always say. You know what I mean? Like, he used to always talk about, you don't have to play afraid, but you have to realize those other people getting paid too. And if you don't come correct, they can embarrass you. And certainly, look, just put Bijan on tape. That's all you need to know. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to, regardless, we still got to stop that guy, and they ain't stopped that guy, so.
I Totally. Defensively, coverage busts have been a problem. Now, I think it's overly simple that folks just want to point to the corner that's chasing a receiver. Obviously, football is a far more complex game. The pass rush really didn't show up in Atlanta. That said, when you look at the numbers behind some of these coverage busts, like the amount of big plays they're giving up, what do you see, DA?
I mean, I think it is a combination of a bunch of things. You're right. You know, when you don't get consistent pressure, they've gotten pressure in the 2 games they've won. They haven't gotten pressure in the 2 games they've lost, right? Like, so, you know, that's a big part of the success of the back 7 is what the front 4 or front 5 or front 6, whatever you do, what they do in terms of getting the ball out the quarterback's hands faster than he wants to get it out. That's going to impact what happens at the back end, right? So when Jordan Love has all day to wait for Tucker Kraft to go up the seam 25 yards before he throws the ball, yeah, guess what? He's going to go for a long way on that play, you know? So you got, you know, it is what they talk about, complementary football, but you still have to cover guys. Like, you know, like the job of whether you're in man or zone or it's a combo, whatever it is, I have to cover this person at some point in the play. Right. Yeah. So I got to do that. That's my job. And if Drake London's running wild, running open all day, you know, that's a problem. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what happens, no matter what goes on, that's got to get tightened up. I don't think Marshawn's playing as bad as everybody says he's playing, but he's got to be more impactful. Like, you got to have some pass breakups, if nothing else. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying you have to have 5 picks by this time, but you should have a few more PBUs. You know what I mean? Like, you get that. Yeah. You do need to have some of those to
be a little closer.
Make it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, and again, I'm not blaming him for every time a guy's run open because sometimes he might be expecting help over the top. But at some point, you do have to cover the guy that comes through your area. Whether it's man or zone, you're responsible for that guy, and that guy can't get open.
Dave, you watch football for a long time, man, and you hear coaches, I'm sure, back before I was playing, when I was playing, and today, wrap up. Yeah. Where has the wrap up gone in tackling?
You know where it's going to be. When you know exactly where it's going. Where 2-a-days went. We're tackling in pairs. We're playing in pairs on day 1 went. You know what I mean? Like, you know where it went. If you don't practice tackling, guess what? You don't tackle well. So there's nothing you can do to simulate it. I asked Quinn that question during training camp. Like, how do you get guys to tackle well when you don't tackle in practice? Like, so there's no mystery to that one. Like, I think you see it around the league. I don't think it's unique to Washington. I think you see it around the league. People don't practice tackling, and you don't get better at it.
Yeah, what I see is this though: if they just wrap up, you may like just grab a guy. And my buddy just sent me a video of women rugby.
Yeah,
they were wrapping up.
Yeah,
they were tackling. I didn't see one person just throw a forearm.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I think if a guy that's 200 pounds, 250, 300, grabs another guy and wraps his arms around him, that other guy is not going anywhere.
Right.
But if that guy just bumps him, that guy bumps him, he can keep going. And a lot of times the bump, you know what the bump does? Gives you more momentum. And the guy
push
keeps
you closer to the hole.
Exactly. So if they could just wrap up, I feel, and I think like people think that we tackled to the ground back in the day. What Coach Gibbs did, he called it full speed butt up. So they wrap their arms, lift you off the ground, and sit you back down.
Right.
But you know what they did? They did wrap their arms around you.
Right. Yeah.
What they do today, they run by a guy and go, "Ooh, I had you."
Yeah. I mean, I think
that has to change.
I think there's a bunch of different things. Right. That part of it is, I think. Part of it is, again, I just don't think they practice tackling enough. Like you just, like you say, like they say, well, we have to practice. We practice every situation. We practice every simulation. We practice 2-minute. We practice 4-minute. We practice special teams. We practice all these things. You don't practice tackling. So what do you expect is going to happen when somebody's going full speed on a football field and you ain't practiced it? You ain't practiced how to get that guy down on the ground. So that's part of it. I think part of it is some guys may be reluctant to come full speed because they're worried about getting a penalty, because you don't know what a penalty is now. You try to come full speed, hit a guy in the chest, he lowers his head, you get hit 15-yard penalty for hitting him in the helmet. Like when that wasn't your intent at all, right? So I think some of it's that, right? And some of it, again, is just, I think, bad technique. I don't know if that's again, are they being taught bad technique or are they practicing bad technique? That's where I don't know. But it's not, you're not seeing what we used to see, which was when a guy got hit, he got hit and he stayed down. Unless it was Riggins, 230-pound guy, like 240-pound guy with speed like John had, unless it was someone like that, when guys got hit, they stayed hit. That doesn't happen anymore. And I think part of it is because they're, like you said, they're flying by guys instead of wrapping up. Instead of trying to actually grab them, they just throw a body part at them and think that's going to be enough, and it's not.
Nope, it's not.
DA, Jayden back on the field. How big of a deal? What does that do for this team?
Well, he's the show. Like, we know what he does for. He's the show. And you worry, I'll say I worry about a guy, I don't know what level of sprain it was. I don't know if it was level, grade 1 or grade 2. If it can't be grade 3, he wouldn't be playing if it's grade 3. But if it's grade 1 or grade 2, that changes the calculus a little bit. So you worry about, the thing that makes Jayden is that he has premier escapability and a premier arm, right? Mm-hmm. And that's what makes him impossible almost to defend, because he can do either of those things. You take one of those away, I'm not saying he's easy to defend. I'm saying he's easier to defend. So until I see him running with somebody chasing him with that brace on, I can't tell you how effective he's going to be out there. Which is why I really do believe this is a game that you put on the offensive line and the tight ends, and you say, you know what, guys, if we don't give up explosives, if y'all tighten up a little bit on the defensive side, we can win this game 21-14 or 21-17. We're going to run the football 40 times this time. That's what we're doing Sunday in Los Angeles. Because I'm not dropping Jayden Daniels back 30 times, and I don't know what he can do back there yet. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm not putting him at risk. I'm not putting the franchise at risk, let's be honest, by putting him back there when I haven't seen him play yet. Now, if he stutter steps the dude and goes 40 yards down the field with a brace on, okay, I'm good. That's all I need to see. But I'm not chancing it. I'm not leaving that to chance.
Yeah.
So I'm making Trent Scott tight end eligible 15, 16 times. I'm going 12 personnel as much as I can. I'm trying to stay ahead of the six. If I get 3 yards on first down and 3 yards on second down, that's fine. It's 3rd and 4. You know what I mean? I can make that. But I'm going to run the ball as much as I can. Even if I'm behind, I'm going to keep running the ball as much as I can, because I cannot get Jayden Daniels hurt worse than he's hurt right now. That can't happen.
Yeah, see, going into the last game, I felt that I said that they had to establish a run the game, because you want to protect the quarterback. And I saw how they ran the offense against the Raiders, and I saw what they were trying to do against Atlanta. I feel if Jayden's on the field, you need to be the same way. Don't just adjust it because he's on the field. Give him as much protection as you give anybody else, then he becomes even more dangerous.
Right. So if you want it to be about his arm, okay, let's max protect it. We're going to max protect a lot. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sending 2 guys out in the pattern or 3 guys out in the pattern. I'm not going empty. You know what I mean? Like, and this is where I think Cliff Kingsbury's pretty smart. He understands where Jayden is. They know where physically Jayden is. I can't tell you if he's 100%. I don't think he is. Is he 90, 92, 84? I don't know. So we'll find out Sunday. But again, I'm not chancing it, is what I'm saying. I'm not leaving that to chance that he takes off and gets hit and falls awkwardly, or he tries to take off and the knee isn't ready for him to go that way. I can't have that happen. So if he's going to play, then I'm going to do everything I can to make it an easy, safe day for him. And again, you want to win the game. I understand that. You don't want to lose 2 in a row. I understand that. It's October 1st, October 2nd. Ain't nothing being decided in week 5. I need Jaden Daniels in week 17. You know what I'm saying? So you have got to be prudent until he's 100% again. You've got to be.
DA, we're saying to Cliff, yo, you got to run the ball. You got to be safe.
Yeah.
Jaden was asked yesterday, I got to be smarter. I got to understand the balance of protecting myself. But when the game's on the line, I'm going to do whatever I need to do. Do you think Jaden will protect himself more?
I mean, look, professional athletes always think they're bulletproof. Nobody, even guys that are hurt, are like, I'm good. I would never ask an athlete to mentally say, well, I was going to run, but I need to save myself for week 17. That's not for him to decide. That's for play callers to decide. That's for the head coach to decide. You know what I'm saying? So when he's out on the field, he's going to do what he's going to do. I'm not.
Totally.
Your instinct takes over. I get that. That's not. I'm saying don't put him in dozens of plays where he has to make that decision in real time. I'm saying take that off the table. If he has to, if you can limit it to 5 or 6 in a game, okay, I can live with those odds. What I can't live with is, a good outcome 20 times by putting him in harm's way. That I can't do.
Smart. DA, we got to run. Thank you for the time, man. Brother. We'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, guys. Good talking to you.
Take care, man.
That is the great David Aldridge. Give him a follow at David Aldridge, DC. Later today, you're going to hear from Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our conversation last night, or I'm sorry, just now with David Aldridge, get on the Odyssey app or check out wherever you get your podcast. DA was really good. I think DA was really smart in that you got to do your best to protect Jaden from himself.
Yep. You put a competitor in situations more often than not, they're making the decision to try to make a play, not to protect themselves. That's how that person got to where they were, by making plays. So you don't want to put that in their hands too many times. You can control that.
I think DA was being a bit facetious when he said run the ball 50 times. Do you think
If they have success with it, don't stop it. I guarantee you that. If you see you running the ball effectively, and you keep doing that, and you keep running effectively, you got a whole. That's another way of saying we gave him another week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So listen. People hated the Patriots in the past. I loved the Patriots the way I watched them. I'm watching the game, and I see Tom throw the ball 40-something times this week. Next week, they ran it 50. They ran whatever worked that week. And I think when you have the capabilities of doing both, if you can do it, you keep doing it.
coming into this game, Commanders played 4 games. They are 17th in the NFL in rush attempts. They ran the ball 105 times in 4 games. They're second in rush yards. They're averaging almost 6 yards a pop on the ground. Now, a big number that skews that is quarterbacks that run. So, and they've also hit some big ones, especially McNichols going for 60 on one carry is going to impact it. Run. Those are going to impact your numbers, but you would like to see them run the ball. Real quick, I wanted to shout out Maryland Governor Wes Moore. It was pretty fun. Last night I was doing all ears, and Wes was at the studio. He was on Nebraska Ave at Channel 4 for an interview with Sean Yancey, which I wasn't really aware of. I had heard, like, yeah, the governor's coming, but, like, over there, there's, it's a big space, and so I was doing the show live.
He walked in.
And he just walked on in. and listen, when you're Maryland Governor Wes Moore, walk on in. We will figure it out, dude. It was a very fun, cool moment.
He's a cool dude, man.
Yeah, dude, very cool.
Yeah.
And I think a bunch of guys were kind of laughing. Like, a bunch of the people there didn't know that Wes and I were cool, and they're like, one of the guys was like, so he would recognize you and, like, say hello? I was like, yeah, man. He would. So it was a fun night. I got a lot of numbers to look at for this game. There's a lot to consider. In just a few minutes, we will get to hear from Joe Witt and Cliff Kingsbury. Later in the program, we're going to do some fantasy talk. Our guy Ian Harditz is going to join us. And then Matt Money Smith with the preview of the Chargers coming up at 1:30. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical. We've got Thursday night football where the 49ers are traveling to face the Rams. And right now, it's not looking so great for San Francisco. Quarterback Brock Purdy, wide receivers Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearshaw, and Jordan Watkins, and defensive end Robert Beard Jr. all ruled out for this critical NFC West road game. For the Rams, they have a very short injury list. It's just tight end Tyler Higbee and offensive tackle Rob Havenstein. They were all listed as questionable for this matchup. And tonight, the NBA officially returns. After an offseason full of some drama, some excitement, the 76ers and the Knicks return to the court for the very first preseason game of the 2025-26 NBA season. The contest, though, taking place outside of the U.S., both teams playing their first two preseason games in Abu Dhabi. The 76ers and Knicks were allowed to open up their training camps a bit earlier than everyone for these international games. The Wizards, they're going to open up their preseason slate on Sunday, October 12th against the Raptors. NBA regular season begins Tuesday, October 21st. We've also got 3 postseason baseball games on tonight. That best of 3 series is all coming down to these moments. Football season is heating up. Is your house? Call Dan at Foley Mechanical. From HVAC to boilers to radiator heat, they're the pros across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Privately owned, proudly stunning Armada. Foley Mechanical, no gimmicks, just game-ready comfort. Visit FoleyMechanical.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Be Richard Finley, 1067 The Fan. Coming to you live. I'm out here at Ashburn at the BigBear.com. BigBear.com?
BigBear.ai.
BigBear.ai.com. Something like that.
B had to bring us back there because I had a mouthful of nuts.
Oh, my Lord, have mercy.
Now I just spilled my nuts all over the table. I swear to God, if you're looking at the stream, I'm not
going to lie. Between the text thread and you, I feel like I'm stuck in a whirlwind of ignorance.
I'm telling the truth. It's trail mix, but the trail mix is so almond heavy.
Lord.
Generally, trail mix is a relatively easy thing to eat. There's a lot of almonds in this trail mix. It's kind of getting me. All right.
Oh, boy.
Dan Quinn yesterday, I thought, did a pretty fair job of, I don't want to say defending Marshawn Lattimore, but maybe trying to set the record straight for Marshawn Lattimore.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think for Marshawn, there is like a bounce back, a rebound? Like, do you think this can look different?
I think it's a possibility. And it's going to take that upfront, and I keep saying the upfront stuff because they definitely work hand in hand, but the thing about the position he plays, you can play 58 plays perfect and one wrong, or they have success in one. People are going to say bad things. Think about a cornerback, when you're not giving up a play, nobody sees you. And you could be locking people down the other times. But when you give up a play, it's all they see, and that's the only thing they think about. So he chose that position, or that position chose him. And he just got to deal with that. I don't think he gets affected by it as much as, I guess, when you ask the coach a question, coach understands the whole aspect, so he's going to try and protect the guy, and rightfully so.
Yeah, it's tough because I think DQ has a point in, like in baseball, a dude gets a hit 3 out of 10 times, he's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
In football, a corner probably gives up a play 6 out of 10 times.
Mm-hmm.
So if a dude's able to make it 5 out of 10, he's probably going to the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's a little difficult to, like, Lattimore has not been good enough, but at the same time, I'm not entirely sure he's the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Like both things can be true.
Mm-hmm.
Like Lattimore hasn't been good enough, but I'm also not sure he's like the entire problem. I think, I think I was listening to Lunnell last night driving home from work. And he pointed out that on the big play that Lattimore gave up, and I went back and watched this, Penix is a lefty, so he tended to look down the left sideline. Trey Amos got beat on that same double move.
Yeah.
Penix on that play took a 7-step drop and was able to step up into the pocket twice and pump fake.
Yeah.
Like, maybe we should go back and time it. How much time do you think he had?
More time than normal.
Right.
and that's where I've been with this whole thing where, I hear a lot of people saying stuff and knocking and whatever. I try my best to try to explain football to them. They normally going to think what they want to think. Occasionally you're going to meet a person who say, oh, so I didn't look at it like that. What are they going to learn? So if I could teach one or two people something about football as I go through this thing when they get to a situation like that, cool. Some people are not going to learn anything, and they don't know what the hell they're talking about half the time. So I try, and if I get it, I get it. If I don't, I keep moving. Once I realize that they're not if they're not going to listen or try to learn something better and see something different, I'm not going to keep wasting my time with it at all.
So as we look at this game Sunday, what's been the biggest surprise you think for the Commanders?
Biggest surprise.
It can be positive or negative. Like it could go a lot of different directions. But just what do you think is the biggest surprise?
I guess the running game still being effective. Once Austin got hurt, I think people was thinking, oh, man, what's going to happen? And once Rob left, and then once Austin got hurt, but still they had 3 guys that still have the capability of getting this thing done and having a big year.
The run game has been good to quite good, I would say. I mean, statistically, it's been very good. I'm curious. I'll open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What's been the biggest surprise to you through 4 games? Obviously, Jaden's injury is the biggest impact, I would say. But I'm not even sure that's a surprise. Look around the NFL. Burrow's hurt. Lamar's hurt. Justin Fields missed it. Like, starting quarterbacks get hurt around the league.
Often.
Part of me might say Terry McLaurin because it looked a little sluggish early, and then he got hurt, and that's a guy that largely just doesn't get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't physically seen Terry since the Raiders game when he got hurt.
Okay.
Like in the locker room, just bouncing around the facility. Sometimes you just see guys. I haven't actually seen him. The biggest surprise to me might be they've had just so many injuries already, which is kind of a surprise. And maybe that's just regression to the mean from last year where they largely didn't have injuries.
Uh-huh.
But the way defensively that front has dominated in 2 games and been dominated in 2 games is pretty damn stark for me. Like, it literally feels like a coin flip.
It's been 2 back and forth.
And I didn't expect that level of volatility, I would say, defensively. And I think that level of volatility is a really big problem.
Mm-hmm.
800-636-1067. What's the biggest surprise for you for the Commanders so far? I think some might say, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, a.k.a. Bill, how well he's played. Still, the biggest surprise might be when they traded Brian Robinson. It became pretty obvious they were going to do it. But when that story first emerged, I remember we had Standing on, and I was just like, why? Maybe they feel pretty vindicated by how well their backs are running right now. It's been a surprising season. It's just I don't know exactly what the biggest one is. But the way the defense has been so up and down, to me, it might be the top of the list.
That's been. I didn't expect such a difference from week to week.
What about you, Landfill? What's been your biggest surprise?
I kind of think it's just how poorly the secondary is played. That's a tough one. They've been really bad, and it's just kind of making the defense bad, and it's really surprising and disappointing.
Yeah. I don't think you're wrong. Surprises can also be good. Like, I think there have been some pleasant surprises.
Mm-hmm.
How about Luke McCaffrey? 2 straight games with a touchdown.
Yeah.
Showing a lot in the kick return game. I think Josh Connerly's been pretty good. They shook up a lot on the offensive line. I tell you, you know what? Just because it's a coach that I believe in how he operates, I have been really surprised and frankly disappointed by the slow starts on the road. That's on everybody. Mm-hmm. But, like, if you're a coach and you sense that, you damn well better do something about it. Like, that cannot be tolerated and cannot be a discussion point after a game.
Oh, I'm with that. I agree.
That might, now that I'm thinking through everything here, that might vault to the top of my list. You play road games. It's pro sports.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just a little aside. Do you remember for a long time they played better on the road? Because the atmosphere at FedEx was so toxic, and like fans kind of just booed them out of the break.
Yeah.
I mean, what a change that is.
Yes. 100%.
Jeffrey, haven't heard from you. What's your biggest surprise, buddy?
You kind of took mine. Mine was the Luke McCaffrey, his production. Everyone last year was like, yo, Luke going to have a breakout year. He's going to come around. And I was waiting for it. And now to actually see it happening, I love it. And then that's the good one. That's the good surprise. The bad surprise to me this year, I honestly thought, once we came in on this season, I thought the first game was going to, everyone getting back in full swing. So I thought that would be a little rusty. And I thought like, all right, week 2, we're going to do well. Like, this offense is going to get the clicking. And it hasn't happened yet. I know it's still a lot of time left in the season, but that's the biggest surprise to me.
Yeah, dude. Like, it just hasn't clicked.
No.
I don't know when it will click, but you sure hope it starts to at some point. We're going to open these phones. What's the biggest surprise to you? The Commanders are 2-2. I got a zillion stats to tell you why it's good or why it's bad. I think if I had to say what is more surprising between the offense being sluggish and the defense being sluggish, it'd be the offense by a mile. I thought the offense would kind of hit the ground running. Maybe that's a factor of they didn't play. Like, they really didn't do much.
Yeah.
And, dude, they had a really quiet, slow camp. Terry wasn't around. Maybe Terry got hurt because he wasn't around, but Eckler was there every day, and Eckler got hurt. So, like, some of this is just the will of the universe, man.
Yeah. People get hurt.
Let's hit these phones. 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. My guy John is in Herndon. John, what's been the biggest surprise for you so far?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for letting me talk. I love talking to you guys. The biggest surprise for me is really the defense because, I like to always look at it as what's happened over the last 3 years. We are in a good place. We have a good organization, and we're bitching about performance week to week rather than toxic crap. Anyway, for me, the reason the defense is, I think age creeped up on us, and we didn't realize it. I love Wagner. I've loved him from Seattle days. I love Luvu. And I really hope that Lattimore would have been fully recovered, but, he's showing some age. But it's also how the defense perhaps is being played. For me, that's the biggest surprise because the offense being rusty, Terry wasn't around. And I love having Luke come out. And Bill is a great, pleasant surprise. So, yeah, for me, it's the defense and our woes there.
That's a good call, man. Thanks for the call, John. I got this one from Titus on Twitter. He said, I'm more surprised at the lack of defensive adjustments at halftime. I know that's driven you crazy, B.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, people always say halftime. I don't care about waiting until halftime. That should have been changed after the first series. Because for the first series, he hit 3 or 4 passes with the same route scheme, and nobody knew what was going on. Why wait till halftime? It could happen before halftime.
Pretty crazy, man. Phone lines are lit up now. Let's go to Brian in Georgetown. What's up, Brian?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's
I
up,
want to
bro?
be Mitch's opinion on this one, and we've mentioned Terry McLaurin. How is it possible the guy, and I'm a fan of Terry, he had an off-season training on himself, by himself, so forth. How is he injured? I'm still kind of perplexed about that. And what's
What do you
the
mean, you're
contract?
perplexed about somebody getting hurt on a football field?
Well, I mean, he didn't really have a chance to play much, and I'm just kind of
But that,
shocked that it
you know,
happened.
it's not about the amount of time you play. It's about the amount of time you've been running around and what your body is accustomed to.
Okay.
We got guys that practice all off season and we're there all the time. They get hurt. Getting hurt on a football field is there's no scientific evidence to say how you get hurt or why you should get hurt. It can just happen.
Gotcha.
The only
Gotcha.
thing, so, I mean, dude, if you just look at who's on the IR, right? Eckler, Harris, John Baptiste, Jonathan Jones, Wise. Like, these were veterans that were here every day. John Baptiste is a young guy. The only thing the Terry injury opens up is people talking about, well, he missed camp. Maybe that's why he's hurt. There is
The
zero.
people that were at camp got hurt.
Exactly. There is zero science that suggests that's why, right? There are no facts there, but it opens the question, which kind of sucks. But that was a risk that the McLaurin camp took in their decision making. I think we lost you.
Right.
Hopefully that helped. Our guy Kenny is in Largo. What's up, Kenny? What's your biggest surprise?
Hey, what's up, JPB? Mr. What's up,
What's up, bro?
We're good, dude.
And shoot, it's probably not a surprise, but our boy Debo, he been cooking, man. I mean, I know we signed him. As soon as we signed him, I was like, oh yeah, he's back. He's gonna be back to 2022 Debo. I ain't gonna lie, I knew it. I don't know if that's a surprise though, but yeah, I think that's a
He
surprise.
been playing well.
So
I like that. A
been
positive surprise.
Been our biggest, you know, he's been our biggest thing so far.
Dude,
That's all we get, for real.
Dude, I agree with you. Barstool Nate was on with us yesterday and said through 4 games, Debo's the offensive MVP. And I think he's
Trust me, he's
dead
been
on.
productive every single game. Every game. Especially that Raiders game. He set the tone with that kick return, all that, man. I mean, he back. So, I think that's all surprise.
All right.
Good call there,
Cool,
Kenny.
bro.
Thank you, man. I tell you one thing I wasn't surprised by. How many Commanders fans were in Atlanta?
You wasn't or you were?
Wasn't.
Oh, I wasn't either.
Like, I think in L.A. there's going to be a ton.
And it was much closer to get to Atlanta, and they came in droves, dog.
I think the conversation around, like, I think Atlanta, I also think out west, I think there's just enough established fans of the organization. Skins, football team, Commanders. They're burgundy and gold people. And I think we'll see that. And then I think on top of that, you get some fans that travel for the game.
Yeah.
But, like, much like I think the discourse surrounding when the Giants or the Eagles are there, I hate to say the Cowboys, like when the Commanders play the Giants and there's a bunch of Giants fans there, not all of them are driving down from New Jersey. A bunch of them just live here. And there are Commanders fans that live in Atlanta and Mississippi and Alabama and South Carolina, and they just drive to that game because it's close. And we're going to see it Sunday. There's going to be a boatload of burgundy and gold at SoFi Stadium.
Oh, hell yeah.
And it's not all people flying east to
Well,
west.
there's a lot of people that live out that way.
My boy Justin Ansari lives in San Diego. You know my boy EA. It's EA's brother. Like, EA's flying out. His brother's driving up. And there's going to be a gang of used to call themselves West Coast Skins fans, West Coast Commanders fans. And I love that.
Yep.
We're going to keep these phone lines going, 800-636-1067. What's been the biggest surprise of the Commanders' season thus far? Joe Witt starts targeting at 11:40.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get on this Thursday action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win. Your bet plus a share of bonus bets, and just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIN, for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Teas and Lemonades with vodka. The second day of the 2025 MLB playoffs is in the books, and 3 out of 4 series are headed to a do-or-die Game 3. The Dodgers are the only team to wrap up the wildcard series, sweeping the Reds in dominating fashion. But what else did we expect? They'll now move on to open a division series against the Phillies on Saturday with Shohei Ohtani on the mound for Game 1. The other 3 series, meanwhile, are in a win-or-go-home territory today after the Yankees beat the Red Sox, the Padres beat the Cubs, and the Guardians beat the Tigers. So we will see who wins and advances and who is sent packing on the final day of the wild card. Fall is here and football is back. Nothing goes better with game day than Surfside Iced Teas and Lemonades with vodka. It's not seltzer, it's Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch at Finley, 1067 The Fan, live out in Ashburn, Virginia. Getting ready to hear from Commanders defense coordinator Joe Witt. We're going to hear from Cliff Kingsbury later on this afternoon. The Commanders are moving up practice times in an effort. They're flying out to L.A. this afternoon. I wonder, is there weather or anything in the forecast? Or maybe they just want to get out west sooner. What's that?
Get that together time.
That makes sense.
And a lot of people do that. You know, when they're going out there, they go a day early. Or if they come here, they come a day early.
No, I understand that. I mean, they're moving up the plans today.
Oh, okay.
By like 45 minutes. So I didn't know if, who knows? Maybe DQ got a dope restaurant reservation. He wants to make it. Who knows?
I'm going to fly out.
We got a bunch of callers here. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we're going to give away Terps tickets. The Terps are undefeated, hosting the Washington Huskies this weekend. Big game in College Park. First time the Washington Huskies have ever been to the Snake Pit. Coming into College Park after dark, you better watch out. Right now, though, we're hitting the phones. What is your biggest surprise of the Commanders' early season? Let's go to our guy Drew on line 1. What's up, Drew?
Hey, guys. Hey, so I think my biggest surprise is, especially on the road games, that they've come out flat. And, I try to compare that to last year. And I thought last year, and I kind of put this a little bit on the coaches and the front office. The last year, the team, they were clearly playing for each other. Guys were going that extra mile. There was a level of extra intensity. In some ways, they were fighting above their weight class, if you will. And I kind of think that the deal with Terry, not what happened, I think that was football business, but I think it might have reminded everyone that this is a business, and some of that brotherhood stuff may have been a little, overhyped, and so it's kind of reverting back to the mean, and we're just not seeing that extra level of motivation or that extra level of intensity that we had last year, and I think they got to get that back somehow, and I do think that what went on, in the back offices might have had an impact with what's on the field. I don't think it's a lot, but I think it might just be that edge because it just feels like that's just been flat, especially in Green Bay and Atlanta. So I don't know what you think about that, but
it's interesting. I mean, the reality of pro football is there's going to be changes to the roster every year. Maybe the Terry thing had a bit of a hangover during camp, but the only thing I'll say, Terry McLaurin not practicing didn't prevent putting pads on more often, or hitting more. You know what I mean? Like if you think it's camp related,
if the Terry thing affected it, then why they don't come out flat at home? It would be flat every game. It's only been on the road.
It's odd.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good call, Drew. Thanks, buddy. We'll keep the phone lines going. Ricardo's in Waldorf. What's up, Ricardo?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's
Top
up,
of the
man?
morning to everybody.
You too.
Jeremy Chin. If you look at the defense, that was the problem with the defense. That guy can hit. And if you look at it from last year, he was a hit. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but me looking at the game, as far as the defense, I think that was the missing piece.
So Chin was really good in the run. Chin, like you said, can absolutely hit. He can run and hit, especially in that Buffalo Nick, like the big safety role. Chin could play. I don't know that he was a great cover guy either. I think Will Harris, I'm not saying he's a bad one, but I don't know he's a great one. I think Will Harris looked really good early. I think the Will Harris injury is a pretty big deal, honestly. If now teams get hurt, that's just a fact. Like, you're going to have to figure it out because he's not coming back.
Yep.
But I don't know that it's Chin out is a direct cause, but it's a fair question. Our guy Jupe is on the line. Jupe, what are you most surprised
What up,
by
Jupe?
through 4 games?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Doing good, man.
Good, man. I had some Fritos.
I'm good. My biggest surprise is these finicky, wishy-washy fans of ours. Like, listen, man, I don't know what people was thinking that we was going to go undefeated, but from my memory, the last 2 teams that went undefeated lost in the Super Bowl. So with that being said, I'd rather we lose some games. But anyways, the finicky, wishy-washy fans, like when our boys are down, us, as my opinion, my thought process as a fan, we supposed to be the ones that give them that energy to help pick them up. 2, the other one, the people that with the whole Terry contract situation, all these people saying, "Oh, Terry isn't good." Ain't nobody said nothing like that last year before the whole Terry contract situation. So that's my biggest surprise, fellas.
Yeah. I mean, listen to me, dude. Contract negotiations happen, holdouts happen. I'm not blaming nothing that's happening wrong with the team on Terry. I mean, that's a stretch. If more guys handle their own business and let's be real, name me a guy that's playing to the best of their ability right now, and they're not going to understand it. But if ain't nobody playing the best of their ability, you damn sure can't blame it on somebody else.
Thanks for the call, Jupe. Let's get one more in here. Jaden is in PA. What's up, Jaden? Jaden, you there?
Jaden, what's up?
Lanville, you want to throw him on hold and let me know when you got him? I have a tough time believing that Terry is the reason they're off to a sluggish start.
Nah, man.
He didn't play last week. Was that Terry's fault?
Nah, bro. Listen, I listen. Let's be real. Our team came out this year, and they had a lot of success last year. And maybe, just maybe, some of them are thinking that it was going to be as easy as it was, and it's not. They're going to just have to, all they got to do is go back to the drawing board and understand we got to fight for this thing. And if they go out and they all come out and give that type of effort, they win games. If they keep thinking people are going to just roll over them, no. You are now the hunted. Last year, you were the hunter. You are the hunted now. And the fact that you're being hunted, you have to be prepared for anything from everybody. That's all it is. It's competition. It's sports. If you never played it, you don't understand it. You played it at certain levels. As you went up, you saw how dominant it gets. When you are good, 1 year or one game, people start gunning for you the next time. That's all that's happening.
There was one thing I wanted to point out yesterday from the injury report. DQ gives a lot of veterans Wednesdays off. Mm-hmm. Wednesday's a fairly light practice for them. Thursday's their big practice in pads. Like yesterday, Von Miller got a rest day. Tunsil got a rest day. Nick Bellore got a rest day. I don't believe Zach Ertz has ever practiced on a Wednesday in his tenure here in Washington. Mm-hmm. Dorrance Armstrong missed practice with an illness. Cahoe's still working through the concussion protocol. Terry, we didn't see him. But one name that stood out to me, was Mikey Samerstill on the injury report with a knee, a DNP with a knee. They didn't list it as rest. Something to watch there? I think it's just something to keep an eye on.
Did he finish the game? He left the game the other night?
I don't think he left
I don't
the game.
recall him leaving, so maybe something it flared up later on, and they just said, let's give him some time to rest. But if you have a knee and they also give you time to rest, they're not going to sit up there and say, oh, we gave him rest because there is an injury there. Because if you do not play, you end up something happening and you can't play, then the league will come at you. So the fact that he's on the injury report with the knee thing, they can still be giving him rest time. You get what I'm saying?
Totally. It might prove to be nothing. It just, of everything on the injury report yesterday, there wasn't much that surprised me. I thought the Cosme news was really good. Percy Butler was back in a limited role, which I think could help the secondary a lot. The Mikey thing was the only thing that kind of caught my eye and said, For the Chargers, they haven't ruled Joe Alt out yet. They just have him listed as doubtful. He didn't practice yesterday. Keenan Allen didn't practice yesterday. Now that's a rest day for him. Derwin James landed on their practice report with a limited. Derwin James is really good. You know what landed him on the injury report, B?
What?
His glute.
You got a glute muscle, glute injury?
Maybe the glutes aren't activating. Go down to Brazil. Get that glute lift.
Nah, I don't think that's going to help him. Not in football.
All right. Within the next hour, you're going to hear from Joe Witt. Coming up next, we're giving away Terps tickets. Nobody go anywhere. Jump back. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan. All right, folks, big game Saturday in College Park. The undefeated 4-0 Maryland Terrapins. Did you see Jaden Daniels on his Instagram? Shouted out Malik Washington.
Oh, really?
That's pretty cool.
Good stuff.
All right, so the 4-0 Terps with the quarterback, Malik Washington, true freshman, who he looks like a pro, dude. Looks like a future professional quarterback, like a future first-round pick.
Let's get it, baby.
They're hosting the Washington Huskies in College Park. First time the Terps have ever hosted the Huskies in College Park. It's going to be – I just retweeted my boy Joe Boo, who's working for the Terps athletic department now, says they're only 4,000 tickets away from a sellout, which is pretty dope.
Right.
Weather looks great. 3:30 start. You can go tailgate. Should be a great afternoon in College Park. Kind of bummed I'm going to be out of town. Otherwise, I'd be taking the family. But you can win a pair of tickets right now. Call 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Caller number 10. You win a pair of tickets to see the Terps host the Huskies this weekend. One grand prize winner also will get a parking pass to go along with it. Phone lines are open now. 800-636-1067. Quick roundup of baseball, B. Mitch. I've been enjoying having playoff baseball on.
Yeah.
I'm not like locked into every pitch, but at the same time, it's great. Having 4 games, there's just a game on all day.
Yeah.
Has been great.
It's been fun.
Cleveland won yesterday, so that's going to a deciding game 3 today. The Padres won yesterday, so that's going to a deciding game 3 today. The Yankees won last night in a tight game. That's going to a deciding game 3 today. And the Dodgers were able to close out the Cincinnati Reds. Reds and the Dodgers looked like – it seemed like you could tell that there was a $200 million gap in payroll.
They not only gap in payroll, talent.
The Dodgers bats.
They have talent, though.
Yeah. So today at 3 o'clock, Tigers-Guardians. Vegas has Cleveland as the favorite there. They get to play it at home. Maybe that's it, simply. Cubs-Padres at 5. That is pretty much a coin flip, I would say. And then Yankees-Red Sox tonight. Should be a fun game. Tim Schlittner on the mound for the New York Yankees. Yankees-Red Sox, winner take all game 3. We'll have some juice. That's at 8 o'clock.
It's going to be some juice, baby.
8 o'clock first pitch. The Yanks are favored pretty significantly in that one. Hopefully Jeff, I don't care. I'm not necessarily rooting for the Yankees. But Jeff, as a Yankee fan, probably shouldn't wear his Red Sox again. B, the Rams are hosting the Niners tonight.
All right.
The Niners are incredibly banged up. They're without Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, Brock Purdy has been ruled out, George Kittle's not playing. So the Niners are very banged up. The Rams are pretty darn healthy. Both teams in this game are 3-1. Over time, Kyle Shanahan has gotten the better of Sean McVay.
Okay.
Do you know what the point spread is in this thing tonight? You want to guess?
I'm going to go with – where are they playing at?
L.A.
I'm going to go with -1.5. For
a lot of injuries for the Niners. Backup quarterback.
Well, let's go 6.5 for the Rams.
8.5.
Damn.
Yo, and it has moved like crazy. And a lot of it's injuries, but when they first announced the line on this, now some of this was like crazy early look-ahead stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But, dude, it was what day was Monday this week? Today's the 2nd, so Wednesday
Monday
was the 1st.
Was the 29th.
So on the 29th, this thing was at like 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's all the way up to 8.5.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty crazy, dude.
Yeah.
But, I mean, injuries are injuries. There's not a lot.
If you have injuries and you have injuries to key people, then they change it.
That's pretty darn significant, man. I'm flying out. I shout out to United. I love United Airlines. I hate that you can't get live TV on United Airlines, and maybe that's a first world problem that I can't watch television while I'm flying through the air. I never buy the wireless. You know how you can like pay for Wi-Fi?
Yeah. Try it.
I might pay so I can watch that game.
You have to try it, dude. It works.
I'll be bitter though if I pay for it and then I can't get Amazon or something. You know what I
What do
mean?
you mean? You can't get Amazon.
Like like what if they're like, oh, it
Well, don't pay for it till you know that.
doesn't support streaming or something.
Well, that's what you got to make sure.
But I'm going to want to watch that game. So I'm in the air 6:30. I land in LA at 9. That game kicks off at 8:15 East Coast time. So what time is that game? So that's 5:15 West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll end around 8:30ish, right?
Yeah.
Which means
You gonna be in the middle of traffic?
hell, I'll be. What do they say? Starting our descent to LAX. So my only chance to watch it is on the plane,
More than likely.
and that'll let me watch a baseball.
So it's
too.
5:15. The game starts out there at. It starts out here at 8.
Right, so it's out there.
So
at
that's 5. You're not gonna see that though.
Well, and the Yankee Red Sox game starts at 8. So if I want to watch that, it's kind of the same ball of wax.
You're going to just roll the dice, dog. Roll the dice.
All right, Landfill, we're going to buy the wireless. So maybe I should start a GoFundMe. How much does wireless cost on a plane on United, you think?
It don't cost much.
$13?
I'm sure you have miles. You can use your miles.
I think I would just pay the cash, assuming it's like $11.
It's $11 or 800 miles, something like that. I do the miles mostly because just waste time. Just put $11 on the damn credit card. Then they're gonna try to put some come with the extra little stuff, and they're paying. Just take the miles, dog.
What
You got
costs?
'em.
What costs more? One sheet of drywall for White Brian to run through, or Wi-Fi from DC to LA?
Brian running through the one sheet of drywall because he's gonna need to go to the doctor later.
That copay gonna
He already
get
got
his
a
ass.
soft head, man. You can't expect him to go through nothing and come out of it not harmed.
Our fantasy expert Ian Harditz will join us next.
The Dodgers closed out the Reds 8-4 in Game 2 of the Wild Card Series, which sent the Dodgers into the divisional round of the playoffs for the 13th straight season. Shohei Ohtani will be starting pitcher Game 1 of the NLDS on Saturday against the Phillies. Ohtani is making Major League history by becoming the first player to start at least one game as a pitcher and one as a non-pitcher in a single postseason. It'll also mark, get this, Ohtani's first postseason pitching debut. The three other series, meanwhile, are in a win-or-go-home territory today because the Yankees beat the Red Sox last night, Padres beat the Cubs, and the Guardians beat the Tigers. Also on tonight is Thursday Night Football. We've got a matchup between the 49ers and the Rams. The 49ers, their injury report, very long. Quarterback Brock Purdy, wide receivers Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, and Jordan Watkins, as well as defensive end Robert Beal Jr., all of them ruled out for tonight's game. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Join our friend, Mr. Ian Hartitz from Fantasy Life. You can give Ian a follow at iHartitz, Hartitz. Ian, what's up, dude? How are you?
It's a great day to be great, man. Appreciate you guys having me on.
I love that. Let's start with tonight, dude. The Niners are just a shell. I mean, everybody's hurt. I remember I made a bet with a Niners fan friend I know this offseason where he's like, oh, we're back, baby. We're back. I was like, you got too many guys that are hurt all the time, dude. What do you make of the Niners?
I just think we got to, at some point, start pointing a finger at Christian McCaffrey. I mean, this is the one dude who could never stay healthy, and now seemingly all his teammates are the ones falling down. So, all jokes aside, I do think that it's unfortunately, I mean, your friend had a good point, like at full strength, especially with the schedule they've had. I mean, this does look like a team that, outside of the Eagles and a fairly wide open NFC, you could see them getting back to the championship. But, man, I mean, I heard the update, just again, Purdy, Jennings, Pearsall, obviously already leaving that offense hanging. And, it's been long enough that we already forget that George Kittle was put on IR after playing only about 20 snaps in week one. Throwing Nick Bosa, obviously having the ACL injury, and it just has been so rough. So, again, I won't completely write them off yet. Mac Jones is pretty good in relief duty. And, hey, if you guys are old enough to remember like me, I mean, that kind of COVID game a couple of years ago where the entire wide receiver room was out, we wound up getting a legacy game out of Richie James. So maybe DeMarcus Robinson, Kendrick Bourne, some of these guys can keep it up. But it almost is, I don't want to say it's good they're playing on Thursday night because obviously it's impacting them there, but getting those extra few days of rest ahead of week 6 will hopefully do them some good.
Yeah, we'll see. I imagine anybody you got on the Rams tonight from a fantasy perspective is full send, even though Thursday night games can be kind of ugly.
Oh, 100%. I mean, right now, if we were really just ready to redraft the entire fantasy season, starting now, Puka Nacua would be the consensus 101. This dude is on pace for north of 2,100 receiving yards, which is now pretty great because if you look at the all-time single-season leaderboard, God forbid, Puka works his way up there and clears 2K or just gets close. It's going to be Calvin Johnson, Cooper Kupp, and then Puka Nacua, a.k.a. the three guys who Matthew Stafford has managed to get to just such great heights. So all-time wide receiver whisperer stuff going on there for Stafford. But, yeah, even behind Puka, I mean, Devontae Adams is getting force-fed the ball in the red zone. Kyron Williams continuing to do his thing. So, and that is, like, the good thing. I mean, we have offenses like the Bills who are obviously awesome in real life, but they have that everybody eats mantra, which, again, great for Bills Mafia, great for Josh Allen and everything they're trying to do. But in fantasy, you want things as condensed as possible, and no passing game is flowing through its top two guys as much as the Rams are with Puka and Devontae.
Has some of these injuries to some of these star players really affected some of the fantasy football teams?
Oh, 100%, man. I think a big kind of thing, too, is just the offensive lines that unfortunately dealing with multiple injuries. The Packers have had 2 starters down. Cowboys are another one of those groups. And, yeah, it didn't exactly stop them from having a nice little fun shootout on Sunday night in the Micah Parsons Bowl. But, I heard actually John Gruden kind of ranting the other day about just different things with their, collective bargaining agreement really makes it tough for them to have, fully padded practices and get the offensive lines in particular to a point that they can be playing great football. So, again, you combine kind of that stuff going on with the existing injuries, really has been rough. But the two big ones that happened yesterday, actually, Trey Benson, the Cardinals, their starting running back, hit IR, and then Bucky Irving for the Buccaneers, seen a walking boot and then also on crutches. So if you guys are in leagues where, maybe not the most competitive waiver wire out there, Rachaad White probably already picked up, but he's looking at a nice role. And then the more low-key options could be Michael Carter, seemingly set up to be the Cardinals' RB1 after being a healthy scratch, basically, to start the season. So I think it's similar to what kind of Chris Rodriguez was doing with you guys, where, again, he doesn't have enough special teams value to exactly be active more game days than not. But one injury away from getting a pretty big role, and I think that's what we're looking at here with Michael Carter.
Well, John Gruden and I kind of think alike when it comes down to this not being able to practice, and it's not just affecting offensive linemen.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, look, I know the players are out there trying to, be safe and not have to do too much either. But, again, it was just a funny little rant going on. Certainly different, I'm sure, than what guys were doing back in his day.
Yep.
Talking with our friend Ian Harditz from Fantasy Life, covers the entire NFL from a fantasy perspective, really, really sharp. What has been kind of the biggest fantasy surprise for you thus far this season? Both maybe a positive surprise and a bad one.
Yeah, I think just kind of going back to the injuries, it's the fact that it's more so been the wide receivers who have been getting banged up versus running backs, really for the second straight year in a row. So, one of these big kind of just all-encompassing fantasy strategies you refer to is zero RB, where you kind of play into that idea that running backs are going to drop more like flies. But anyone that, again, was waiting too long to get their first RB really has been missing out on some pretty great performances. So I will say some of these, more boring veteran types have just been thriving as well. Travis Etienne for the Jaguars right now, leading the NFL in yards per carry. Javonte Williams was assumed to be kind of washed up after kind of flaming out in Denver over these past few years. Suddenly he's an RB1 for a Cowboys offense that is force feeding him the football. So really, I would say, that kind of rookie fever that everyone gets kind of, from talking about the same guys for so many months of the off season, we just haven't exactly seen some of that hype translate yet. So not all bad performances. I do think Tedero McMillan for the Panthers here is really due for a blow up, but man, seeing just Travis Hunter fail so badly to get pretty much anything going. And then a lot of these rookie running backs as well, at least before last week when some guys like Gentry and Hampton got going, really has been a slow start for some of these bigger name rookies.
What do you make of Derrick Henry through 4 games? And kind of what do you do with that Ravens offense if Lamar starts missing some time?
Yeah, I was actually just writing about Henry. So it hasn't been pretty in terms of a total counting numbers perspective, but this dude's still going out there and averaging 5.8 yards per carry, which is the second highest mark of his career. The problem has been this Ravens defense has been a mix of bad and just really, really injured out there. So accordingly, they've been in these trailing game scripts, what they're not really used to. And then, Derrick Henry hasn't had more than 12 carries in a game since week 1. So again, he's had the fumbles, which are really annoying, but he only had 3 combined from 2023 to 2024. So I think it's just more of a, bad small sample size issue with that. Really haven't seen anything from King Henry that indicates the age cliff is getting there or he's any less of a beast. So I'm just hoping that they are willing to kind of go down with the ship, because as someone who unfortunately is a very, very sad Cowboys fan, I mean, I've seen Cooper Rush and what he can do over the years, and I just cannot imagine this team, going in and still only giving Henry 12 to 15 carries when now your option is Cooper Rush with the football, not even Lamar Jackson. So, we'll see what happens there. Justice Hill, to his credit, has been a real nice pass down back for them, and because of that, Henry doesn't maybe get the usual high snap counts of some of these other guys. But end of the day, it's only been 4 weeks. I think we're, very, very much overdue here for one of those patented big dollar explosion games.
Bijan hadn't played well up to the Washington game. Well, didn't have any big games. We had a big game against Washington. How can you see him going the rest of the year?
Man, Bijan, the great thing that with him this year is just how much they've been actually throwing him the football. Obviously, just the way he runs, man, it really is different. It's almost like he's skiing out there in and out of holes. So really great stuff, obviously, on the ground. But right now he is on pace to clear 1,000 yards as both a rusher and receiver. That would only be the 4th instance of that happening in a single season in NFL history. We've seen Christian McCaffrey do it, Marshall Faulk, and even Roger Craig back in the day. So we'll be pretty cool if again we see Bijan just manage to go ahead and get up on that leaderboard. But Falcons offense as a whole has been a little bit inconsistent. So they fired their wide receiver coach last week, and all of a sudden Penix and Drake London were getting going again. So I'm optimistic, at least in Bijan in that offense, because again, when you have as much volume as he does, and you're such just a great real life talent, it's hard to fall too far in fantasy land. But yeah, the whole Michael Penix experience, continues to be up and down.
All right, we're talking with our friend Ian Hartitz from Fantasy Life. You can give him a follow at iHartitz. We're going to make this about me now. I have 3 fantasy teams.
Oh, Lord.
I have 3 fantasy teams somewhere between suck and okay. In one league, I have C.J. Stroud as my quarterback. I could pick up Daniel Jones. I don't know. Is it worth picking up Danny Dimes?
Yeah, man, I think it is at this point, because the thing is too in fantasy, like I know people are like, oh, it's just fantasy football, like it's not the same as real life, and for the most part, like I totally get that. But at the same time, fantasy points, like they're just receptions, yards, and touchdowns. It's kind of the same counting stats that we use to quantify real life success as well. The 2 exceptions, though, are rushing quarterbacks, guys like Justin Fields and honestly Daniel Jones, and then some of these running backs who can just catch a ton of passes. These players that, again, are kind of getting multiple means of production really do end up standing out in fantasy, even if they aren't quite that good in real life. And that's honestly what we've seen with Daniel Jones. He's been really efficient as a passer. I do think we got to give some credit to Tyler Warren, Michael Pittman, Josh Downs, and then Shane Steichen, who really has done a great job with all of his quarterbacks not named Anthony Richardson over the years. But, hey, just like we even saw from Daniel Jones, back in that 2022 season, when Saquon Barkley actually nicknamed him Vanilla Vic in the first place, like this dude is good out there, and they actually have been willing to use him around the goal line. He's already got 3 touchdowns, I believe, from the 1-yard line. And now this week, looking at the matchup against the Raiders, yes, Max Crosby is incredible, but because of that, teams really haven't been as willing to run the ball against the Raiders. They almost kind of funnel production through the air, where the secondary isn't quite as dangerous to worry about. So Daniel Jones, again, it's wild, but we're so far so good, man. We're kind of seeing him become that next Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold type, where these quarterbacks are finding a new and improved franchise, and accordingly putting a lot of good stuff together. So Stroud set up well against that banged up Ravens D, but for me, I'm going with Danny Dimes.
Okay. It's a waiver claim, so I put it in, and we'll see what happens. If not, it's going to be the Stroud show, which has been tough to watch. So I picked up the Woody Marks kid. Seems like a lot of excitement. How much do you trust Woody Marks, who's a rookie at USC, to really take over that Texans running back 1 role?
So far, so good, man. He started off in week 1 actually working as the 3rd guy in that backfield. They had Dario Gumbawale doing pass downs. But 4th quarter fumble from Dari, really haven't seen much of him since. But overall, man, his snaps have gone from 12% to 28% to 49%. And last week's season high 58% mark. And I do think the important thing that we've been able to see here is that the Texans view him as a legit 3-down bell cow sort of a running back, because that was the concern coming out of USC. How much is he actually going to be trusted on early downs or in short yardage situations versus just being more of a one-dimensional pass down guy? And there was a snap, last week where it was 4th and 2, and they were just willing to give the ball to Woody right up the middle, and he got the first down for him. So Nick Chubb, obviously a great story. He's had a couple okay moments this year, but it does seem like Marks gives them, just that added juice as a rusher, and then also he can do far more in the receiving game. So got that update from DeMeco Ryans and then Aaron Wilson, Texans beat reporter, that Joe Mixon, really, really looking more and more doubtful for the entire season at this point. So I would like to see one more week of confirmation of Woody just purely being the lead dog in Houston, but certainly think he is someone you can start in your flex with a good bit of confidence. And, hey, man, this time next week, he legit could be in the top 20 if we continue to see that roll on the up and up.
Well, B, here's an example of why my team sucks. Ian says I should start him as a flex. I have him as my RB1. Now I do have Josh.
Going on.
I got Josh Jacobs is on a bye. I got absolutely whored by Jaylen Warren last week because they were the early game and he was a late scratch. I was on the damn airplane when I found out Warren wasn't playing. I couldn't sub him out. I lost by like 4 points. If I had a different back end, I would have won. Just that's fantasy life, right?
Yeah. And his backup Kenneth Gainwell went absolutely bonkers, which made it that much worse for you, I'm sure.
Insult to injury. My other running back on this team, I'm starting Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt.
Nice.
I have Bill in I had Trey Benson, who's now hurt, so I picked up both DeMarcado and Michael Carter. Not sure I need to carry three Cardinals running backs, but do you trust Bill over those two dudes, DeMarcado and Carter? How much do you trust Bill, kind of in general?
I trust Bill, the player. I mean, I mentioned before Travis Etienne. I think he is leading the NFL right now in yards per carry, but in second place is Bill, and he has been great. But the problem for Bill in fantasy is just that when they give the ball to McNichols and Chris Rodriguez, they're being pretty great too. I mean, Washington this season, in terms of just on their designed RB rushes, they are at the top of the league in terms of the EPA they're getting on those plays. So it's one of these things where, with Washington and New England's the other situation where all of us fantasy nerds, we all want them to feature Travion Henderson more because we drafted them way too high a couple of weeks ago. But, just kind of, look away through not looking through my fantasy, rose-colored glasses, like how can I really complain about what Washington and New England are doing when these other running backs are also making the most out of their opportunities? So, Bill, been great, but the problem is, 8 to 10 touches probably per game. It's just not quite enough for me to really be giving him the benefit of doubt in some of these closer start-sit decisions. So sounds like what you're dealing with. Don't have, much of a better choice. So we'll go ahead and just roll with Bill anyway. But, I don't know that you need Amari DeMarcado. We'll see what happens there. Michael Carter actually in an interview yesterday was saying how it was funny how he was like, their scout team player of the week last week, and now all of a sudden he's starting. So actually kind of got confirmation from Carter about that just there. But, yeah, man, Bill, great player. Obviously, training camp Hall of Famer as we kept getting those reports going on. We'll see if they end up featuring him more as the year goes on.
I saw that Michael Carter interview on social, and it reminded me this is a deep cut, but I remember when John Beck declared himself the starting quarterback for the Redskins.
And he had to have a shirt with his name on it?
Well, and it was during the lockout, so the coaching staff couldn't really say anything, and then there was all this excitement about John Beck, and then when he got on the field, he certainly wasn't starting caliber.
He couldn't have started in high school.
I don't know. Sometimes I fear when players are like, yo, I'm the guy. Maybe he is the guy, though. I have another league. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, it kind of reminded me a little bit of last year when Christian McCaffrey was this late scratch in week one. Then he ended up going on IR, and they were interviewing Jordan Mason after the game. And he just had an awesome kind of starting debut, like 150 yards. And you could tell he was just so happy. And then they asked him, like, when he knew he was going to be the starting running back. And he said the Friday before, which nobody knew was actually the case, outside of San Francisco. So just this unfortunate moment where, again, teams are trying to keep their cards close to their chest, so I get it. But I do appreciate guys like Michael Carter making it a little bit easier on us.
He tried to backtrack that one, though.
Yeah, right?
Mason did.
I have another league where my team kind of sucks. My receivers suck.
In other words, JP, you just can't pick teams.
I'm a running back addict, and I just
America
load up on running
It's all
backs.
good.
And then my other positions suck. So my two receivers are Devontae Smith and Jamison Williams. I have Keon Coleman. Matthew Golden's on a bye. Like, I have to start those dudes, right? Devontae and Jamison?
Yeah, you got it right. I mean, Keon, honestly, is someone that I drafted a lot, hoping that he just would emerge as Buffalo's number one receiver. He does actually lead the way in terms of targets this year. But the problem is, like we were talking about, is that everybody eats mantra for an offense that when they can, they're very content to basically only have Josh Allen throw the ball 25 or so times per game. So then you're just asking Keon to hopefully make the most out of 4 or 5 targets. And again, just tough to make too big of a living in fantasy when that's all the volume they're getting. So not too dissimilar from Devonta Smith and honestly even J-Mo in some of these games. But I will say with Jameson Williams, they were really trying to get him going last week against the Browns. He actually had like a season-high 9 targets. And when you look at the nature of those targets, a ton of them were of the fantasy-friendly downfield variety. So now they're going up again this week. Total smash spot against a Bengals defense that looks like a combination of bad / quitting on the season at this point. So it's just, again, Lions implied for the most points. I do think Jameson Williams could have a nice boom here.
Okay. I could use that, J-Mo. We could really use that. And then are there any receivers, tight ends, anybody out there you would target trades that maybe are a little undervalued that you think will kind of turn this thing around?
Yeah, so just in terms of, your league's obviously going to be viewing these guys differently, but as gross as it was, and it was also on a primetime game last week, so I think maybe I could use that to your advantage, but Marvin Harrison Jr. is someone who really has been meeting expectations. As Bill is this generational guy, obviously has, the last name everyone loves and all that, but looking ahead, we actually now have enough, I think, data on the season to feel a little bit better about the strength of schedule stuff. And no wide receiver is set up better in weeks 5 through 9 than Marvin Harrison Jr. So I think it makes sense that they start throwing the ball a little bit more, again, down James Conner and down Trey Benson at this point. So Marvin Harrison Jr., again, been a little bit rough out there. He's had 3 drops, a couple of them led to interceptions. So certainly not, devoid of blame in his own right. But we even did see in that second half, started making some nice contested catches and certainly knows there is a really good football player there. So Kyler, someone who's been a little bit up and down in his own right. But, yeah, I would say Marvin Harrison Jr. might be a guy that you can trade for as more of a wide receiver 3. And I still think somewhere in there we have some wide receiver 1 upside.
Ian, we appreciate you making time for us,
Appreciate
bro.
you, Ian.
Always great info.
Appreciate you guys. Good luck this week.
All right,
Yeah,
man.
dude, I need it.
Yeah.
It's been
You
tough.
might want to take you a break. Let somebody else run your team for a minute.
That's our friend Ian Hartitz from Fantasy Life. Give him a follow at iHartitz, HARTITZ. When we come back, you'll hear from Commanders D coordinator Joe Witt.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win. You'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel is the official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must supply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell said earlier this week that he hopes his quarterback would return to practice Thursday or Friday. Well, J.J. McCarthy didn't practice today in London as he's working his way back from an ankle injury he suffered back in week 2. If he's not able to go, Carson Wentz getting the start again. And Jacksonville's defensive end Trayvon Walker underwent left wrist surgery on Monday, but there is a chance that he could play Kansas City on Monday night. Walker, who was the number 1 overall pick in 2022, is second on the team with 2 sacks, has 12 tackles, and 1 pass breakup. He's only missed 2 games in his entire career, and his head coach said that he's day-to-day, so there is a chance he'll be playing on Monday. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
In the time of chimpanzees, I was a monkey. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Here's some interesting news. Apparently, we're on in Richmond. Shout out to anybody in Richmond listening to us.
What up?
Love the RVA. Go get a BLT from Joe's Inn.
Yeah.
That's my advice. I miss going to Richmond for training camp, B. You miss it?
That's fine.
I think the ideal time for away training camp is like the first 2 weeks, whatever that ends up being. Maybe it's 2.5 weeks until the first preseason game.
That's basically about how long training camp is these days.
The problem with Richmond was they'd play the first preseason game and then go back down there and then have to come back for another preseason game. They should just cut it then and then be back at the facility once you're kind of in the game flow. I'd love to go back to Richmond or wherever they might go. So if you're
Training camp ain't supposed to be comfortable, JP.
Yeah, I'm just talking about what I want, Brian.
But that's the thing about it. It's not about you. We're trying to get a team ready to play ball. You worry about you.
Yeah, I'm aware of what they're trying to do.
So how about when they...
You want them to go away, don't you?
How about you just don't go back when they go back?
Maybe. Right now we're not going anywhere, so it doesn't really matter.
I think this year you might.
We'll see. I thought that last year, but maybe this year because they'll have the stadium deal all locked up. Regardless, we're on in Richmond. Shout out to Richmond. Commanders defense coordinator Joe Witt spoke to the media earlier. Joe Witt's under a bunch of fire. A lot of fans are mad at him. Let me be clear, though. Joe Witt didn't miss a single tackle against the Falcons. Here is Commanders D coordinator Joe Witt.
As normal, I'll talk a little bit about the last game, a little bit about the first quarter of the season, and then get into the next game and then answer any questions that you have. The first quarter, it hasn't been consistent. We go out and play well against the Giants, then we don't play well against the Packers. I'm talking about defensively. Come out and run and hit and do what we need to do against the Raiders, and then we go down to Atlanta, and once again, so we can't have this ebbs and flows. We have to get into a rhythm of playing as one, and that's what I told the team. Okay, and when I say playing as one, what do I mean by that? It's 3 different things, especially coming from the Atlanta game. The number one thing is the communication. Okay, pre and post snap. We don't need anybody to put capes on. That's what happened a little bit in the Atlanta game, and I will explain that. And then the gang tackling as a unit, the turnbacks that we talked about, that we had a number of them against the Raiders. We didn't have them in this game, and we missed tackles. And so when I talk about the communication and playing as one and no capes, let's talk about like the first third down of the game. It's a look that we knew that was coming. Is actually the play that we worked. They ran the play that we worked. We call them looks to own. And so they ran the fast motion over, option away from 3 with a 7. And we had one guy that got a little greedy, but it wasn't his play to make. He should have been on the vertical, and the vertical was open. And so we don't need anybody to put capes on, all right? That play was for Oos to make, and Oos was working to it, but it was wide open. So, the communication and understanding we don't have to put a cape on that. You just do your job. The gang tackling, all right, the one of the touchdowns by Bijan, okay? If you look at that play right there, we had one guy come in and he shot at the ball, trying to knock the ball out. But our rule is you shoot at the ball when it's in the leverage arm that you're at, okay? And so then the second guy came in and he shot at the ball. If you're the second guy in, you shoot at the ball when the tackle is secure. So the technique of both of those weren't there, and so it allowed Bijan to keep running. It caused 2 missed tackles and a third as he went into the end zone. And so communication pre and post snap, and then, we don't have to put capes on, just do our job. And so the negative plays and the open plays are putting a stain on the positive things that we have done on defense. But the main thing is to win, and we're not winning, and we're not we didn't win the last game, and we're not playing the brand of football that we want to play defensively. And so we have to get that taken care of, and we will. All right, go ahead.
Was that one play the one to Drake London? I'm sorry, to Pitts for the 26 yards? Is that what you're talking about? Because it looked like 2 guys go to...
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
they were both trying to get where the ball was supposed to go, and he just looked up and saw the guy running open and hitting him. So
then as you talk about like some of the mistakes, as a coach, what do you do? Like, and why is that message maybe sometimes not getting through consistently to them?
Well, the no capes is, everybody's talking about turnovers, trying to force it. So even though Marshawn's with the double move, all right, just leverage and don't get your eyes back to the quarterback. Leverage the route, all right, and play it through, all right. Turnovers, I've had a history of getting a bunch of them in my past, and they don't come on good thrown balls. They come on poorly thrown balls. They come on running tips and overthrows and things such as that. You can't go out there and just necessarily force them to happen. You don't have to put a cape on, but when you do have the opportunity, we had one taken away from a penalty in the first game when Quan got one and got hit, then we dropped one in the Raiders game with 2-3. So they're going to come. But if we try to force them and we try to go get them when we're not doing it the right way, we're going to give up explosives, and we can't do it that way.
With Frankie, he looked pretty impactful in the run game. So
Frankie played really well. He's the one guy that played well in this game.
Right. As a pass rusher, is there more you can do? Has his rushes not been as many? If so, why? And what can you do more?
His rush has not been as many?
The numbers, according to the numbers, I don't know. You would know better.
Yeah, the numbers are there. He's rushed more than any off-the-ball linebacker in the league. So,
is there anything you can do what more can you do to maybe help in that area, or are they doing different things against him in that area?
They're doing different things against him, and that's why, Bobby's getting the success that he's getting, and DA's getting some, so they're, like I said, they're focusing more on him, and that's good. You know what I'm saying? His time's going to come. His sacks are going to come when they start putting attention on other players. So, but he was the one guy in that game that ran and hit and played the way that all 11 should have played.
Through 4 weeks, it seems like the D-line's done a pretty good job of pressuring the quarterback, but not necessarily getting there every time. Is there any concern for you about, or is there a need to get more big plays and sacks in the passing game?
Well, we always want sacks. I think we have 10 right now. I don't know where that puts us, and so, but we are pressuring them, and we're putting a wave. I thought not necessarily this game, but the game before, we had opportunities where we had a hand on the quarterback 3 different times, and he got away. I think we'll have to just finish those type plays. But to answer your question, it's just we have the guys to do it. We just have to complete the play and make sure that it's rushing coverage, that the back end is covering so those guys can get to their second rush. Yeah.
Hey, Coach.
Hey,
Coach Quinn talked about fast starts, on the road and everything, just talking about defense. What are some key things that you can emphasize in getting off to a faster start on defense?
Oh, yeah, getting off on third down. That first third down would have been a huge play for us because, we got them to the situation. We got them to the that 3rd and 5 we talked about. That's the play we talked about that we were going to get. And so now when you make that play and you get off the field and you get the ball to the offense and the first plays are 3 and out, that's the energy that creates throughout the stadium. But when you give up an explosive, now you're giving them energy to go. And so we can't allow them. We can't be good on first down, second down, and get the third down in that situation and know what's coming and allow explosive. And that's where we drain ourselves and give the other team energy.
And talking to some of the players, they said that they have to stay on their keys. What are some of the little things that are so important in moving this defense forward?
Well, and that goes back to, like I said, the pre and post snap communication and the no capes. Okay, so I went back and I showed them the first 4 plays of the Giants game. Okay, and you had Kinlaw's tackle, you had Payne coming out on the screen. Then the 4th play was they ran fast motion, and you saw Mikey communicating before the snap. You saw Will on the backside communicating and coming out. So pre-snap communication provides great post-snap play, and we didn't have enough of that here. And it seemed like we were playing more as individuals than as a collective unit in the last game, and so we got to get back to playing like we did, communicating like we did, and when we do that, it provides better play for the whole defense.
Over here.
Yes.
I wanted to ask about the play where Bobby was, trailing in coverage on Bijan, kind of got caught up in a bunch or whatever, pick, whatever you want to call it. What happened? What did you see on that play, and what do you wish would have gone differently?
Yeah, as much as possible, we try to keep our backers off of speed as much, and Bijan is considered speed on that right there, and so that's why we blitz them and we do the things that we do on that play. It was a mesh concept, and we were trying to take the air out of it, and he got hung up on the two receivers that came inside, which created space and air, and once Bijan got it, he got it with enough speed to the sideline that we couldn't run it down. So, but with him, we were trying to take air out of the coverage as much as possible, get to his body, so you don't have that much space that you have to get away from. But the two routes that got inside picked them from that standpoint. Yeah.
As a coordinator, when you pick up on something that you see that you don't like, whether it's a communication issue or you see guys trying to put capes on, like you said, what goes into trying to make that adjustment within the game and not have it be something that you have to wait until maybe the film day the next day?
Well, within the game, we talk about it because first at halftime, it was addressed at halftime of, we just need to make sure that we're getting the looks that we want, but don't over try. Play hard, but don't over try. Don't do anything outside of your assignment from that standpoint there. And then, when we get into the meeting room, when we talk about it, we have what we call Tell the Truth Monday. And so it works on a different levels. I'll talk about some of the calls and why I called them in certain areas, and then why did we make the mistakes. And I'll allow them to communicate to me, and I'll allow them to hear, as coaches, all right, what we were exactly expecting and what we're exactly expecting moving forward. And so that's how we, will rectify some of those issues.
Hey, how you doing, Coach?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing good. You talked before about just in the life of football, some people when things aren't going well can tend to kind of start to overwork and maybe put too much focus into trying to sort this and that out and make it almost too complicated. How do you make sure that you and your staff aren't doing that? And then also, how do you communicate to the players the need to not do that as well?
Yeah, first thing, it's a fun game because it's hard. You know what I'm saying? And so, and we're in it because we like the challenge. And so that's the one thing that we really talk. You don't have to over try. You don't necessarily panic in any situation when you get in situations then when you're not playing it exactly like you want to play it. Now, what do? You go and you look at it. Has the approach been the right approach? What can you do differently? How can you change the learning? When you're not getting the results that you want, we're not going to just necessarily keep on doing the same thing, but we're going to look at every possible way of teaching the men, training the men, and then getting on the field and getting it done from that standpoint. But in this society and how things are now, and the guys, especially these guys that grew up in different than when we grew up, where they're in the social media and they read everything that everybody writes, it weighs on them. When you're my age, 47, or when you didn't grow up in that environment, I don't look. So whatever people are saying about me, that's cool. I don't care because I don't see it. But they really look at it and it weighs on them, and so. Then they start to try to over-try. So that's one thing Q and I have talked about. How do we, not just the defense, but these young men in general, how do you keep them, grounded from the standpoint of blocking out the noise, because good or bad is not real, And so, and it's people that don't know the individuals or what's going on in some spots. And so that's what we got to do is block out the noise and go play well. I've told players before, if you want people to say positive things, play positive. If I want to have people say positive things about me, I need to put a positive product out on the field. So hopefully that answers your question from that standpoint.
My question is actually pretty similar. You talk about players being too aggressive or, I guess, pressing in certain situations. Did you have a sense of why that was? Was it because they were behind? Was it outside perception? Is it different circumstances?
I'm not going to speak for the players. I think, guys want to make plays, and guys aren't trying to get the turnovers and trying to do this and that, where the turnovers are going to come, okay? The way that we've played the run, because we played it as a unit, I'm happy with that, okay? What I'm not happy with are the explosive passes, right? If we can clean up those explosive passes without getting turnovers, we clean up the explosive passes, we're playing a solid brand of football, okay? Now, if we clean up when we clean up the explosive passes and get the turnovers, now we're playing a dominant style. But right now we're playing a sloppy style because it's, stop it on first down, stop it, and here goes an explosive, all right, which just is not good, and we have to clean it up, and we will clean it up. I have full confidence in the staff and the players that it will get handled, and it'll get started this week.
Appreciate it, Coach.
All right, guys, y'all have a great one.
Joe Witt not happy. Listen, I feel kind of good about myself, B. If I knew to dig up the explosive numbers, and then Joe Witt says the explosives are what killing us, I think I was onto something.
Well, I mean, if you watch the game, you know
eye
the explosives
test.
killing them.
Yeah, man.
But I like Joe's approach.
I love his straightforward. Just the candor.
And the thing of it is, if these guys if they want to get better, they want to listen, they could turn this thing around rather quickly.
Agreed. Turnovers can be fluky. There's a lot of variance in generating turnovers, but stopping the explosives, they've been good against the run. Defensively against the run, they rank, I got it right here, they're 14th in the NFL in rush yards allowed. Phone lines open at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere. You know, I have a degree in journalism. I consider myself a reporter. The hat I wear on the radio is a little bit differently. But the job, Brian, is to present the facts, right? Just the facts. Earlier in the program, I said I hadn't physically seen Terry McLaurin since that Raiders game. No longer a fact. Nikki Jabvala posted a picture. Terry is out at practice today, working on the side field with other injured players, but he is out there. So we have now seen Terry since the Raiders game. Physically seen him. That is one fact. Just reporting the facts.
All right.
Okay. I have another fact. Now, this is per sources. You and I are in Ashburn today.
Yep.
We are not in the Navy Yard studio.
Yep.
Therefore, I have to rely on my sources. Just the facts of what's going on back at the station. Chris Russell, as he's wont to do, is doing an interview in the middle of the hallway.
But Chris always does stuff like that.
You know, he has a studio with nobody in it.
Yeah, but, you know, he don't do anything normal.
Where do you and I go when we do interviews?
We do our interviews on the air, really.
Well, or we go other places, right? Like you go do a Zoom in the other studio or where people aren't typically.
Yeah, but he wants to do it where everybody goes around, you know, and that's when you show.
Do you think Rooster likes being the star of the show?
Oh, yes.
Landfill, can you confirm that Chris Russell's doing an interview in the middle of the hallway?
Yep, right in the middle of the hallway where everybody likes to hang out. Chris Russell's in there just taking over the space. Let everybody know he's there.
Well, I'm glad you were able to confirm that. I suppose I've actually burned my source on this. I have outed you, Landfill, as my source of this information.
That's true.
So I apologize about that.
It's not the only information
No, you
I
don't,
gave you.
Landfill. He was trying to get you.
No. I have more information from the studio. Grant Paulson can't find his Caps jersey. Landfill, have you seen Grant's Caps jersey?
No, I mean I remember seeing it like weeks ago, but it's gone missing. It's a mystery. It's a conundrum.
Did he leave it laying around in that studio? Because dog, people would steal dirty drawers.
If he left it in the studio, that's something wrong with him.
It was on the wall.
Yeah, it was on the
is
wall.
Kit Kats.
It was on the wall,
like hanging up?
hanging on the wall.
Yes,
I think
In
it
the
was like
frame?
hanging on a chair. Actually,
It was in the frame.
no.
Not if it's on a
So,
chair.
well, if it's just out there, I mean, just it's out.
Does it say Paulson on it? Like, is it a personalized one like B has?
No, it says Malenstein.
If you left it there, that's the problem.
Dog, how many Beck Malenstein jerseys exist on the planet? I feel like he
Well,
could just.
one less now.
Well, if he just sees somebody wearing one, that's his jersey because nobody else has ordered a Beck Malenstein jersey.
It's a real whodunit.
Lastly, and this ties directly into the B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll question of the day. The AAA poll question of the day: how do you feel about people who reply all to company emails? Now, AAA wants to make sure you are leveling up. You can level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Now, there is one incredibly famous person on this program that perhaps has a reply all guy, but we're not talking about him.
I don't reply all the time. I reply all when I think that if replying all will let everybody know what the answer is so nobody else replies to me.
Brian, I
have a reason for it.
I didn't mention you whatsoever.
I know. You said on this program.
I said the famous guy.
And then
per sources,
and the other guy is the bald head guy that works in our studio with us.
Per sources, Jeff Walker won't stop replying all to company emails. Jeff,
you know what B. Mitchell has been doing lately? Not reading them. It's just where you don't see anything.
B, there's not many things that I've beaten you to the punch on, but I definitely don't read them.
You came in here and told me about the stuff today, so you reading it before I do.
That came to my Gmail. Landfill, can you get us up to date on exactly what's going on there?
Yeah, so Wendy is the promotions coordinator here, and sometimes she has tickets to various sporting events or concerts around the area. And she'll send out like an email to everybody who works here to see if anybody wants them. And one thing she always includes in there is, please don't reply all. So she sent one out, 20 minutes ago. And about 30 seconds after we got the email, we got another email. Everybody at the station, everybody who works here got another email from Jeff Walker saying that he wanted the tickets. And
Jeff said, let me get them.
Let me get them.
And then about 35 seconds after that, we got another email from Jeff Walker saying, "Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to reply all."
Landfill,
but then he replied all though.
That's true.
He replied all to say sorry.
All to say sorry to all.
I have a series of questions. One, is this Kevin Gates, the Two Phones song?
Yes.
I love that song, so therefore I love Kevin Gates. Two, did you get the tickets, Jeff?
Yes, and this is my first time.
Can your car make it to Baltimore, Jeff?
Yes, I've worked on it.
Okay.
Might not get back, but he'll make it. he may not get back to D.C. where he live, but he can get there.
All right, so Jeff's going to Baltimore tonight to see Kevin Gates. I just want to read Wendy's email. It says, "Good evening. I have a few tickets for Kevin Gates tonight at Pier 6 in Baltimore. First come, first serve. Do not reply all. Thank you." Jeff promptly replied all twice.
Now, in my defense, on my iPhone, when I hit reply, I fat fingered it and accidentally hit. It's reply and then it's reply all. So I must
losing all that weight, but them fingers still fat.
Yeah, man. It's my first time and definitely my last time replying all on accident because I got.
So you did it on accident both times?
No, I did it on accident the first time. I did it on purpose the second time because I wasn't about to walk around and be like, my bad.
All right, so now I have a question for Landfill. In the thread, it's just the entire Washington team. So that's everyone. Sales, engineers, everybody. I just looked at this. There's 175 members of the Washington team that Jeff has now emailed twice. Landfill, should I reply all to Jeff to say, Jeff, stop replying all?
Without question.
No.
If you do it, I'm going to respond all again.
Okay.
Well, that just made me say as soon as I see it, erase.
I just replied to everybody, Jeff, stop replying all. That might be the first email I've ever sent from my Odyssey account.
Oh, so y'all doing this on the Odyssey account? Yeah. Oh, I won't see that. Ain't no damn way I'm going to see that one today.
Phone lines open next. It's Bleep You Thursday, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Whoever has wronged you, if you work at Odyssey and you're mad at Jeff for replying all twice, call us. Whatever it is out there, maybe you're mad at the Commanders, maybe you're mad at the Chargers, maybe you're mad at the universe, this is your chance.
Some college hoops news. Duke head coach John Shire has signed a new 6-year contract that takes him through the 2030-2031 season. This contract adds 2 years to his previous deal. He's won 89 games over his 3 seasons, leading the Blue Devils to an Elite 8 in 2024 and the Final Four last season. Over in Major League Baseball, we've got 3 winner-take-all matchups tonight. Tigers against the Guardians, Cubs host the Padres, and we get one more game in this epic rivalry between the Yankees and the Red Sox. Only the Dodgers were able to close out their wild card series in 2 games, so they're going to advance to the NLDS to face the Phillies. Shohei Ohtani getting the start in Game 1 on Saturday. And over in football, the 49ers are just a shell of a team for Thursday Night Football. Quarterback Brock Purdy and wide receivers Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, Jordan Watkins, and defensive end Robert Beal were all ruled out for the critical NFC West road game tonight, where they're taking on the Rams. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Ha! Ain't that some? Ain't that some? B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is Bleep You Thursday, baby. Whatever you're upset about, whoever has wronged you, whatever's bothering you, now is your chance to get it off your chest. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I can tell you one thing that is bothering me but I'm not mad at anybody. People are trying, but damn if getting your house rebuilt after a water damage issue doesn't take a lot of time. It's quite frustrating, and I've also learned that from where I'm staying compared to where I live requires more time on the Washington Beltway, the Capitol Beltway. That road sucks. I don't understand why everyone just stops where River Road connects to the Beltway, but I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Not the Beltway. It's the idiots that's driving on it.
It might be. We have big news, though. To open up Bleep You Thursday, there's an NFL owner on the line, our friend Jera. Hello, Jera. How do you do?
What up, Jera?
Hey, gentlemen. I'm doing fine, Brian. I hope everything's well, and hell, let me get right to it. Listen, somebody a couple of days ago said that y'all were missing Rev T, that they hadn't heard from him, that's why they were losing. Well, I got some bad news. Old Rev T was giving a pep rally, screaming out to the north. The southern wind came back and hit him right in the face with his own breath. He's been hospitalized and in guarded condition. Guarded in meaning that anybody that gets near him might die from secondhand breath. Hey, listen, y'all, have a great day. Go Commandos. I got to go.
Thank you, Reverend.
He said secondhand breath. That's a new one there.
Hopefully Rev T calls in to defend himself. Rev T's been a hot topic of discussion this week. Keep the phone lines going. Jera's best friend, Charlie's in College Park. What's up, Charlie?
You got it, gentlemen. I was doing fine until I heard that voice. You know, he can't call in and do Bleep You. He's got to call in and tone on somebody. I wasn't going to say anything about him. But, Jera, check out, man. My Bleep You is the NFL. I do not want any games played in Germany, Switzerland, Brazil, Puerto Rico, Mexico, Tanzania, Australia. Let's play football in America. You got it. Bye-bye.
I don't think people agreeing with you on that one, Charlie. Charlie, I think you're going to get missing on that one because the NFL not going to listen. They listen. Once you become big and people like you, you're going to them. And after Benito do the halftime show, they're going to be all over the place then. I'm letting you know, bro.
I am not mad at the internationalization of the NFL.
I like it. But it's been around. People act like it's just started.
There was a World League.
I played in London in 1992.
But it was always preseason.
Don't make a difference. If you got preseason, they're going to expect the new stuff, don't they? So it's going to happen.
I am not mad at it. It puts more of a strain on the players, frankly. I think the players need to fight back for more money in their next deal. Because the only reason they're doing it is to make more money.
Yeah.
This isn't, spreading the gospel of football.
No.
Like whenever any of these pro sports leagues talk about growing the game, it means make more money.
Growing our income.
Yeah. But that said, I think it's something cool. I know a ton of people that are going to Madrid and are really excited for the opportunity. So, I think that is cool. Now, at the same time, I did hear a conversation about a Super Bowl in London. I'm very much out on that.
A what?
The Super Bowl should be in the United States of America.
Well, I'll just say this here, bro. If you're going to start playing the regular season games in other countries, one of them going to end up in another country. They have rights to Qatar, Dubai. You can't see a Super Bowl being in one of them countries, too?
I'm not saying I can't see it eventually down the road. I'm saying I don't like that.
You know what I'm going to do if it's over there? I'm going to work it. Well, I know I'm going to be riding with you. We're going to be right there together. So, listen, man, I'm going to tell you, the bleep
like it or not.
Like certain things like that, stop complaining about stuff that you can't stop.
All right, we got packed phones here. Mike is in Rockville. Mike, who you mad at?
I'm mad at Silk Song, the hardest video game I've ever damn played. Bleep you and your bile water map. You two know what I'm talking about, but some of your listeners might, and they're going nuts. Game's impossible.
All right, man. Jeff, you know what he's talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, but bleep
Not
you
at
or
all.
whatever it
It's
is.
a game?
Silk
Called
Song,
Hollow
I think he
Knight.
said.
They took 7 years to make the damn thing, and it's almost impossible.
Well, good luck, bro.
What's the name of the
I hope
game
it gets
again?
better.
He's gone.
I don't know.
I don't know. But that game's too hard. Eli's in Woodbridge. Elijah, what's up, man? Who you mad at?
Elijah, what's up?
Elijah might be cruising for his own bleep you. Put him on hold. See what happens. PJ is in Reston.
You going to bleep him, Jay?
I might. PJ, you there?
Hey, guys. Happy Thursday. Love everybody. So my bleep you, I brought it up probably like last year as well, but my bleep you is the way the NFL handles concussions. I compare it to MMA. MMA, there's a guy, one of my favorite fighters, Charles Oliveira. He got knocked out like 2-3 months ago. He has a fight coming up next month. 3 months after he was knocked out, and in MMA world, there's like, this guy's coming back too soon. Yet in football, if a guy gets a concussion, sometimes usually now he's only sitting out one game, come back the next week. I don't care what the NFL says about, we tested him, this and that. I know why they're doing it. They don't care about the players' brain health at all. They're doing it because they think, if Patrick Mahomes or Justin Herbert or Josh Allen gets a concussion, we need him only to miss one game. We can't have him miss 2-3 games. That's bad for our ratings, and it's insane. I think if you get a concussion, you should be out a minimum of 2 to 3 weeks, no matter what these tests show. And if you get a second concussion, you're out for the year. I think of Chris Olave should never have gotten that second concussion. Now it put him in such a precarious position for the rest of his career and his life. It could have all been avoided, but yeah, it's insane that in MMA, if you get a concussion, you cannot even train for 45 days. And usually they
PJ, thank
fight.
you.
But the difference between it is
Yeah,
this,
they're different
though.
sports, dog.
Some people, they're getting punched directly in the head, kicked directly in the head, elbowed in the head, in the nose. That's a different blow. The football, they have helmets on, and it's not just the NFL. There's supposed to be a third party that's assessing the people and letting them know if they can come back. Every concussion is different. So if a guy has a mild one, you're going to judge him based off of a guy that had a severe one? You can't do that. And then again, nobody is forced to play these sports. No one.
Tricky situation, man. Let's go to Tim in Haymarket. Tim, what's up, dude? Who you mad at?
What's up, guys? Bleep you to Monumental Sports and YouTube TV for not coming to an agreement. And also bleep you to JP for lying to me last week and telling me you're going to get hockey talk on this week. Have a good day, guys.
Doug, we did hockey talk. We said hockey starts next week.
We talked hockey.
I think
you made promises to people when I was gone.
Maybe, dude. I don't know. It was a blur. It was. B, you excited for the Cap season?
Yeah.
Bang. Hockey talk. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. We will do some hockey talk next week. Maybe we'll get Joe B on the line. And I think I asked Barstool Nate and Greenberg about the Cap season.
You did.
So, relax.
Yeah.
Alex.
Beat him for calling the entire
2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Alex is in Boonesboro. Alex, who you mad at?
Hey, I got to give a bleep you to NASA for not telling us, not releasing the photos on this interstellar object, 3i Atlas. They got 1 million photos of it. They got all the information. They're not saying anything. And it's finally October 3rd at midnight where it's allegedly going to smash right into Mars. And NASA has no statement, no comment whatsoever. So bleep NASA.
All right, wait. What's about to happen?
Remember a month ago, I asked you if you thought this interstellar object was legitimate or, a spaceship like some of them are saying. NASA's not saying nothing. They're putting out no statement, which actually raises a lot of people's eyebrows. Is maybe they know what it is and they don't want to create panic, But hey, it's finally October 3rd, so it's either gonna buzz right by Mars at midnight or float right on by. So,
what your name, sir? Alex?
Yeah.
Alex, here's the only thing I'm glad of. I don't know really anything, certainly not much of what you're talking about here. But I am glad that we have created a community of fellowship that you feel comfortable calling into our sports radio program and complaining about possible UFOs and NASA. We're an inclusive group, B. Whatever is bothering you. I mean, we had a dude call in about a video game I never heard of. Some dude keeps claiming we never talk about the Caps. And now we got UFO talk. Shout out UFO talk. Please, I can't imagine for our friend there that complaining about the UFO situation on our radio program is really going to have the desired effect.
But he says it's going to hit where? Mars, right?
Yes.
As soon as the beings over there start calling it, if we get somebody from Mars called, then we got something. I'm telling you, dog.
On a personal level, and maybe I'm wrong for this. Maybe this makes me worldist. I don't know the right term.
Think twice about it, dog. Don't say it.
Well, I don't know how much I care about what happens on Mars. Do you have a high level of concern about?
I know Jeff is because Jeff want to drive a spaceship and want to hang out with him.
That's only if they come to Earth. I gotta drive the ship. That's it. If it's proven that they are real, hey, bro, why not?
All right,
Jeff. Now it's my understanding you also have a bleep you.
Yes, I have.
He gonna be replying to all of them.
Yeah, first I want to bleep all of you guys because there's people out here that reply all, and it's a little bit of us. So bleep y'all for making fun of me for that. And then my next bleep you. This is gonna sound bad, but it is what it is. Bleep you to all the kids on 2K that's under 15 that when we be playing in the park, they be clowning me because I made my man bald. So we talking and he goes, I bet you bald in real life. What's up, OG? And they kept calling me OG for the remainder of the game. And I was like, okay. And what really ticked me off is that I had to turn the game off because I found myself explaining myself to these kids. I'm like, I am not that old. And then my boy,
you are old to those kids.
Yeah.
To them, you old.
But B, to me, you not old till you like 60. I can still move around and all that. But I really found
some hints of
Jeff,
living.
Didn't you throw your back out the other week?
When you were 14, 15, and you saw somebody in their 30s, you like, damn, he old.
Yes.
Now you 31 years old. You don't want those kids to say, damn, he old.
Let's also point out, like Lampfield just did.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
in the last couple of weeks, Jeff has had to miss work to go to the dentist and injured his back. That's not a young man's game.
That's
Jeff.
Hold on. The dentist, everybody should be getting their teeth checked up. But the back, that was a different problem.
I don't know. What did you do to hurt your back? What did you reach for?
You threw your back out like old people do.
Doing what? He sneezed and messed his back up?
Nah, I didn't sneeze and mess my back up.
What'd you do?
I was trying to work out, and I just strained myself.
Yeah, like old
Trying
people.
to work out, doing what?
All right, so I got like this kettlebell, right? It's like 50 pounds. And I tried to just jump to that, and it was like, nah, bro, you got to work your way up.
All right, Jeff, enough. Commander Tequila, you get 10 seconds. Who you mad at? We got a break.
Who am I mad at? Shit. Black. Oh.
All right, bye, Tequila, bye. he no bleep you the Commander Tequila called here and try to act like he was gonna be right.
You can't call back until Monday.
Monday? No, next week, Monday. Week after next Monday.
Matt Money Smith joins us next.
Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell said earlier this week his hope was that J.J. McCarthy would be able to practice Thursday or Friday, but wasn't the case. McCarthy was listed as a non-participant as the Vikings continued to work to prepare for Sunday's game against the Browns in London. So it looks like Carson Wentz remains in line to start that game. And there is some positive news on the injury front for the Buccaneers. Via multiple reporters on the scene, quarterback Baker Mayfield was one of several players who returned to the practice field today after missing Wednesday's session. Mayfield is dealing with a knee and right bicep injury, but full participant at practice for him. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All righty.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, fired up to get on the Rude Guest Hotline, go out to California, Hollywood, talk to Matt Money Smith. You can hear him every day from 3 to 7 on Petrus and Money, and you can hear him calling the play-by-play for the Chargers. Matt, thanks for making some time for us, dude. How you doing?
I'm great, JT. Thanks for having me. Thanks for bringing me on with some Bowie. That's pretty sweet. Good to be here. Looking forward to this game on Sunday.
Yeah, man. It's you got two teams coming off bad losses. Tell us what we need to know about the Chargers' loss to the Giants. Just, I mean, honestly, how surprised were you the way that went down?
Very. Yeah, not going to lie. Very surprised. Just because, you know, this is not a team that plays sloppy football. If there's one thing they do, it's they're buttoned up. You know, last year with the arrival of Coach Harbaugh, you saw those penalties, top 5 in the league at fewest penalties. You saw the points with Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator, 17.6 per game, best in the league. Their defense rarely got beat. You know, they got kind of spanked. They got spanked by Tampa. But outside of that, they were pretty much the dominant side of the ball on the field and why the Chargers won 11 games. And in this one, it was just weird. You know, they had 6 penalties. A couple of them were really bad penalties. They didn't tackle very well, and this is a really good tackling team. They allowed the Giants to convert third down again, 11 rushing first downs. Like, it was just kind of crazy. So that was not ideal. And then the other thing, obviously, is, you know, you only get, I think, 10 snaps out of Joe Alt. And once he left, you just kind of knew, oh, boy, with that front, this could be a real problem.
How big of a loss was that for him? And is he? They said they haven't ruled him out the game. He may possibly play, it may not. But how good does it look for him to play or not?
Yeah, Brian, he ain't going to play. It's, you know, I think that's just Joe Alt. I mean, the rumor was that he was trying to get back into this game, the Giants game, and they were like, come on, man. That's just Joe. I mean, that's what makes him special, and will make him special. And one of the great offensive linemen by the time his career is done, which obviously is a long ways from now. But, you know, it's a high ankle. I'm just happy that it's not a knee as well. I think there was some concern initially that he might have twisted a little something up top as opposed to just kind of getting rolled up on. So I don't know how they're going to do it. You know, losing Slater in training camp was a huge blow, but they were able to absorb it because not very many teams have 2 all-pro tackles like the Chargers do. Now that you lose both of your all-pro tackles, you can't really run away from one side, help one side. It's going to be a tough go. Good news that Will Dissly was back out there. He's one of the better blocking tight ends in the league. Tucker Fisk also a pretty darn good blocking tight end, so I think you'll see a lot of 12, a lot of 22 with Scott Matlock at fullback. And, you know, they got to run the ball. They ran the ball 12 times with Amari and Hampton, and yet the guy had 130 yards from scrimmage. So I think they've got to figure out how to run the ball and take some pressure off Herbert because, man, he's getting beat up back there these last couple of weeks.
Man, let me ask you this. Like, I've been wondering this even when I played ball. Why are high ankle sprains so much more serious than any other ankle sprain?
Yeah, I think that's just a weird name. You know, I think, look, a sprain is, I think, by no means am I a doctor, but, you know, a sprain is a tear, right? That's what a sprain is. It's just, what's the grade? How bad is the tear? So I think when they say hi, it's just it typically is because that's what Herbert had last year in Carolina, and he ended up playing on it all year, which was crazy. And I think that's why all the people that were trying to take shots at Herbert for his performance last year, it's like, yeah, man, the guy got a high ankle sprain in week 2 and played through it the entire season, which just speaks to what a psycho he is. And so I think for Joe, and look, it's his inside ankle as well. If he's playing left, it's his right ankle, so that's where he's going to have to get most of his load. So I think it's one of those where it's probably pain tolerance. At the same time, it's also you don't want it to be long term and make sure he's right, because this is a team that thinks they're going to be playing in January, in the tournament.
Talking with Matt Smith here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Matt at Matt Money Smith. You can check him out this weekend calling the Chargers-Commanders game. Herbert, through 4 games, was incredible the first 2 games, right? Completed more than 70% of his passes, 5 touchdowns, no picks. Last couple weeks, the yardage is down, the completion percentage is way down, thrown a couple picks, had 2 picks last week against the Giants. You mentioned all the pressure he's been facing. What's up with Herbert? What does the rebuilt O-line look like this week?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, JT, it's not a Herbert issue, and by no means am I trying to, cape for Justin Herbert here. I'm just saying, that game against the Broncos, it was a 54% pressure rate and 14 quarterback hits. Against the Giants, man, they were just in his lap by the time the ball was even hitting his hands. So it's to your second point, what does that offensive line look like against a pretty darn, they've been dealt this hand where, they got good defensive fronts, man, and Washington is no let up with, Daron Payne and kind of what their endurance and Armstrong, like what they're dealing with is not ideal. So it's going to have to be, I think, a shift in scheme, maybe a shift in offensive philosophy where those first 2 games, he was protected. He had time, and when he had time, man, he can carve you up. Because he's just got that strong arm. He's incredibly intelligent, so he processes quickly. And this year he's finally got weapons, multiple weapons. And Ladd, Keenan, and Q, the way Q is developed now in this 3rd year to turn into a legitimate, bona fide, number 1 receiver. So when he doesn't have time, they're not. I think it's going to be you got to get man beaters, right? Like, you've got to figure out how to get Keenan the ball quickly because he is so good off the line of scrimmage. Same with Ladd. So I think that's probably what we're looking at in the passing game. And again, I'm going to just keep hitting this drum, man. Amari Hampton's a good back. He's a really good back, and you've got to figure out a way how to give him more than 12 carries when he's averaging over 5 per and rips off a 54-yard touchdown run.
How has it been with Harbaugh? I play with his brother, and his brother will play for his brother, and his brother is intense as hell. But Jim is a little out there, so how has that been dealing with him?
Yeah, for me, it's been great. We get along well. He's great to the media team, inside the building, to the digital team, to us, the radio broadcast. But yeah, man, he's an odd dude, and I think that's. But Brian, like this, right? What do you always hear about coaches? And JT, I'm sure you know as well. Like, hey, just be yourself. Like, as long as you're you, and you make sure that you're you, then you're good. Like, our last coach, I really got along great with Brandon Staley, but I never felt like he was like, I don't know if this guy is who he's like presenting to me right now. I just never got that vibe. Mm-hmm. Whereas, Harbaugh, like, he found out I was a surfer and he just like dug in on stingrays with me for like 10 minutes. Like, talk to me about stingrays.
Awesome.
Because his kid's football team is named the Stingrays. Like, that's just who he is, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that authenticity, and I said this, I said, look, I do believe that coaches have their players' best interests in mind, but I really believe it with Harbaugh. Like, I genuinely believe that he really cares about getting, because I saw it with Puna getting $10 million a year and Christian Fulton getting that. Like, he wasn't like, oh man, I can't believe we lost him. He's like, man, how great is that? This guy came here on a 1 year, $1.5 million deal, and he just took care of his family for the rest of his life, man. Like, and I believe that from him, and I think the players believe that, and that's why you see, especially on defense, these guys lay out, man. They rally and tackle. They are physical, and they'll lay down for him, man. It's fun to watch.
Dude, it's interesting. 2 things there. I made a point. Now, you obviously have a much closer relationship. You're the play-by-play guy for the team. But just for me, as somebody that's at the combine and owners meetings, I sat in on a number of Brandon Staley availabilities at various times in his tenure with the Chargers. And every time it felt like I was hearing from like a consultant that was just like using like the catchiest buzzwords to discuss football. It really felt inauthentic a lot, which is just backing up your assertion. But you mentioned the Chargers defense there, and they are nasty. They haven't given up more than 21 yet this year. Second-ranked defense in the NFL. What are the Chargers doing so well defensively, and what, if anything, that Washington does offensively do you think could present a problem?
Well, I think they do something offensively that presents a big problem, and that's the quarterback run. That has been really the only issue for them this year. They've shut down the running game for running backs. Scadaboo definitely got him a little bit last week, but they were able to bottle him up and at least limit the explosives. But it's the quarterback, and it happened against Mahomes. He was the leading rusher in that Week 1 game in Brazil for almost 70 yards. Even Geno got a couple scrambles against him. Bo Nix got after him a little bit in Week 3, and then, you saw what Jackson Dart was able to do. Even though he couldn't really throw the football, he was still able to gash him by running the football. So that's something they got to figure out. And I think, they lost one of the great edge setters when Khalil Mack got hurt. And I think they're still, and Thule does a heck of a job at it. So does Bud Dupree. That's the thing is, and Brian, I think you know this because you played for John. I think it's very similar to Baltimore. Is you're not, like, they don't have these fly off the edge, sack master edge rushers. They want big bodies that can just kind of contain, set the edge, let the rest of the defense make their plays. Deion Henley at linebacker, Derwin James all over the field. And so I think when Khalil went down, they're trying to figure that out. The interior of the line is really good. It's not a lot of names that you'd recognize. It's one-year deals for Deshaun Hand from Miami and Naquan Jones from Arizona, but they're playing great. They drafted, this kid, Jamari Caldwell, in the 3rd round, who's playing exceptional. I mean, he reminds me of Puna, how well he's played through the first 4 games of his career. And I think Tier Tart is going to he's going to end up with like a Puna deal after this year. I don't know how many interior linemen have a better get-off than Tart does. And in his full-time role, he's really shined. So that I think is sort of the straw that stirs the drink, that interior line. And I think the one issue they may have is trying to replace Khalil and trying to make sure that Jaden Daniels does not beat him with his legs, which, is a hell of a task to drop on a defense.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you wonder if it looks a little different with Jaden coming back from this injury. You know what I mean? That's the one kind of question I would have. Dude, do you have a feel for this game? I don't know that you do predictions or anything, but, like, do you see this shaking out one way or the other?
No, I don't. A lot of times I don't. It's hard for me to get a feel, man. I always feel like the defense is going to keep them in a game. The offensive line, is going to be a serious concern. So the Chargers play close games. It's just what they do, man. There are very few games where they blow out their opponent or their opponent blows them out. So, it's one of the great things, and I don't know how you guys feel about me bringing up a kicker, but it's one of the great things about having Cam Dicker as the most accurate kicker now in NFL history, after he secured his 100th attempt, is he's become a huge part of their success and the ability to bang these things through. I think he's only missed one field goal at SoFi in his career. So, I think that's the kind of game it could be, where points are at a premium, defenses are playing really well, and it comes down to not, last week against the Giants, not having 14 penalties for 107 yards, not turning the ball over twice, and giving your defense the task of trying to stop a 1st and goal from the 2 and then from the 5 on separate possessions. So, no turnovers, clean game. Make sure your kicker makes his kicks. I think this is a 1-score game, no question about it. And whoever executes better is going to win. But I think it's crazy to predict one of these two teams as, I could see them winning. I could totally see it going either way.
Hey, man, we really appreciate you making time. I know it's a busy week. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it, guys. Anytime. Happy to be here.
All right, bro. Take
Thanks,
care.
dude. That is Money Matt Smith. Give him
Money.
a follow at Matt Money Smith. Listen to him in L.A. in the afternoons, Petros and Money. He'll be calling the game for the Chargers radio network, play-by-play guy. A lot of great info there. What a challenge this is, B. The Chargers' biggest weakness is the quarterback running the ball. Washington has an elite running quarterback, but he's coming off the injury. You want to play it smart. That's a tricky situation. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the kickoff. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIN, for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last TD pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Football Talk on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Landfill, I have a question for you. What has prompted the David Bowie hour in the last hour here?
Well, I was looking for Life on Mars because we were talking about Mars, but then Matt Money Smith said he liked David Bowie, so I figured I'd just play another one.
I, too, like David Bowie.
Yeah, but I don't really care.
What you like?
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate your honesty.
I love it. I love it, Landfill. Talk that trash to me, I'm going to whoop that ass and get in there tomorrow.
Whoop that ass. Whoop that trick. Get him.
How great was it when Jeff told us he got bullied by 15-year-olds?
We should circle back to that.
Yeah.
Jeff, are you okay? This is a safe space.
Yeah, I'm good. It's just they was real. Yeah, you got kids, don't you? I'm like, no.
Yeah, but you still unk.
Then they
start.
start.
Yo, you
listen. I'm not.
You are
I'm
son.
big.
You
bro,
are in
I'm
unk
big bro
stage.
or big cuz.
No, you unk.
No,
you got,
no,
you have nephews and nieces. You unk.
Yeah, but
you can't be hiding from what you want.
I'm big cuz, big bruh. I'm not unk.
You big unk.
Unk is when you get into like that 38 on up age. That's
Bruh,
unk.
to them 15-year-old kids, you about 38.
Yeah,
you lost your hair when you was 12.
Yeah, it doesn't help that you're bald, Jeff.
25.
Jeff, being bald doesn't help. What do you think
What you
kids
mean?
would call White Brian? Well, is he unk?
They might call him Grandpa.
I don't know how kids would react to White Brian.
Well, White Brian hairline kind of receding. I keep telling them to go bald. They definitely.
Hey, he got that comb over though, Jeff. He got that comb over working.
I keep telling
They
them
don't have that
join
comb
the
over. We
gang.
got that comb front.
Come join the gang. You gotta be bald and bold.
Come on home, White Brian. All right, let's make some bets.
Oh boy. Heard to hear fuss. Gather round, gather round.
All righty, folks. A lot of people asking if there is a Commanders meeting this weekend. B, you're going to the rally Saturday night, right?
Yep.
So I think there's an official rally.
It's the official rally at Tom's Watch Bar on Figueroa.
I think there's something Friday night at this cool bar in Manhattan Beach also. I'm going to try to go to that. If it's the same bar I'm thinking of, it's pretty dope. I'll have more info tomorrow. I'm heading to Cali tonight. White Brian, how we looking, buddy?
Looks like B-Mitch is going to win the week. He did lose yesterday, but he's 4-1.
What am I? 3-1? 2-1?
1-1.
No, it's Thursday, dude. We've made 3 bets.
1-2. No, 2-1. You're 2-1.
2-1.
I don't know that we could trust this dude. I think the meth is getting to him.
I don't know, man. Hey, that guy said once you have a concussion, shouldn't do nothing for 45 days. He's still within that 45-day range, man.
Do we think
he hit his head on the bottom of the ocean floor?
White Brian is definitely in the protocol. That much we know. All right, Jeff and Landfill, how you feeling about the Yanks tonight?
I love it, baby.
How disappointed will you be if they go out in this round?
I'll be sad. Very, very sad.
Okay. All right, make some bets, dudes.
I'm taking a Puka touchdown and a Kieran Williams touchdown.
That's what I was going with. Karen Williams touchdown.
Dub B
Puka.
or B?
I got a Puka touchdown and Chicago Cubs.
Dub B?
Devontae Adams touchdown.
I like that. I have him in one of my many terrible fantasy teams. I'm going to L.A. I'm betting on L.A. I'm going to lay the points. It's a giant spread. I'm going to lay the 8.5, B. Bang! Pick winners.
All right, dog. Gotcha.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program.
Leave that Ovi jersey here, okay?
I brought nothing red.
Don't wear that.
I brought nothing
Just
red.
saying.
I also don't think I'll be in that same neighborhood, but I brought nothing red. Although I am wearing blue. That might be just as
you
bad.
might want to just go with black or white. That's more looking like a purple. You might get caught in the purple, too.
Thank
got
you
a purple crew out there too now.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program. Thank you to David Aldridge for joining us. Thank you to Ian Hartitz for joining us. Thank you to Money Matt Smith for joining us. Fun show today. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I know the boys are fired up. Baseball all day, football all night. It's a good day. Going to be a good weekend. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The 49ers will take on the Rams in an NFC West divisional battle Thursday night in prime time. But the 49ers just can't catch a break. Quarterback Brock Purdy suffered a setback from a lingering turf toe injury. He has been ruled out for the matchup. Mac Jones is getting the start again, missing 2 wide receivers, though, in Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall. It doesn't appear that the Rams will have Rob Havenstein or Tyler Higbee for the matchup. Neither of them practiced on Wednesday, but outside of that, their roster, good to go. Also happening tonight, 3 win-or-go-home wild card matchups over in baseball. The Tigers against the Guardians, the Cubs host the Padres, and Yankees-Red Sox. Only the Dodgers were able to close out their wild card series in 2 games, so they will advance to the NLDS to face the Phillies. This is the 13th consecutive season that the Dodgers will play in the NLDS. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. We are in the Navy Yard in our Half Street Studios downtown in D.C. And we are taking you all the way up to 6:30 tonight and pregame ahead of preseason Capitals hockey. Danny, top of the afternoon to you.
What do you say, my dude? I've already lived a couple days today. It's a weekday in the fall. I get it's a religious holiday, but the boy's not in school. So, man, it's tough. That's tough. I'd love it if it were different. I just love that school to be open and those boys could just go to that school and we'd see them tonight.
Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. We'll try again.
We'll try again tomorrow to get the kids back in school. 4 o'clock, we're giving away tickets to the Caps season opener a week from today. They're taking on the Boston Bruins, both tonight at home and for that opener. So in 7 days, when they kick off a brand new season, you can be there. They're giving away schedule magnets. We've got those tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz in 2 hours at 4 o'clock right here on The Fan. We should let people know as well. I've had a couple people hit me up today and ask, where are we going to be for our Friday field trip series? And we are actually going to make one of our lone stops all football season long in the nation's capital.
In the district, baby.
We will be in D.C. from Public Bar Live over on 18th Street Northwest. So Public Bar on Friday. D.C., here's your shot. Let's do this thing. Virginia shows up. Maryland shows up. Frankly, we don't do a whole lot in the city. And there's a reason for that. Parking's hard sometimes. Getting people out there can be difficult. But we have done plenty of events at Public Bar over the years. Danny and I both love being there. It's an awesome venue. Great TV situation, giant big screen. Food is really, really good. It's in a cool little area. And it's always gone very well. We even did a weird event there one time you may have forgotten.
Oh, I remember.
With a porn star named Mia Khalifa.
So there we go.
That was a thing that happened. It was me and Danny.
Okay, so far that makes sense.
And Mia Khalifa.
That's where it...
You know who wasn't that happy about that event? Allison Paulson. It was not her favorite event.
What did you think was going to happen? That you guys were going to hit it off?
No. It wasn't as much that. It was more the, why are you doing anything with a porn star?
Oh, I see.
Like, is that what we're doing now? Is that what we got into this for?
My wife laughed at me. Or just knowing how awkward I would be about it. Speaking of that, by the way, 15th anniversary today for your pal. 15 years married.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 15th anniversary.
I was like, what do you... I was thinking we haven't
not of my date with a porn star or anything. No, just my wife and I.
Congratulations.
15 years, man.
Is today the day?
10-2-10, bro.
How are you guys celebrating?
She actually knows now, so I've got her the gift. We are going to go back to the site of our marriage. We got married in New York at 632 on Hudson, which was the house that the first cast of The Real World lived in. And they turned into this beautiful event venue, so we're going to go stay at a hotel close by, kind of rewalk and do some of our things that we did 15 years ago today.
That is awesome.
Yeah, man.
That's a long time.
15 years, bro.
Congratulations.
A few things have changed. Teams got real good, won a couple titles, and then got real bad. Dan Snyder doesn't own the football team anymore.
3 kids later?
Three.
Making moves. Man.
Yeah.
Is October the best sports month?
Oh, me.
Danny?
Yes.
Somebody tweeted this out. I wish I remembered or jotted down who it was so I could give them credit. But they basically pointed out it is the only month where you are guaranteed the NFL, Major League Baseball, the NBA, and the NHL. There are some other crossover months where possibly your teams will play depending on postseason and how long things go or whatnot. But you get, if you're a 4-sport city, you get Wizards, Caps, Major League Baseball playoffs, and the Commanders all at once. And if everybody's good, now we're talking about just heaven on earth. Nats playing a division series game one night, Wizards opening the next, Caps playing the Penguins the day after that, Commanders on Sunday. I think this is as good as it gets because I'd throw in weather. I'd throw in the fact that today I went to a pumpkin patch with the kids and bought them some apple cider donuts, and I loaded up the back of the truck with wood for fires in my Solo stove. Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
October. If October was a football team, it'd be 15-2 at the end of the year.
Every year, too, by the way.
And Josh
they have
Allen
the best
would be its
quarterback. They have a genius for a GM.
Who would be October's best defensive player?
Is it like a Swiss Army knife kind of guy that has 10 sacks but also like 7 picks? You know what I mean? Just somebody that like just a new prototype of rush linebacker that also covers great.
Derwin James.
Just something so spectacular. Like he would have the pass rush acumen of TJ Watt, but then cover like Kyle Hamilton. TJ Hamilton's his name.
I did that today, Danny. We picked out a couple pumpkins. The kids ran around and played on a little playground over in Burke at whatever pumpkin patch we were at. We scooped up some apple cider donuts. We filled up the car with wood. That's living.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
This is as good as it gets.
So I think October is the easy 1 seed. It's hard to find the number 2 sports month. To me, my nominee would probably be March, simply because it's stretch run for the other major sports. The NFL's done, so there's nothing, it can't compete there. But you get college basketball tournament,
Spring training baseball,
which is the best. End of March is the start of the regular season. Opening day is always like March 30th, somewhere in there.
Nowish, yeah.
Yeah, stretch run of NBA postseason coming up, NHL playoffs run, kind of stretch run. So that's, to me, probably the next best, but it's a distant second. I mean, a distant second. October's perfect. Finality, full swing now of the NFL season. It's no more of their like preseason type stuff where I'm not sure what's real, what's not. You got a pretty good feel. These matchups are so good. You've got your fantasy teams, your rosters, your betting, your DFS all set up. It's perfect. As I said, playoff baseball, the kickoff of a couple other seasons. It's perfect, dude.
Today was the first day where I look at the weather and it's a little chilly, a little nippy.
There's a 5 is the first digit, man. There's a 5.
I got a hoodie on today for the first time in the fall. We're getting there. All right, let's go quarter-way mark of the Commanders season to kick off the show with superlatives, okay? This is not your high school yearbook, but we're going to give out some superlatives anyway. We've got Darius to dial some of these up for us, and then we'll give our answers. We are unofficially at the quarter mark. Now, remember, everything's been ruined because it's an odd number of games. There's no such thing as actually having played a quarter of the season. We'd have to stop the game sometime in the first quarter or something this weekend so that we could do this segment for the real quarter poll. I don't think Washington would allow us to do that. The Commanders would be like, no, we're just
Why are you guys
keep playing the Chargers if that's cool.
That makes sense.
But this is the best we could do. So, roughly, the 25% mile marker here, just like you used to get your first batch of grades coming home, let's hand out some superlatives.
Let's hand out the superlative for best on offense here at the quarter point.
Easy one for me. It's Deebo Samuel. They think so, too. They give him the ball the most. Leads the team in receptions, leads the team in receiving yards, has 7 carries for 46 yards. For the first downs, the touchdowns, working underneath, working middle, even had a down the field kind of a little, you can maybe call that a fade. I'm not sure what it was, but it's far enough away where it's, to me, closer to a go ball. Deebo Samuel has been their best player.
I agree with that. I'm going to zig just a hair. I'm going to go with the guy that would be number 2 on my list, which is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. He's got 2 touchdowns, which from a rushing standpoint leads the way. He's also got 172 rushing yards, which is 65 more than anybody else. He's also caught 3 balls. So if you look at Debo's touches, it's 29 total. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt's actually touched the ball more, believe it or not. 32 touches for him. His combined yards on the season are 187. Debo Samuel is sitting at around 250 and change, the only guy with more on the team. But I'll just give Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt a nod here. 6 yards per carry, been explosive, handled himself well. When he's had the football, good things have happened.
Who is your best on defense?
Didn't do a ton this most recent game, but Dorrance Armstrong still has been their best defensive player. Leads the team with 3 sacks. I know that's not all the end-all be-all, so I'll add the supplemental stuff. Leads the team in tackles for a loss with 5. 19 solo tackles for a defensive end, setting the edge, and oftentimes you're not able to make the tackle. Your job is just to funnel traffic in a different way. 4 quarterback hits. All of those things lead the team. Tackles doesn't, but everything else does. He has been their best player through 4 games.
I'll say Javon Kinlaw then. I think he's probably number 2, but just again, to give a different name, Armstrong statistically has been the guy, your NFL leader going into this past weekend in pressures and in pressure percentage. Armstrong's been splendid, but what did Javon Kinlaw get brought in here to do?
What he's doing, yeah.
Blow up the run game. And in at least the 2 wins, he's magnificent. Only 1 or 2 plays where he was noticeable in Atlanta. I don't know that anybody stood out at all at any point in the Green Bay game. So it's kind of batting 500 here. But when they've been good, he's been great. And I do think the idea of him, what they thought he would be when they paid him the money that a lot of us said was head-scratching and we didn't understand, they've been more right than us so far. This guy looks like an impactful defensive tackle.
The award for biggest surprise goes to...
I'm going to say Chris Rodriguez. When I showed up at training camp, I didn't know if Chris Rodriguez was going to make the football team. Wasn't really sure how this was going to go. But Chris Rodriguez has carried the ball 18 times for 98 yards already. He ripped off a 48-yard run this past week. This has all come in the last 2 games post the Eckler injury, so he's not going away. He's going to be getting 6, 8, 9 carries at times this season. He's going to be rushing for 30, 40 yards. Previous regime's guy has kind of hung around the building. Now he's getting opportunities. The guy that I would say my expectations were most exceeded by so far would be Chris Rodriguez.
Another Chris Paul. I mean, is he going to make the team? He's part of a crunch now because you look, they're moving Brandon Coleman over. We get Allegretti can play multiple spots. Biotish is there. They brought in George Fent. Where does he fit in? How about starting the last couple of weeks and doing a pretty good job? That's a huge surprise to me. Is this his 3rd regime? I can't even remember what regime we're on for him. He's been around, dude. Good for him.
Who's been the biggest disappointment so far this season?
A couple different nominees here for me. There are easy ones for folks, and I'll let you grab one of them. But when I expect you not to perform very well, and you don't, that's not a disappointment. Again, I thought there'd be more from Ben Sinnott. I know he's a blocking tight end, but that's not why we're here. You don't draft the guy in the 2nd round to be a glorified extra lineman. With John Bates out, with no receivers healthy last week, not involved in the passing game at all, other than to occasionally protect, just plays a fraction of the snaps, usually 15 to 20 on offense, and he's a blocker. And that's disappointing to me for a guy that was drafted that high.
Yeah, there's a lot of options. You could go Marshawn Lattimore on defense for sure. They bet big on him. He has had a disappointing start to the year. I think you could go Noah Brown, who played in 2 games and has been hurt in the other 2. But I'll go with another receiver with a similar resume, Terry McLaurin, who has played in 3 games, had his lowest catch total through 3 games of his career, and then has since missed a game, and it looks like is trending toward missing a 2nd consecutive game. After the holdout, after not his fault necessarily, or maybe it is, but I think it was everybody's fault. Nobody's hands were clean. A really distracting month in July and August. One of the few things that kept the team from real harmony coming into the season. It hasn't been overly helpful. I got 17 targets and 10 catches through 5 football games at the end of this weekend from a guy I'm paying $30 million to. So I get that it's an injury. It's not his fault. I'm not blaming him for getting hurt. But if you're asking me what I wanted, what I needed, what I'm getting, biggest disappointment, I got to look at some of the higher paid guys on the team, and he's right at the top of that list in terms of AAV at this point.
Who's your most improved from last year to this point of this year?
First guy that comes to mind for me is Luke McCaffrey, in that he scored 2 touchdowns in back-to-back weeks as a wide receiver, something he didn't do at any point last year. Not like he's been a monster or anything. But do you realize he's the number 2 kick returner in the NFL right now?
Yeah, wow.
Do you know who the number 1 kick returner is?
Debo Samuel?
It's his teammate, Debo Samuel. Clearly, Larry Izzo's doing something right. Maybe it's Tom Izzo who's helping him out, the college basketball coach.
It stands to reason.
Michigan State.
Wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
I'm not really sure if he's scheming it up or if it's Larry, but I'll give Larry the credit until I hear otherwise.
Larry or Tom. Yeah.
But number 1 and number 2 in kick returns. So McCaffrey has been dynamite in that regard. Back-to-back games with touchdown catches. He's made the most of his opportunities, and he's shown up. So I like the way he is trending there.
A little cheap for me because I've already named this person, but it's Dorrance Armstrong. I mean, he continued his hot run at the end of the season last year, but into the playoffs. He was a 5-sack guy all of last year. He's on pace to shatter all of those not career totals, but last year's totals in a couple weeks. He's been sensational, and he kind of carried over that hot play from the postseason. It wasn't just a nice couple of weeks. This is maybe who he is from now on, where he is a difference-making, havoc-wreaking defensive end. He's going to blow past his tackles for loss, career totals, blow past his quarterback hit, career totals, has a chance to supersede all the sack numbers that he's had, given the good start that he's been off to. I think he's the answer.
You know who else I would throw into this conversation for most improved, too? This is going to sound weird because he's a former Pro Bowler, is Daron Payne. Payne, for so much of last year,
It makes sense if you know, yeah.
was on a milk carton, and I think he's been very noticeable. His performance has been loud. He has been an obvious positive way more often than not defensively. I think you're just getting a much better brand of football out of him.
And who's been your biggest regression from last year to this year at this point?
This one's not fair, but through a couple games, it's Jaden Daniels. Hasn't been himself, got himself hurt. Whether that's, it's not his fault, obviously, but coming out of the gate, sub 60% completion percentage, not much there in terms of dynamic throwing the football. Yards per attempt are paltry compared to what he's done in the past. Again, that's not going to be the case the rest of the way. He needs a week or two to get his sea legs underneath him. Then he's going to go back to being Superman, but he has not been the guy that we saw last year.
So I'm not going Jaden. Nothing you said is incorrect. It also just feels like something everyone will get upset about.
I know.
I won't wade into those waters. You can if you want to. He's also played like 1 3/4 or whatever it is, healthy football this season. I think there's a very obvious answer here, and it's Mikey Sanders. I don't know what's going on with Mikey Sanders. He's obviously playing a different position, but it's his natural position. It's the one they drafted him to play, that he's really, really good at, theoretically, in the nickel. But last year, the level he played at, I thought, was fringe star in the secondary. Like, this is a guy on the precipice of making a significant leap to being one of the better young DBs in the entire league. This year, through 4 games, he's been somewhere between frustrating to watch and a liability. Now, do I think Mikey Sanders still is going to have a bad season all year? Of course not. This is an excellent player. He's an awesome leader. He's one of my favorite guys on the team. If I'm buying my son today a Commanders jersey, I probably am rolling with a Mikey Sanders still, and I'm feeling good about that purchase because of the man he is, the leader he is, the player he is, what he's going to be long-term in this organization. But we're just talking about 4 games. We're talking about the quarter point of this season, and so far, you look at the numbers, targets against, catches, yards, the plays given up, it just hadn't been as pretty. And so I'll say that he's been the guy that's regressed for me. I don't really know why either. I don't know what's going on. You would think, Danny, when you get back to your natural position, last year was the ask that felt like it was aggressive.
Asking a rookie to do everything?
Hey, bounce out to the boundary. I know you haven't done that a whole lot, but also we don't have anyone on the other side, so make sure occasionally you can help us shut down number 1 receivers. That was the ask. And he went, no problem, I got you. And he put a cape on. This year, they go, get back to the spot where we know you're going to be awesome. And through a month, it's been rough.
And he has been. I mean, that pick has kind of masked some of the deficiencies there, to your point. Great play on that one. Hoping for more of those, and maybe, that's just kind of the world we're in. But yeah, it is. And
by the way, I just chalked that up more to a bad ball than, like, he did his job. He was sitting in zone. He made a leaping catch. That was a terrible pass by Penix.
All of the above,
London was wide open behind him on an in-breaker.
Yeah, often picks are. I mean, honestly, but so you took advantage. But yeah, to your point, it's like, well, he's got to pick. Dude, he down in, down out, he's not been himself. I'm a long way of agreeing with you. I think it's an epidemic in their secondary. I don't know who, what, where, when, and why. I don't know. Again, I don't know how much is coaching. I don't know how much is thinking these guys are players that they're not. But it looks like everybody's kind of caught the disease, and he seems to have it. If I had a better explanation, I'd give it. But his regression makes no sense to me. Lattimore's does, because I don't think he can play anymore. But Sanders still, I got a pretty good sample last year. I don't know what happened.
I don't like breaking out the red pen and sending home report cards. As a teacher, It's not my favorite thing. No. I like sending that report card home with Luke McCaffrey.
Give me a smiley face.
His dad's going to take him out to dinner. And I remember my brother one year for getting good grades got Timberland boots. Everyone was getting Tims.
Oh, that's amazing.
And that's all he wanted was like Tims. And my dad's like, if you get B's or better. And my older brothers, were not particularly fond of, how will I say this, applying themselves in school.
Schoolwork, yeah.
Getting good grades was not one of the things that they did. So that time he did, and he went and got his Timberland boots. So Luke McCaffrey gets Timberlands. That's good.
Nice. He can go eat some chocolate lava cake in his Timmy's.
He has earned that right. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are closing in now, just 3 days away from game number 5 for the Commanders. What do we feel best about and worst about as it pertains to Sunday's matchup? And at 2:45 today, everybody's upset at a TV analyst. Should they be, though? Did he really do anything wrong? That's all this hour on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. It's week 5 of the NFL season. We'll get underway tonight, Thursday Night Football, 49ers and Rams. Both teams are 3-1, but the Niners are banged up. They're going to be without their quarterback, Brock Purdy, tonight. Mac Jones making his third start of the season. They'll also be without wide receivers Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings. For the Rams, doubtful statuses for offensive tackle Rob Havenstein and tight end Tyler Higbee. 49ers and Rams tonight at 8:15. For the Commanders, getting set to take on the Chargers. Jaden was back out on the practice field yesterday, fully participated in practice with a knee brace on. Updates for today, Terry McLaurin, Jonathan Jones, and Noah Brown were working on a side field with their head athletic trainer. Baseball, Tigers and Guardians, Game 3 coming up in about half an hour. That'll be at 3 o'clock. Padres and Cubs, Game 3 will be at 5 o'clock today. And Red Sox and Yankees, the nightcap, Game 3 of that series at 8 o'clock. The Dodgers beat the Reds last night to advance 2-0 in the wild card. They'll now face the Phillies in the NLDS Game 1 on Saturday. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on this Thursday. Welcome back. You're locked into The Fan. We are broadcasting live all over the DMV on 106.7. We're also live a little earlier than normal today in Richmond.
Don't be alarmed, Richmond.
AM 910, FM 105.1. You are with us for the duration. Just sit back, put your feet up, and enjoy.
My feet is up.
Odyssey app, wherever you go, coast to coast. Take us with you. Pause, rewind the show. Chapters available to you. And, of course, you can watch us in very high definition if you want to see the cleaned up beard today. 106.7 The Fan YouTube page is where you do just that. Danny, Chargers on Sunday. What do we feel best about and worst about? We do this every week going into the matchup. So some numbers here on LA before we really get started. The Chargers on offense are ranked right now this moment number 9 in the NFL. They are the 10th best rushing team, the 13th best passing team, middle of the pack in terms of interception rate for Justin Herbert, and middle of the pack, believe it or not, in sacks per pass attempt as well. But that's only because he's done an unbelievable job at not turning pressures into sacks.
Yeah.
I went back and rewatched every one of his throws last night. He is under duress almost every single
And it feels instantaneous.
snap. It's
Yeah.
crazy how much pressure he's been under. We talked about it. 50 pressures the last 2 weeks for him. Now, the story for the Chargers is their defense, which is going to get their coordinator, second-year Jesse Minter, a head coaching job this offseason. They're number 4 on defense overall in yards per play. They're number 19 against the run. They're number 2 against the pass. And they are 6th at getting to the quarterback and getting sacks this year. So when you look at this Chargers team, we're looking for something you feel really good about for Washington, something you feel really bad about. Let's start with the positive. The matchup favors the Commanders because?
Both of my answers, by the way, are going to be on defense. I think Washington is not particularly great up front. I think you're going to have games like last week where they're a non-factor, where quarterbacks are very comfortable. You're going to see that probably more often than not. But when an offensive line is overmatched, see the Raiders, you can take advantage of it. This group can. I think that by maybe the rush 4, maybe there'll be a few more exotic looks in there, make a group that's already struggling to compete, have to communicate and compete. Maybe a blitz here or there. Frankie Louvu and company might get home a time or two. But I do believe they will be able to get some pressure. Now, what they do with it, that remains to be seen. And you need to turn some of those into interceptions and fumbles and tip passes and some things to create a little more than just regular chaos. But I do believe this group will be able to get some pressure.
It's the best thing I think they got going for them this week in playing the Chargers when they're so banged up, missing both of their tackles, is that they're going to generate pass rush. But one of the other things I like is I actually think Washington's strengths defensively, forget the pass rushing element of this, which we've talked about ad nauseum already this week. I think what they do well plays into kind of how the Chargers want to operate a little bit. And here's what I mean by that. The Commanders can stuff the run.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at some of the numbers on Omarion Hampton as a ball carrier, he has been hit at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage at one of the highest rates in the NFL. Surprising for a Jim Harbaugh team, but they have not really been all that great on the interior at blocking things up so far. So I think this is a Kinlaw, Payne, Goldman, Newton game to win the line of scrimmage and to put LA in some bad downs and distances. And that's where now all of a sudden against a really banged up and just porous, bad offensive front based on what we've seen. That's where I think you're going to get your pressures. You're not necessarily going to have to blitz to do it. I think you'll be able to win. The question is, though, Danny, they have struggled, not just this group, this iteration, but I feel like here, organizationally, since I was a kid, with quarterbacks breaking their back with big scrambles and mobility. And don't look now, but Justin Herbert, who's got wheels and is an athlete, he is starting to turn up the heat a little bit on his scrambling.
I mean, he won that Kansas City game with an enormous get out of jail. I can't believe he escaped that scramble for double-digit yards that iced the game for them.
He is scrambling to run on a career high about 6% of dropbacks. Doesn't sound like a lot, but that is 10 times in 170 dropbacks. He's never scrambled at this rate, and it's climbing game by game here. He's turned those 10 scrambles into 95 yards, 4 first downs that break your back, and 3 explosives of 10+, and some really big ones there. In fact, his yards generated while scrambling, EPA-wise, plus 0.74 EPA per carry, is third best in the NFL. Only Baker Mayfield and Josh Allen, as scrambling quarterbacks, have had more success this season. The Commanders have allowed a league-high 8.8 expected yards per carry to opposing scramblers this season. So you got a team, well, they haven't gotten beat by it a lot, but you're facing a Michael Penix who doesn't really move, Russell Wilson who doesn't move. When quarterbacks have chosen to scramble against this team, they have been more efficient doing it than against any other defense in the league, and Herbert is really excelling in that area. That's something I worry about.
So for me, my concern is going to be my concern every time they play a football game until it isn't. At some point, the ball is going to be in the air. You can't get home on 40 dropbacks, right? If the Chargers call 30 pass attempts and, 3 end in, that's probably more than that. Call 35 pass attempts. If 3 end in scrambles, 3 end in some incompletions or hurried throws, where he throws it away, 5 or 6 are regular old incompletions, there are going to be 20 some times where the ball is in the air towards a wide receiver. That guy's going to be open. That guy's going to have separation, and that guy is going to be able to run for days. I am terrified of what happens until it's fixed, and it has not been fixed yet. The last 3 games, teams have been able to throw it on them at will. The ball's going to be in the air at some point. Justin Herbert is splendid. He'll escape. The ball's going to be passed either Quentin Johnson or Ladd McConkey, or maybe it's Hampton out of the backfield, and Washington can't handle it. That's my fear.
The Najee Harris injury is a killer for them in a lot of ways. The veteran, pounding, physical back who would help you with time of possession and do some of the intangible things in the locker room as well. But sneaky early in the season, I think this has actually benefited them in a sense to just give the ball to the better player. Amarion Hampton's a really, really good football player.
Yes, he is.
And they were going to do this timeshare thing like you're seeing in New England where they've got Travion Henderson, but they're still going to make Antonio Gibson and make
Ramondre
Stevenson happen. And Ramondre's like, yeah, I'll take my 9 carries if you're going to give them to me. What would be best for business for that offense is just to get the ball to Henderson in space. And for the Chargers, now they don't really have a choice. You don't get to mess around with the plotting running back. One other thing that I feel good about watching the Chargers, going back and just watching every offensive play the last couple of games. I don't know what's going on with Ladd McConkey. He's in a little bit of a funk. He dropped the initial 3rd down. Go back and watch that play. He's like wide open on a 3rd and 7 or something against the Giants. He's at the sticks. Just a complete drop. He's been out-targeted by both Keenan Allen and Quentin Johnston this season. So he went from last year an 1,100-yard player who was one of the better, more utilized receivers in the league to being their number 3 utilized receiver at the wideout position in this offense right now. His target rate has dropped 7%. His catch rate is down 14% in terms of ball thrown to him. Does he actually haul it in? Some of those are drops. Some of those are that he's better covered. I don't really know what's going on yet, but it has been a very slow start for Ladd McConkey. And like a month ago, when the Chargers are on the schedule right before the kickoff of the NFL season,
that's the guy you circle.
I'm like, oh, damn, Ladd McConkey's going to go 9 for 117 against him. Right now, I'm worried about Keenan Allen, who's like a plus-size tight end, basically, running around. And I'm worried about Quentin Johnston down the field vertically, who's having this monster breakout season. Now, I say that, and I'm sure McConkey in the slot will end up working him. And, the matchup with Sanders still is favorable for him based on how Mikey's played. But just right now coming in, I'm telling you, Ladd McConkey is not playing like you think he should.
No, and listen, it's if the production has gone elsewhere to a degree, right? You already mentioned it, but Keenan Allen back has been a boon for them. He's one of those kind of short, intermediate stuff, just winning with physicality and unbelievable route running and technique. 24 catches, 231 yards. You can do some easy math there. That's sub 10 yards a pop. The difference has been Quentin Johnson to me. is that they're throwing it downfield. Like that's where the eyeballs are. And you would expect that Jim Harbaugh offense to do that as much. It's ground and pound. It's, Rex Ryan, Litzy to bleep and snack from a handful of years ago. I can't wait to give it to Najee Harris 20 times. And they've kind of morphed into this new thing where they are slinging it down the football field, which is not as much McConkey's territory. But I'm surprised, too, that he's not been anywhere near as effective. I know fantasy owners were furious, taking him kind of borderline end of round one in deeper leagues and PPRs and kind of, middle of round two, certainly. 16 catches for $174 is way more pedestrian than people thought.
I like how they're using Quentin Johnston. They've unearthed him a little bit. Greg Roman deserves a lot of credit. He got beat up in Baltimore, understandably at times. But this does not even look like a Greg Roman offense.
It doesn't at all.
Like, you're like, wait, that's the play caller? That's the OC of this team? This suddenly 2025 proof pass-first Chargers team? But yeah, it's Greg Roman. He moves Johnston all over the place. You talked about this, but he lines in the slot now 15.5% of the time, which is a career high for him. He's caught 10 of 15 balls for $147 and 3 touchdowns against man. So when they get him one-on-one on the outside, he's won on some double moves, and he's a scary guy. Now, I think it's a pretty good matchup for Lattimore because he's not a shifty guy. He's not one of these explosive dudes necessarily. He's like a SUV, basically. Like, when he gets going, he can run by you, but he's not overly twitchy. He's more of a physical wide receiver, which theoretically is what Hansie Marshawn Lattimore should be able to defend, but that's what Drake London is as well. I wanted to play this clip really quickly. This is from Take Command. Logan Paulson and myself host that Commanders podcast a couple times a week. We were looking ahead to this matchup, and when Logan studied the tape on the Chargers defense, which is really, really good, he saw some air that they allow for quarterbacks to exploit as runners. And he actually thinks Cliff should bake a lot of quarterback runs into this game, designed runs. Now, if Jaden is going to play, and it almost certainly looks like he will, it would take a major setback for that not to happen, there's a chance he's playing with a knee brace. So if that's happening, can he be himself? Can you slide? Can you get down? Sometimes the knee brace makes that quirky and weird for quarterbacks. I'm not really sure what that'll look like, but I know that Logan thinks that is one of the ways that you can actually beat a defense that has been really, really good.
I went back and watched all the explosive runs given up by the Chargers. And they're number 5 in terms of explosive runs given up, or number 2. So they do give up a lot of explosive runs. And I'd say over 60% of them were on scrambles. So Patrick Mahomes had a bunch, Geno Smith had a bunch, Bo Nix had a bunch, and so did Jackson Dart. So if Jaden Daniels is back, his superpower, in my opinion, is dissecting zone. And this team does play a lot of zone and running when there's open rush lanes. And I think one of the things about Jesse Minter and this defense is they want to bring pressure, but on third down specifically, they want to bring a lot of simulated pressure. And so in that simulated pressure with the 4-man rush, if you pick it up, there's huge running lanes for the quarterback. And you've seen that over the first couple of weeks of the season. So I think this is a great opportunity to kind of get back some of those offensive efficiency numbers, especially if Jaden Daniels is at 100% and playing the way we saw him play the majority of last year.
That's Logan Paulson from Take Command. Don't listen during 2 to 6:30, but otherwise, go check out
other times are fine.
That Commanders podcast. Next, Danny, this has been chapping you a little bit.
Yes.
You brought this up, something you wanted to talk about today. One of the very popular Major League Baseball analysts out there calling a playoff game yesterday got in some hot water with the internet, and you never want to get the internet upset for something that he said. But did he actually do anything wrong? That's the question on The Fan. It's a Thursday on Grant and Danny live on The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30. Remember, we're giving away tickets to the Caps home opener a week from yesterday, Wednesday night. They're taking on the Boston Bruins, October 8th. So if you want those tickets, if you want to be in the barn as they open their season, it'll be electric at Capital One Arena. You better be listening at 4 o'clock right here on The Fan. So speaking of hockey, the Major League Baseball playoffs are on ESPN, and ESPN has the NHL rights. As is very common practice during a telecast, coming out of a break, ESPN was promoting their content and had brought up that NHL opening night is looming. This broadcast team on ESPN is actually the Orioles broadcast crew, Kevin Brown and Ben McDonald in the booth together. ESPN has them both as freelancers. Ben McDonald does a lot of college baseball for them, went to LSU and is huge on the SEC currently.
Yep.
And then Kevin Brown is one of their down the totem pole kind of play-by-play guys for all of their baseball content. He's fantastic. Well, you hear the exchange here, and Ben McDonald ultimately take a pot shot at the NHL, saying he's not going to watch any of the games on ESPN. And you would have thought that he went around kicking everybody's dog that's on Twitter. He took a lot of heat for this. But I want you to hear the audio, and then we'll get into the conversation.
And the Blackhawks return to the ice next Tuesday, NHL opening night against the defending champion Florida Panthers at 5 Eastern, 4 Central on ESPN. Triple header that night, Penguins, Rangers, Avalanche, Kings. Ben, I know you got an opinion on this. Panthers three-peat this year, what do you think?
If you say so. I mean, good luck to them. Are you asking me if I'm going to be watching?
No, you'll be watching, of course, because you work for ESPN. You'll be watching Friday night.
There is zero chance I'll be watching. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Where will you be?
I will be somewhere, but there's zero chance I'll be watching.
All right, thanks, Ben. We'll be watching. Thanks for the rating.
So that's Kevin Brown, Ben McDonald in the booth. You are way more worked up about this than I am, so I'm going to tag you in before I give my thoughts.
The phenomenon here is there are two ways to look at this. One, if you are a network executive at ESPN, you would go, hey, man, please don't undermine our programming. There's a reason we have you read a promotion. None of you people that are screaming at Ben Johnson about this on the old interwebs, none of the John Bucci of the world who are trying to make fun of his major league career, which is insane, by the way, are doing anything that has anything to do with ESPN network executives saying, hey, don't undermine our programming. So the second part of it is the real part that I want to address. It's the defensive, whiny, spoiled hockey fan that believes in order to be a sports guy, you got to love hockey. Hockey playoffs, there's nothing like it! And everyone and gnashes their teeth and screams in hysteria. I watch the Capitals, man. As soon as the Cap season's done, my hockey season's done. A lot of people like that in their local marketplaces. So the baseball analyst, the baseball lifer that talks about baseball for a living, that played in college and played in the pros, did more than all you guys that are ripping him, by the way. Oh, nice 5 ERA in the major leagues, Ben McDonald. LOL. Nope, not funny at all. He's not interested in the start of the NHL season for two teams he has no connection to during the major league playoffs. The major league playoffs will be happening the same night that whatever two teams are playing. I'll be watching that too, by the way, the Major League playoffs. And if you're not a baseball fan, I'll be just fine. Rip it all you want. There is this chip on your shoulder defensiveness among like the hockey only people that they can anything that says something other than it's the greatest thing there is, and they cannot handle it. And that's what this is, a tantrum. So again, you got an ESPN anchor. I think Boudreaux still works there, right? At the Worldwide League?
Yeah, he's the main hockey guy.
Like making fun of Ben McDonald, and not in like a playful, fun way. Be like, hey, thanks for the vote of confidence, buddy. LOL. Or, well, I'll be on TV. Maybe, we could FaceTime you. Or, hey, why don't we get you to a game? See if we can get you addicted. Went all in and decided to be butthurt about it and join the online parade of people that are ripping Ben McDonald for it. If you're a network executive at ESPN, you have grounds to say, hey, please don't do that. That's not a great action. If you're not, get over it.
Right.
That's what I have.
Which I get. I understand that you are generally annoyed by the hockey fan that like chirps you and you never tweet about hockey because of it.
Yes.
So really this is, I think, kind of like personal and very under your skin in a
It
sense.
100% is that.
But I think as much as the reaction of hockey people to go in on Ben McDonald, John Bucci-Gross, who I love and who's been on the show many times, among them, is ridiculous. Calm down. I think your reaction is way over the top, too. Like, your anger and fervor for this back at hockey fans seems too much to me. Like, I think both are overreacting in a sense, in a way. Him not being interested is not a problem. You're like, he's a baseball guy. Why should he have to care? The baseball playoffs are on. That's not a crime. Nobody cares. On the network, while promoting the event, he takes the shot at the sport, essentially, in these people's minds. And you do have to acknowledge, fair or not, I think it's fair, hockey fans are like the fourth kid. You know, they're already listening to be aggrieved, so to speak, because correctly, accurately, they get the shaft on coverage from their network that has the TV rights, whichever network that is. They're going to cover football more. They're going to cover the NBA more. They're going to cover baseball more. With whatever time they have left, they'll give the NHL. So there is a little bit of like looking for reasons to be annoyed, which I understand. But I guess my lead here, my number one takeaway is no one should be bothered or offended by this. Ben McDonald said something that was kind of funny. It was a laughing moment with a buddy. By the way, Kevin Brown probably regrets setting him up the way he did, but they're very close, and he knows he's not a hockey guy.
Because the initial was like, yeah, good luck to him.
I
Clearly
think
doesn't
he
know
was
anything.
expecting a good luck to him, and something like, yeah, I love that team. Are they going to win again? Way to go. And they'll keep it moving. And then he kind of goes in and says, I won't watch for a second. He's like, sure you will. It's on ESPN, trying to save him a little bit. And then he's like, no. And he doubles down, like, I will not watch for 1 second that night. What are you doing? I don't know, but I won't be watching. So not a big deal. It was a funny moment, largely. But I also totally agree with it was a dumb thing to do, in a sense. Like, it's not like you said it in the fourth inning of a game where they show a guy in a hockey jersey in the crowd, and they're like, oh, look, hockey's almost back. And he's like, I wouldn't know. I don't care about that sport. To me, that's nothing. This is promo graphic is on the screen coming back from break. Opening night, let's get excited. We're going to blow it out at ESPN. And the ESPN guy goes, yeah, not me. Hockey stinks. I could see being bothered by that as a hockey fan. Would I take to Twitter to yell at him or make fun of his ERA? Absolutely not. But in the same way, if we were promoting something on this station, Virginia Tech football or whatever it is, and you just go in on how terrible it is and how you're not going to be listening to it, I bet you CK probably would be like, Danny, what is that?
Right. And that's who should be irritated at that. Like, that's the list. The network that's spent.
So a hockey fan has no right when someone goes out of their way to take a swipe at hockey to be like, I didn't like that very much. That wasn't cool.
I suppose you have the right. The same.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Well, all I'm saying is there should not be the hysterical drama that it is. Like, people are again acting like he's trying to get the sport eliminated or something. Like saying they should ban it. Like he literally.
I just think
like,
people
I'm not
have
into
sent
it.
off some tweets. Now, there have been, again, some polarizing, awfully divisive, like posting his worst game ERAs or whatever. Bucci-Gross's tweet is the only one really I've even seen, to be honest with you. But like, he went 0 to 100, I thought, where it's like, this is a bad look for you, buddy. Calm down. And if that's your point, I totally get that. But I feel like hockey fans get slapped around a good bit, and they're going, why are we catching shrapnel before our opening night when you're just teeing up our game that's going to be on in a few days?
If that was the sentiment, then I'd have a lot more empathy for it. But it's not. I mean, you know how it goes. I mean, it's my similar phenomenon, by the way, to the WNBA, where there were complaints about the manner of interest that the sport was generating. So in other words, like, for the first time, it's crossed over from a small hardcore audience into a bigger one, and then everyone's angry about it. Okay, sorry to bother you. I'll go back to not caring.
Angry
again.
about what you mean?
The kind of attention that the sport was getting.
Got you.
Right? So I said, all right, that's fine. I'm happy to go back to not paying attention again. Whenever there's something like this, where the baseball lifer is talking about the two teams he has no connection to. He's like, yeah, good luck to him, I guess. I don't know. The Major League playoffs are on.
Had he have said that, no one would have batted an eye.
But everyone's, it's beyond batting an eye. It's, terrible take. Hockey's so great. Like, why? Like, why is anyone bothered that the Major League Baseball nerd, The dude that eats, breathes, and sleeps
But
it.
why wouldn't you do that to every promo ever then? I mean, because obviously it doesn't make sense to do.
No, as
every
a-
time on
but
Fox
you're
they
conflating
promote
you're conflating
a
two
TV
things.
show. Well, but you're saying why is anyone bothered? Because it was out of place. It was not the time or place to zing Hockey Night. It wasn't a debate on hockey.
You can go, well, that was weird. That's very different than like the butt hurt screaming and Butchergrass.
I guess I just don't know enough about the butt hurt screaming.
Well, it's
I
the
care way
internet
less about
version
what
of it.
Tom says on Twitter, I guess.
Which is you're right. But again, Butchergrass is the leader. Like I'll pick on him because that's one of the ones I saw. Like he's
I think he
he's
overreacted.
holding the torch, and we can go down the hall to listen to Russell's podcast. Where I'm sure he's screaming about it all day. And another example of the media not doing like ignorance and like yelling at me probably. Oh, I wouldn't know. But that's the point
I
here.
mean, you handed him ammunition. You can't be mad when he fires at you.
Sure, you can. I mean, there's no ammunition. Is my point.
I disagree with that.
Like this is like I keep saying the same thing. The baseball lifer in the middle of the baseball playoffs, not tuning into to something. Like he's probably not watching the F1 race this weekend either. I know the promo was just read. I think you're going, hey, from a broadcasting perspective, that's stupid, which I think everybody agrees with. And so I think you care more about that, the broadcasting part of it, as say, hey, you shouldn't do that. And if I was advising him, I'd say probably don't do that. Your employer,
Absolutely. I guess I also just have more empathy for the hockey fan that's going, the hell was that? I'm just sitting. Ryan's sitting there yesterday, and I forget what you did. But
I
you
shrapneled
said
him.
something, and he just caught shrapnel. Like, if I'm a hockey guy who gets no mention ever by ESPN in any coverage ever, and they bring you up only to knock you back down in the middle of a baseball game, you're like, the heck was that? I don't need to be swatted away by Ben McDonald for no reason. The middle of a promo about my biggest night of the year. I could see why a hockey fan is annoyed by that. That's all. But I don't know enough about it. Sounds like there's like major rioting happening or something in league headquarters.
It's the internet version.
You know, people on the internet stink. So I'll agree with you on that one if they've gone too far with their anger toward Ben McDonald. Joe Witt has gotten some shrapnel on Twitter as well of late. The defensive coordinator of the Commanders spoke today. He made some points about this defense, why they've been bad, how they get better. We're going to go through those next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, Week 5 is finally here. Thursday night football tonight. 49ers and Rams in L.A. Both teams come in 3-1, but the 49ers going to be without some key players, including quarterback Brock Purdy, wide receiver Ricky Pearsall, as well as wide receiver Jawan Jennings. For the Rams, 2 players listed as doubtful, offensive tackle Rob Havenstein and tight end Tyler Higbee. Other injuries around the league, the Jets have placed Braylon Allen on injured reserve and signed running back Khalil Herbert. For the Commanders, Terry McLaurin, Jonathan Jones, and Noah Brown were on the practice field today working on a side field with an athletic trainer. Jaden Daniels was able to get back out on the practice field yesterday. He was a full participant yesterday, wearing a knee brace as the Commanders get set to take on the Chargers on Sunday. Playoff baseball, 3 Game 3s today. Tigers and Guardians just about to get underway. Winner will advance the ALDS. Padres Cubs coming up at 5 o'clock. Red Sox Yankees tonight at 8 o'clock. The Dodgers swept the Reds in the wild card series, advancing to the NLDS where they'll meet the Phillies with Game 1 coming up on Saturday. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We are brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condorian Murad.
They can do a lot for you. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transaction, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
So Joe Witt is your defensive coordinator of the Washington Commanders, and he spoke today to the media. He addresses the media once a week. So a lot of the time what happens is you spend half of the presser looking back, in this case at the Falcons fiasco, and then half of the presser looking forward, in this case to the collision with the Chargers, right? There were a few things that I pulled out of this press conference that I wanted to talk about. The first is apparently Frankie Louvu, who has played 2 straight really good games, was the only player who played well in this game, according to the defensive coordinator. This was a heck of a comment. I mean, to go out of your way to single out a player and to literally say nobody else played at his level means that a lot of guys did not play the way Joe Witt wanted them to play. This was Witt on Louvu, who, after 2 quiet weeks, has been much better the last couple of games.
Frankie played really well. He's the one guy that played well in this game.
Right. As a pass rusher, is there more you can do? Has his rushes not been as many? If so, why? And what can you do more?
His rush has not been as many.
The numbers, according to numbers, I don't know. You would know better.
Yeah, the numbers are there. He's rushed more than any off-the-ball linebacker in the league. So,
is there anything you can do what more can you do to maybe help in that area, or are they doing different things against him in that area?
They're doing different things against him, and that's why Bobby's getting the success that he's getting, and DA's getting some. So they're, like I said, they're focusing more on him, and that's good. You know what I'm saying? His time's going to come. His sacks are going to come when they start putting attention on other players. So, but he was the one guy in that game that ran and hit and played the way that all 11 should have played.
I think that's a really significant quote from a coordinator to say that's the one
How
guy
often do you hear something like that?
played well in this game. Now, maybe if you really sat him down and you're like, hey, here's what you just said, he'd say, well, okay, I thought Kinlaw did some good things.
I'm sure other guys had moments, but he basically said, we had 10 guys, and also Frankie Louvu, who was awesome.
He's at the end of the quote, he circled back. He even doubled down. He said he was the one guy that ran and hit and played. I don't remember how he ended the quote, but something along the lines of how we want to or how we're supposed to.
But he was the one guy in that game that ran and hit and played the way that all 11 should have played.
Ooh. That means everybody else didn't.
Yeah, that's...
If you hear that, that's about as close as we've gotten with this regime to, and I'm not making this a big negative or anything. This is awesome. I love Joe Witt, and I think he's very honest, and I like his candor. But that's the closest we've gotten to a real challenge from a coach at the podium for a group. To say, hey, I got one of you this week that's not in timeout. The rest of you, not even close to good
Here's some
enough.
ice cream for Frankie. Let's see who else gets ice cream. Nobody.
You ever done that with your kids? I have not.
I tried it once.
There's tears. There's a lot that happens, and I think my wife would be upset. But if I was like, all right, Reagan, you get this. Truman, McKinley, Link, nothing. It wouldn't go very well.
No.
So that was the first thing that I thought was really interesting about that cut. The second was, though, and this is probably honestly more important because there's a sustainability to this that isn't about one performance that's days removed. Joe Witt, your defensive coordinator, saying that Frankie Louvu's getting a lot more attention, that teams are doing different things to not allow him to make an impact as a pass rusher. Because that was John Keim in that exchange going back and forth there, where he said, is he rushing less? And he says, no, that's not a thing. He's rushing more than literally any linebacker in football, which, by the way, was the case just about last year, too. So there's no less opportunities. It's not like they're putting him on the edge infrequently. It's not like they're sending him from off the ball at the second level to get downhill toward the quarterback less often. That's not the case. They are doing that, according to Joe Witt. And I would have to double down and look up the numbers, but he's saying they're doing it more than any other off-ball linebacker in the league. So that's not the issue. It's not a quantity thing. It's not a lack of opportunities as a pass rusher. He's saying he's a marked man. Last year, when he was on his way to 10 sacks before the end of the season, and everyone was taking notice that this guy's an unbelievable pass rusher, and by the way, he finished second-team All-Pro, I think some people were surprised because he hadn't played that many snaps in that role to the extent that they did, and he had a career year. So now you come into this season, you turn up the knob on Frankie Luvu rushes, but everyone else is saying he's not going to beat us.
Yeah.
Where's number 4? Okay, we're chipping him. Someone's staying in with him. He's their best pass rusher, and he's given credit to that for Armstrong and some other guys having success. But that was a major moment for me where the alarm sounded a bit where I go, okay, so Les Luvu is because of the design of the offense. So now someone else has to do something so that Luvu can get back to being Luvu. Otherwise, he's just going to be taken out of games a bunch.
And that was kind of what am I looking for here? I always want to know when expectations aren't met. I got this one finger and I want to point at something. I want to point at a coach, or I want to point at a player, or I want to point at a scheme or a design or the general manager. I need that just to how I go about my life. I need to know who to be upset with, right? I don't like having frustration and know where to target it. So Luvu hasn't done much through the first handful of weeks. This past week I thought was his best game. He was more active the week before, but he finally got his sack, and now he's now he's not quite on track to what he was doing last year, but still has done more. I'm kind of going, why? Am I upset with Frankie Luvu? Am I upset with, I'm just making this up, with Dan Quinn because he did club DQ this preseason? Nobody's hitting or nobody's working really hard? Who am I mad at? I need to be mad at somebody. And there was my first explanation. That was a nice little clue in going, actually, Frankie Luvu is still doing Frankie Luvu stuff in general, but other teams have decided, okay, not him. He's the most dangerous guy. He's not going to beat us. Someone else has to, and it hasn't happened consistently yet.
All right, the next Joe Witt cut from his press conference today that I thought was really interesting. He talked about the performance against the Falcons, and this was basically while chopping it up on why it was so bad. And he straight up said he thought a lot of guys were kind of playing for themselves in ways that they weren't early in the year. That early in the season, they were doing the team thing, buying in, doing your job, not putting on your cape and trying to be Superman. And it is Witt's take, this is not mine, that it was kind of a selfish performance where, not purposefully, like guys are hunting numbers, but you're trying to do a little too much, you're trying to get a takeaway, you're getting nosy, you're trying to make a play. And he saw a very, very big difference. The reason I think this is so compelling, you and I said something to this effect on Monday, but we're just dudes watching the game. Sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong, and we never know exactly what's going on behind the scenes. But when the coordinator who's leading the meetings, who's watching the tape and grading everybody out, says this, now we've got the answer. And there definitely felt like moments where guys just weren't doing their job and were trying to do somebody else's. And he called them out for that today.
Well, and that goes back to, like I said, the pre and post snap communication and the no capes. Okay, so I went back and I showed them the first 4 plays of the Giants game. Okay, and you had Kinlaw's tackle, you had Payne coming out on the screen. Then the 4th play was they ran fast motion, and you saw Mikey communicating before the snap. You saw Will on the backside communicating and coming out. So pre-snap communication provides great post-snap play, and we didn't have enough of that here. And it seemed like we were playing more as individuals than as a collective unit in the last game, and so we got to get back to playing like we did communicating like we did. And when we do that, it provides better play for the whole defense.
Oh,
Wow.
man.
How about that?
Yeah.
So he was not mincing words today, I didn't think, with his group. Now, he is generally more candid than Dan Quinn, probably even Kingsbury if I had to pit them against one another in that regard. But I just thought today was telling. You could tell there were some frustrations after watching that Atlanta tape with how guys played. He actually individually, I didn't pull these cuts because one play days later doesn't matter, but he didn't say names, but he actually went through what happened on the big plays. And he's like, we had a guy who, and you go back and I put it on, and I'm like, oh, that's Jeremy Reeves he's talking about.
Uh-huh.
We had a guy do this.
He's trying to punch a fumble out of Bijan Robinson, and the second guy did.
And that's Jeremy Reeves again.
Mhm.
Now Reeves is one of my favorite players on the team. I'm not trying to single him out, nor was Joe Witt necessarily by not saying his name. But his point was, I'll take you through the plays. Here's the little things that happen. And remember, Revo, who's an all-pro special teamer, is in a much bigger role right now, getting to play some safety because you had the injury to Will Harris, you had the injury to Percy Butler, and so you're going down the depth chart. And if communication's a problem, he talked about the Giants game, those first 4 plays, and he said, you saw Harris talking to Quan. Well, he's not even out there anymore. I mean, you can't tell me it's not harder to communicate when a bunch of guys who just have way less time together are talking on the back end. If you're blaming, not Danny Rouillet, but
If one is.
Commanders fan, and I think you're in the club that is as well, so am I. But if you're blaming a lack of time between Jaden and Terry for some of the foibles they've had or the issues they've had getting going on offense for a couple weeks, the 3 games before the injury, it also stands to reason then you've got to give a little bit on when you lose 2 safeties and guys are just plugged in like Tyler Owens and Jeremy Reeves who haven't really played a lot with these corners or coming off the practice squad or Darnell Savage is out there you signed 4 days ago. You've also got to acknowledge then that it's harder for those guys because they have no time together. Both have to be true, right?
Absolutely. And I think of it this way. Also, I've heard that communication thing. Whenever I hear that, I go, oh, God. It means we're on the slippery slope to bad defense town. We didn't communicate that, or we didn't pass off routes. Whatever the terms are that everybody uses, that secondary communication, it is the time-honored thing. Every Washington fan remembers. One guy pointing, Josh Norman pointing, letting you know that you should have covered him, or someone should have done something different. Then the guys go, oh, I thought you were, and I thought I was, and that drives me insane. I don't know. Again, it is to me the hallmark of the bad coach defense when that happens. I don't know if that's the case.
Controllable. That's, I think, why it drives people nuts.
Yeah, if that is the case. Now, who knows if that's the actual explanation? He's just delivering something to us simpletons that we can consume. But when I hear they're not communicating, well, then communicate, please. It's an issue for my 12-year-old son's soccer team. They don't communicate all the time. They're surly, almost teenagers. Understandable. They're 12. I need the pros playing defense to communicate the right things to each other.
So I think the misnomer maybe is, I do think a lot of times, I do this too, I dismiss it as like, he's just saying words to get through the press conference. But I think in this case with defense, if you're not passing things off correctly in the secondary, it probably was a communicational issue. But I don't think, Danny, it means that guys weren't talking. They might not have seen something the same way. That might be what it means. They may not
Totally
have
possible.
Guessed right. I mean, offenses are trying to put you in a bind, right? So, like one particular play that he referenced was that opening 3rd down of the game, and I hate to go through the specifics all these days later. Doesn't really matter, but basically it was a deep ball. I think Drake London, somebody caught a ball in the seam. It was like a 20-plus yard gain on a 3rd and 7. And Reeves comes downhill to play in the area in the zone where Luvu's playing. If he just stays deeper at safety, you've got that covered. Penix has nowhere to throw, and either the pressure gets home or he has to throw a ball into a small window that maybe gets broken up. Instead, it's a wide-open catch-and-run completion. Might have even been Pitts down the field. I don't remember who the opening 3rd down catch went to. But that is a communicational issue. I don't think it's that before the snap, nobody talked to each other. I don't think that's what he's saying. All they have to do is speak. I think it's they guessed wrong or had the wrong thing on, or Reeves thought somebody was doing one thing, and they did another, and he did something else, and it's super complicated. You could call a coverage that's not that complicated, but the route concepts and who's where and where you're going, you got to get on the same page. And sometimes on the road, in a dome, with volume, and there was a lot of it because a lot of people were cheering for the Commanders to get off the field on 3rd down because it was kind of a 50-50 crowd. Let's go to cut 3 here. He thinks that players are listening too much to the noise. We were just talking about Ben McDonald and online, social media. He thinks that his young guys care way too much what people think. I found this pretty intriguing.
In this society and how things are now, and the guys, especially these guys that grew up in different than when we grew up, where they're in the social media and they read everything that everybody writes, it weighs on them. When you're, my age, 47, or when you didn't grow up in that environment, I don't look. So whatever people are saying about me, that's cool. I don't care because I don't see it. But they really look at it and it weighs on them, and so. Then they start to try to overtry. So that's one thing Q and I have talked about. How do we, not just the defense, but these young men in general, how do you keep them, grounded from the standpoint of blocking out the noise, because good or bad is not real, And so, and it's people that don't know the individuals or what's going on in some spots. And so, that's what we got to do is block out the noise and go play well. I've told players before, if you want people to say positive things, play positive. If I want to have people say positive things about me, I need to put a positive product out on the field. So hopefully that answers your question from that standpoint.
I love that, because this was not just a coach basically like, shame on you guys for saying negative things. That was not what he was saying.
Right.
You heard him at the end say, you should be. If we want nice things said about us, we got to play a lot better. If I want people to like me as an offensive coordinator, the defense has to be really good. And he says he's telling players that. So I love that part of it. There was also a great line in there where he said, good or bad, it's not real. I love that.
That is perfect. Because that's true. That's so correct.
That is life advice for all of us.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Twitter's not real. Like, good or bad, it's not real. But it's not something I think about very often, but it's got to be one of the huge challenges of coaching in the league today. Because there's no doubt in my mind that all of these guys are on social media and they're reading their press clippings, positive and negative, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're probably riding a roller coaster that you didn't used to. When the internet didn't exist, you had no idea what people thought about you. You know what I'm
You'd
saying?
find out like 2 days later when the paper came and there was a column
Maybe.
with one quote from one guy.
But there wasn't even a columnist paying that much attention,
Right.
At a certain time. And the world has changed. So I think that that's true. Now, here's where I struggle a little bit. Take me from there to the defense being really bad. Draw that link. And I think what he ends up talking about is they're trying to do a little too much. You hear people are chirping about how you're playing. You want to be the guy to get the pick so everyone shuts up, and now you're out of position or whatever. That's a little bit of a lily pad leap that I can't follow you on. But I do think it's a reality as a coach that you have to deal with, that guys lose confidence or are overconfident or ride this emotional roller coaster based on the media and the fans and some of those things.
Yeah, I bet you Eagles fans tweet sometimes. You know what I mean? They're pretty good. I bet you a Bills fan has had something to say at some point.
Which is what he's saying at the end of that.
Yeah.
They'll be more positive than they should be as soon as you play well in a win. And I think collectively, I'll say the we in town, so everybody that doesn't play on the team, coach for the team, after the Giants game, I remember doing the topic at Pupatella, like, is this a defense that could finish in the top 10 or 15 in the NFL? Where do we think they finished the year? Like, there were very positive signs there.
People were bullish after that one, yeah.
There have been 2 games where they've kicked an offense's butt where you go, this defense might actually be solid. And then there's been 2 where they have been a disaster. And on this show, we try not to ride the roller coaster, but we've basically got a year-plus sample of some major flaws in the secondary, I would say, that don't seem to be getting cleaned up. Last thing here, along the lines of trying too hard to make plays, he talks about hunting turnovers and that having maybe been a problem after 3 games without one. He saw them trying to get 3 or 4 in a game,
Right.
and that's where you play really bad football.
Guys want to make plays, and guys aren't trying to get the turnovers and trying to do this and that, where the turnovers are going to come. Okay, the way that we've played the run, because we played it as a unit, I'm happy with that. Okay, what I'm not happy with are the explosive passes. Right, if we can clean up those explosive passes without getting turnovers, we clean up the explosive passes, we're playing a solid brand of football. Okay, now if we clean up the explosive passes and get the turnovers, now we're playing a dominant style. But right now we're playing a sloppy style because it's stop it on first down, stop it, and here goes an explosive, right? Which just is not good, and we have to clean it up, and we will clean it up. I have full confidence in the staff and the players that it will get handled, and it'll get started this week.
Through 4 games last year, Washington only had 2 takeaways. This year, they've only got 1.
They got less. Yeah, I think that's a correct assessment, by the way. Not just what you said about the numbers, 2-1. It's good math. But I'm talking about Joe Witt. There's a clear desperation to force one. right? So guys are instead of tackling, wrapping up, and the second guy comes in to punch the football away, or you got a chance even in a regular tackle to maybe reach for the ball to try to make it more complicated. It's now we got to get one. We have none at this point. It's like
it's like a guy who hasn't hit a home run all year.
Yeah, squeezing the sawdust out of the bat.
A hockey player. Everybody okay? I'm mentioning hockey. We're fine,
It's
right?
pro hockey, so nobody complain.
Ben McDonald's not going to be angry, I don't think.
They're going to be all right. They're still going to telecast it.
It's like Pierre-Luc Dubois, 22 games in last year, where he hasn't gotten a goal yet.
And every question is, when are you going to score?
And it's like, dude, I should have had 11 by now. I'm snake bitten. But then you start over trying it, and you start grinding the stick down a little bit in your hands. Let's go around the NFC East next. Are the three other teams in the division better or worse, or exactly what we thought they would be at this point, a quarter way through the year? You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for FanDuel, an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off, and if the player you bet on scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bets plus a share of bonus bets. So visit FanDuel.com/GP to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP at FanDuel.com. $2 million in bonus bets on the line. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply off profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable. Bonus bet expires in 3 weeks. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Thursday night football tonight kicks off week 5 of the NFL season. 49ers and Rams coming up at 8:15 tonight. Both teams coming in at 3-1. Injuries for the Niners. They're going to be without quarterback Brock Purdy, as well as wide receivers Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings. For the Rams, doubtful status for offensive tackle Rob Havenstein and tight end Tyler Higbee. Other injuries around the league, Jets placed Braylon Allen on injured reserve and signed running back Khalil Herbert. For the Commanders, Jaden Daniels was back at practice in full yesterday wearing a brace on his knee. Terry McLaurin, Jonathan Jones, and Noah Brown were on a side field for practice today. MLB playoffs going on right now. Tigers and Guardians Game 3. Winner goes to the ALDS. Top of the second, scoreless there. At 5 o'clock, Padres and Cubs, Game 3 of that series. Winner onto the NLDS, and Red Sox and Yankees, Game 3 tonight at 8 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The NFC East, to this point, led by the Philadelphia Eagles, not a surprise. The Giants are pulling up the rear, also exactly what was anticipated. And the fact that Washington's 2 and Dallas is 3, this has been chalk, nothing to see here. But have the other 3 teams been better, worse, or about exactly what we thought they would be? Let's get into that on Grant and Danny as we welcome you back on the Fan. Let's start at the top of the division with the 4-0 Eagles, who have played just one division game. It was week 1 against Dallas. They won. They're 3-0 in the NFC. They probably got the best resume. And I don't just mean record, but resume in the league right now, because they've beaten good teams. Kansas City, the Rams, and the Buccaneers in the last 3 weeks. Has Philly been better, worse, or exactly what you thought?
I had pretty high expectations for them, so I'll say exactly what I thought. Winning a game or two that they shouldn't. You know what I mean? Coming back from somebody points down against the Rams, that's not sustainable. You block 2 field goals on consecutive possessions to win a game, not sustainable. But this is who they are. They are in some of these games. They're among the most talented teams in the league. They haven't really clicked on all cylinders yet. A.J. Brown's got wide receiver 7 type numbers at this point. You know he's capable of doing an awful lot. Barkley hasn't really gotten going, and yet they've got 3 quality wins on their resume plus a divisional one. So that's kind of what I expected from them. Maybe win a few games that they shouldn't, but there's a winning pedigree there.
They have looked like I thought they would look. Remember, I predicted a regression for the Eagles. Mm-hmm. I didn't think it would be enough that Washington was going to catch them or win the division. I still had the Eagles winning the NFC East, but I thought it was going to be like an 11-6, 12-5 at best kind of division championship for them. And I still think that's possible. But the way they've played is about what I thought. Their record's been better than I thought. I thought right now, this moment, they'd be 3-1. If you told me they'd either be 4-0 or 2-2 through these games, especially after watching them open against the Cowboys playing like they did, I would have said, oh, well, they're going to be 2-2, I guess. But at 4-0, I'm going to give them better than anticipated, because what they still do, and they've done it since last year, they did it the entire second half of last year when Hurts was on the field. It doesn't really matter how they play, how they move the ball, whether their defense has a good game or a bad game. They just, in the end of the game, they win. It's the Chiefs, man. It's the NFC version of it. Not coincidentally, 2 teams that have played in the Super Bowl 2 of the last 3 years. So I'll say better. Let's go to Dallas. The Cowboys, this is weird because ties are weird and ruin everything. But their record right now, I've got to say N1. 1-2-1 through 4 games. Have the Cowboys been better, worse, or what you thought they'd be?
Better. And they've got a stinker in there. That game against Chicago, I thought I'd go, okay, here we go. That's them. They finally showed up. They're going to end their tailspin. They're chaos. Brian Schottenheimer's a boob. Should never have been hired. Jerry Jones messed everything up. That's their stinker. They played terribly in that game. I can't defend that. But to rebound the way that they did, and they played really well against Green Bay, like really well. It was their pass rush at times that was harassing the quarterback, even without Micah Parsons. Offensively, they're a pain in the butt. They've scored 40 in 2 separate games. They gave the Eagles all they can handle. I thought this would be a tailspin kind of year with an overmatched boob as a head coach. I got to say I'm wrong about it at this point. I thought they'd be pushovers. Now, maybe not for Washington, divisional game, and they despite not being very good last year, they gave Washington all they can handle twice. But I thought they'd be terrible. They're not. I think they win this weekend to get to 2-1 when they played the Jets.
They've been worse than I thought they were going to be. It would be recency effect for me to say otherwise. I loved the performance against Green Bay. I came on the air on Monday, and I basically gave credit to Brian Schottenheimer and the offense because they have exceeded my expectations, especially post the CeeDee Lamb injury. But this defense is so much worse than I thought. I thought they'd be bad. I didn't think they'd be record-breakingly bad, which is where we're trending in some ways this season. I didn't think they wouldn't be able to get a stop. I didn't think that you'd go for 325-3 if you played the Cowboys. You got to win MVP if you did it 17 times. Like, this is really, really ugly. They also got eviscerated by the Bears. Chicago is interesting offensively. They're going to provide some problems with that scheme, but they shouldn't be beating teams by 17 right now. They haven't done that to anybody else. They're middling. They're 500. They just snuck out a 1-point win against the Raiders as an example. To beat Dallas 31-14, that one was just a couple of games ago. So through 4, you've got a win. They're worse than I thought they would be right now. And lastly, the Giants. I guess I can go first here. I think the Giants have actually been better than anticipated. I was not big on... You and I both said they were going to surpass the national expectation because everyone seemed to think they were going to be a top 5 pick. That they were going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. I did not see that. I thought their defensive talent was too good, and I like some of their skill guys. It's going to get ugly here at the receiver position without Malik Neighbors. But I was not big on them as like a wild card hopeful, which is what some of the people doing that everyone's sleeping on the Giants were acting like. But yes, they lose to Dallas. That was an overtime game, 40-37. They easily could have won. A couple of things at the end of that game. Russell Wilson went badly, or else they're 2-2 right now. With losses to Washington in week 1, where they scored 6 points. That was a bad game. And then the Chiefs. And they played the Chiefs really, really close. Also, Jackson Dart, both in the preseason and in this first game, wasn't great. They didn't do anything numbers-wise offensively. The stats were bad. But he looks more capable, more competent, more confident than I thought. The arrow is way up on him for me. I was not a huge fan of his coming out in the draft. I actually think he could be legit good. So I feel better about the Giants right now at 1-3 than I did coming into the season, oddly enough.
So even though they're coming off a win, their most impressive game of the season, I feel worse about them because I was one of those people that said, not wild card. I didn't think they were there. But I thought that would be a far more competitive team than everybody else thought. Everyone just kind of considers them because they've been bad for a couple of years.
But they're an overtime loss away from 2-2 right now.
They got the second worst point differential in the NFC. And they are going to, again, have a great chance to get a win to go to 2-3 this weekend at New Orleans, who is probably the worst team, maybe in all of football, but certainly in the NFC. But I thought they'd be a lot better than they were. They were non-competitive against Washington, non-competitive against Kansas City, and now they've made the quarterback change, so there's no more Russell Wilson throwing it out of bounds on a fourth and goal to go in a must-have situation. So, maybe the arrow's trending up. Again, it has to be after a win. But I thought this would be a pain in the butt to play. I thought they would treat every game kind of like that Dallas one where maybe you get them, but it's going to be a rock fight, like that old 6-10 Gibbs then Redskins team that they weren't very good, but man, it wasn't fun to come to town. I've been disappointed in how they've been. Again, I know it's weird to say after they come off a W.
We saw that Chiefs game differently, if that was non-competitive to you. That was a tied game going into the half, and then they were down 16-9 with 7 minutes left in the game, a one-possession game. I thought they played Kansas City pretty well, and it was basically like oh my God, if they had anyone who could do anything at quarterback, they could win this football game. And that was, I know the Chiefs got their first win, they were 0-2, but I mean, that was a Kansas City team where the arrow was trending up a little bit, and that game got put on ice with 6 minutes and 5 seconds left on a Kareem Hunt touchdown. That was pretty close. I mean, so it's an overtime loss, that loss. I do agree with you when you're talking about the Commanders game, like going back to week 1, that was ugly, especially offensively for them. But I want to see how this Jackson Dart thing unfolds. They get the Saints this weekend. I think New Orleans is favored in this game, by the way, by like a point at home. Have you seen that?
Yeah, let me check that.
We've got our confidence points picks coming up. I'm thinking about actually rolling with the Giants, catching 1.5 or something like that. But New Orleans, I believe, when I saw it this week, was a home favorite.
1.5 point favorites at home.
It's one of those that smells funny and you normally just run from because they know something you don't.
So is there like a test that you do for that if it smells?
Here's my only... That's funny.
Thank you.
My only guess as to what that's about. Young quarterbacks in the Superdome have a really, really hard time There's a lot of people. It's very loud. But is this still that? I mean, is this that Superdome?
Do you feel like it's going to be that Superdome?
This isn't the building Robert Griffin went into in 2012. You know what I'm saying? Like,
there's no Drew Brees chance pregame. Yeah, I don't know.
I think we're probably okay now to go to the Superdome, and you're just playing indoors on carpet in a fairly quiet place, right?
You got a guy that played in the SEC also. It's like, again, it's not like he didn't go to loud, raucous stadiums where people didn't like him.
Beltway Blitz coming up is about 20 minutes from right now, and we're going to give away those Caps tickets. We've got 2 of them. Opening night against the Bruins is 6 days away. If you want to be there, you've got to be listening to the Fan. Next, our double play. Something terrible happened to Ryan today. A fear of everybody listening, and it happened to him. That's next.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Thursday Night Football tonight, San Francisco walking wounded. No Jawan Jennings, no Ricky Pearsall, 2 receivers, and no Brock Purdy in a huge divisional matchup Thursday Night Football against L.A. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. So Fanatic Sportsbook is the home of fair play. You heard me mention it. It protects all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays all season long from any first half injury. They were the first to protect your prop bets through the first quarter, and now they've extended that protection all the way through the first half. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, whether it's QBs, running backs, receivers, even defensive players. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. If you want to protect your parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter of all pro football, every single game, all season long. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER-MD. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
You want those Caps tickets to opening night next week? You better be listening in 15 minutes to Grant and Danny here on The Fan. It is time for our double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. So Ryan came into the studio shot out of a cannon today before the program, hot under the collar, said something terrible had happened to him. He needed some double play time. We were able to figure out what it is, but we don't really have any details.
We don't know much. We made sure it was something that was appropriate to air.
Yes.
And
so
once we did that, it was like,
I
you
kind
got
of
it.
had to vet him a little bit.
Yeah.
I think Clary's been around long enough that I trust some of his judgment, but I still, I mean,
Yeah.
I still need a little bit of intel here. I
get it.
can't just fly blind here. I got 4 kids. They need to eat food every single night. This job's pretty good. But he told us he got stuck in an elevator. That's what he wants to talk about. One of everybody's greatest fears, I would say.
It's on my list.
So without further ado, do we have Ryan Clary's theme music? I think we should stick with his theme music and not him trying to get the attention of the new team president by calling him the wrong name.
Hey, Paul.
So without further ado, Paul, you are good to go.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, this was a bad day. This was something that, quite frankly, has been my greatest fear, getting stuck in an elevator, and it happened today. So I live on the 4th floor of my apartment building, and I was going down to G2, which is about 6 floors down.
Which, by the way, I feel like we hear some type of horror story about your apartment building.
Yeah.
Once every 2 weeks.
Yep.
When is your lease up?
It's a great question. Great question.
Will you be leaving?
I would like to.
Okay.
I would like to.
Doesn't it sound like he's just got a shabingus?
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Because on paper, everything sounds great. It's this luxury, this, that, and the other, and all the amenities, but like something never works. This thing never, it's like the ice cream machine at
Garage
McDonald's
door
here and there.
collapses in the middle of the day.
It's a great place if you never have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's a great place. It's terrible. So yeah, I was stuck in the elevator today. So I get on the 4th floor, go down to G2, and right around the 2nd level, we stop off. We have someone get picked up in there. Okay, it's a bigger guy, and it's fine. Like, you know, I'm like, oh, we're just going down to G2 together.
Is it just you and him?
Just me and him. And this elevator is a small elevator.
Okay, so you get on the 4th floor.
Yep.
He gets on at what floor?
At the 2nd floor.
Okay, and you got 4 more floors to go.
Yep, we got 4 more
When
floors.
you say bigger guy, give me a feel on this.
This is...
Because you're skinny now. So
Yeah, what
like,
position would he play on the offense?
We're talking 400 plus pounds, 6 foot. He's a big guy.
4 hundo?
4 hundo.
Okay.
This is a big guy.
So this is like, you seen Remember the Titans?
I've seen
Louis
exactly.
Lastik.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So if he's playing offensive line,
and yeah, so
he's not moving that well.
He's not moving that well. And so we get on, he gets on the 2nd floor, and then we start going down. Then all of a sudden, you hear like a big, just kind of like bang. That's all we hear. And then the elevator stops, and then the lights go out. No joke.
Oh.
The lights go out. I don't know where we are. I don't know this person with me. This is like a 6x6 box in
It's an
that
M. Night
elevator.
Shyamalan movie, dude.
This is terrible.
This is awful.
Does he look shady or does he look friendly?
He looks friendly, but here's where it gets
When the lights
weird.
were on, he looked friendly.
Exactly. Here's where it gets weird. This guy freaks out.
Oh, so it was me.
This guy freaks out. First thing he
You
does.
mean the guy who was in an elevator that just slammed the ground and the lights are out?
Yes.
He was a little bit upset about that.
And you guys know me. I am not a calm person. My emotions will show. I was freaking out, but I was keeping it inside because I'm watching this guy lose his mind
But
in
how,
this
could
elevator.
you see him or is it pitch black?
No, so there's an emergency light, so it's like just you could barely see him. You could barely make out the
It's like
figure
that
there.
orange glow kind
Yes,
of light.
If he was coming over to attack you, you would know it before he touched you.
Yes, I would be able to see that.
But was he keeping his distance?
No. So here's where it gets just really weird. He starts panicking, freaking out, as one would. It's like, hey, we're
Describe
obviously-
that. What was that? Audible? Is that
just so many bad words. He was saying, I don't have my bleeping phone on me. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Like pacing back and forth in this 6x6 box. I'm in there and I'm like, okay, like we're good. I have my phone on me. Like, let's call the leasing office. Let's get someone here. And so I called the leasing office.
So you stayed calm.
I was shaking.
That's the corporate experience. Calm Clary.
No, it's really not. I was really surprised. But I think this guy, I was so mad at him in the moment for just freaking out that I had to stay calm.
Oh, you can't be mad at that guy.
No.
That is a sum of all fears moment.
Oh,
So
you
I'm
just
going
wait.
to tag you back in a second. Danny, this would be my nightmare.
Yep.
I think about this all the time now. I told Clary this a few minutes ago. I went through a many-year period where, while I've never not gotten in elevators, it was always on my mind, where I'm like, I'm getting in and I'm like, all right, please, God, get me where I need to go here. Like, you shouldn't even think about it. It should just be, I'm on, I'm off, it's over. For some reason, over the last couple of months, especially with my kids at some of these rinky-dink elevators you take at movie theaters or, wherever, strollers and stuff, now you're taking these, like, just nubby elevators. I think about it constantly. I'm like, what? Okay, if this thing stops, what am I doing? There's the button. Before I let the door close, I'm making sure we got a fire button and this and that. I got my cell phone. So this is my worst nightmare. I am just hearing this gives me all of the anxiety. All right, go back. Go for it.
Well, here's what will give myself and anybody out there more anxiety. Imagine that anxiety on top of watching someone have a panic attack in front of you in which you could barely see him. This guy is losing his mind as I am talking to the leasing office. I'm talking pretty calmly to the leasing manager there, and she's like, weirdly enough, she said, "Oh yeah, this has happened before. Like, we'll be able to get you out in the next 10 minutes." I'm like, "Okay," and he is yelling into my ear, into my phone, saying, "You have to get us out. What is it? What are you gonna come? When are you gonna come?"
That's tough.
Guy,
How old is this guy?
30s. Like, this is an older gentleman. Like, this is someone
That's
who
tough.
should not be
Called an
freaking
older
out.
gentleman, by the
and
way.
again, and so to the point where it's like, listen, we are in this together. We are on an island. We are surviving together. He's a bad teammate. I got to put him in his place. I tell the guy to shut up. I'm
No
like,
way.
I'm like, dude, you got to shut up, man. He's freaking out. He's making me freak out. You are in a dark room
Okay,
with
but
a
you
stranger.
couldn't have said, like, hey, man, I get what's happening. Let's calm down a little bit.
Guy, we're surviving. I don't have time to be like, hey man, that's a gator. You're gonna get eaten by that gator. The gator's gonna eat you, man. I don't have time for that. I don't have time to explain it.
I don't like adding to the panic attack.
Which you told him to shut up? How did he take it?
Well, because I was panicking. He was just kind of like, no man, we gotta know when we're getting out of here. And I'm like,
I'm with him, by the way.
Which I agree with.
Yeah, Ryan's trying to work on it.
I'm trying
you're
to
just
work.
interrupting the guy's work on
I
it.
agree. But so what I would do in that situation is I'm like, hey man, I got this.
Guy,
we're gonna be okay. You got to turn into basically like the
You're
lady,
the hostage negotiator.
Yeah, but you're the person that answers the call on the switchboard. Like, hey, we've got people on the way. Stay under your bed. He's gonna leave. Don't worry. Like, that's what you got to be doing right now.
Guy, it's easy to say. It's easy to say.
I
until
agree.
you're
That's
on
true.
that
That's
island.
true.
And you have this
Also,
guy in a 6x6 box losing his mind because it gets worse. He starts banging on the elevator doors.
All right,
Pitch black room.
I'm out.
losing his mind. And I am, at this point, sitting on the ground, waiting for the leasing office. I am on the phone with them. Like, nothing is working. I can barely see anything. And all you hear is like him against the
my God.
elevator door, banging constantly, yelling, help. And I'm like, oh, I'm about
help.
That is tough. He is losing it. And I get it. But also, I'm in this, man. We're a team. Like,
You're not a very good team. What with you telling him to shut up and him just screaming in your ear.
Him screaming help. Oh, no.
I would try to rip the doors open. That would be my first thing. I think I would be like 80% of what this guy is, to be honest. Minus maybe the attacking you with my words. Everything else, I think I'd be this guy.
Did he go full Dwight Schrute and try to establish a P corner early? Because he knew he was going to be there for a long time?
Did he take off his shirt?
No, not. That would have been a great thing. Here's actually funny. I actually did eat my granola bar in there because I didn't know what else to do.
You're way too calm.
No,
if you're able to eat in there, like this,
no,
should
I'm
be
a stress
high
eater.
anxiety.
I'm a stress eater. That's the thing. I'm a stress eater. So this is one of those moments where I just learned something about me. Like, if you're gonna leave me on an island,
So what was he doing? How long were you guys in there?
10 minutes, a good 10 minutes.
And how did they get you out?
So it turned out the leasing office, again, has somehow, some way done this before. And they were able to, like, pull the doors open from their end.
Jim, get the crowbar.
They had a crowbar. And I don't know
And does it
how.
open to a ground level, or where are you?
Yeah, like, we were, like, 2 feet above ground level there. So it's like you had to take a little step down there, and then we were gone. And I will never see that guy again, most likely. It's a pretty big building. But that guy
How was he when they opened the doors? Like, what was his general demeanor?
I bet you got out first.
First off, he sure as hell did. He got out so quickly, and he was dripping in sweat.
Yeah.
Which I get. I had to go up and change my clothes. Like, I was sweating my butt off.
I think you sleep a little bit on how much you're going to sweat as a big guy, how tough the tight space thing is when you're giant. Like, all of these things he's dealing with. I mean, what a horrible situation.
Horrible.
Now, you're also in it, but, you're skinny, you're eating your granola bar, you probably, sat down pretzel style and set your fantasy lineup. You were just happy to be there.
I was not happy to be there. It was awful. This is legit. Like, when I say this, you will not catch me on an elevator in a long time. If I have to walk up to the 20th floor, I'll walk up to the 20th. I will not get in an elevator for a very long time after dealing with that, especially if there are people in there, because that is the part where I think now people do not realize.
You're not going to take an elevator up to the top of this building if you
I
gotta
will
go up.
walk up there.
It's a good thing Darius didn't get stuck in an elevator.
That's a great thing. But I think right now with the way, people are afraid of getting stuck in elevators, you should be. But here's what you should be more afraid of.
People.
With people. Because you do not know how they're going to react.
Clary,
and he did not react well.
It's all I think about. At Nats Park, every time, and Toby's in the elevator with me at Nats Park all the time, going up to the press box.
Tough one.
So I always do bits, first of all. There's a lot of bits. Sometimes Toby's uncomfortable. Sometimes I think he enjoys them. But the first thing I do before all those bits, Toby, is I always go, all right, if I get stuck, who's going to be the guy that I got to worry about in here? I mean, I'm literally thinking about
in your
this
mind, yeah.
every time. Like, who is the guy that's going to be a gigantic pain in the tuchus? We've had some fun elevator rides.
Yeah, I mean, usually you're pulling elevator attendant, like, third floor, everybody, gallery level, third floor, anybody getting off here? Just trying to help traffic. I don't mind those bits. Some other bits are a little bit, odd, but,
Danny would hate the other ones. Just overly conversational.
Where are you coming in from? How was the first game today?
Oh, the one guy bumped into, and you're like, oh, man, who let him know about us?
Oh, yeah, that was good. No, so this was actually a good one. So this guy, older guy and his wife, this guy keeps coming backwards. So I'm literally back to the back of the elevator. And he comes to the point where, is basically, just about butt to,
Sure, yeah.
And he's, 2 inches away, and his wife's like, Hun, you're backing right into him. And he, turned around, he's like, oh, sorry. And I, kind of grab him by the shoulders. I'm like, you haven't told her about us? Just like that.
Oh, my God. To a stranger?
Yeah. Toby loved it.
Give me the sweating panicked guy over that.
Hey, they played along well. So
They loved
it went well.
As long as people like the bit, it goes swimmingly, it goes great. Every now and then you get someone that doesn't.
Yeah.
Now we got an awkward ride.
Now we're in the elevator.
Sorry that happened to you, Rhino.
That
Sounds
stinks.
like you were the hero of the day, though. You worked the phones, you got it done. We're giving away Caps tickets next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community, and every business has home field advantage. Week 5 of the NFL season finally here. Thursday night football, 49ers and Rams, both teams coming in 3-1 on the season. Injuries for both teams. For the Niners, they're going to be without quarterback Brock Purdy. Mac Jones going to make his third start of the season. Wide receivers Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings also out for San Francisco. For the Rams, offensive tackle Rob Havenstein and tight end Tyler Higbee are both listed as doubtful for the matchup. Kickoff tonight at 8:15. The Jets have placed Braylon Allen on injured reserve. They have also signed running back Khalil Herbert. For the Commanders, Terry McLaurin, Jonathan Jones, and Noah Brown were all working on a side field with a head athletic trainer. And Jaden Daniels was back at practice yesterday, full participant, wearing a brace on his knee. In baseball, Tigers and Guardians, Game 3, winner goes to the ALDS. Currently, top of the 4th inning, Detroit leads 1-0. Padres and Cubs, Game 3, coming up at 5 o'clock. Red Sox and Yankees, Game 3, at 8 o'clock tonight. The Dodgers swept the Reds in the Wild Card Series and advanced to the NLDS, where they'll meet the Philadelphia Phillies, Game 1 on Saturday. Business success is like success on the field. It takes teamwork, strategy, and a strong home advantage. In Fairfax City, companies play to win with a community that rallies behind them and a place where employees can live, work, and play without leaving the neighborhood. Visit GoFairfaxCity.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I'm still reeling from Ryan's story of getting stuck in an elevator. I was just asking him a million questions during the break as well.
Yeah, because now after the fact, it's like you could sort of laugh about it. That's not the right word, but it's like doesn't seem as awful as it was. You hear a word like, "Oh, stuck in the elevator." Dude, during that 10+ minutes when that orange, weird ambient glow light and every horror movie starts that way, and some dude's panicking,
is losing his mind next to you.
Yeah,
what a harrowing, awful, sum of all fears experience. Rhino. And we learned a thing. His hand never shakes.
His hand never shakes.
He was calm. He made the phone call. He got it all sorted out. The other guy wouldn't have gotten you out of there. You'd still be in there with him screaming right now if it was up to him.
Slamming on the door.
Banging on doors. The help pops me. And again, he's a victim. It's terrible. I would have probably done the exact same thing. But screaming help as if someone's going to be like, "Oh, my bad, man," and just open the door for you. That is not how elevators get unstuck, I don't think.
Yeah, before we do this, anybody want to get out? Captain America could help.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. What a terrible thing. Congratulations. You've won a pair of tickets to opening night for the Capitals a week from yesterday, 6 days away, October 8th, against Boston. All fans in attendance will receive a schedule magnet for tickets and the complete Caps schedule. Visit thefandc.com, courtesy of the Washington Capitals. Let's go to our Beltway Blitz. We will start you off a little Major League Baseball playoffs. First, though, Chelsea Janes, Washington Post, joins us. Paul Taboni was introduced as the new president baseball ops for the Nats yesterday. What do you make of the hire, and what do you think this signifies, if anything, as far as the ownership group goes?
Yeah, I think respectfully to all involved, a surprisingly good hire at its, at least on the surface. We all know that whether they spend or not will be the question, but I also think there's a chance that they can be sold on some investment up front in a minor league system that they're told will yield lower cost players if they invest now. So, if he's able to convince them of that, you can worry about the free agent spending later, because that would be a machine that they could really, use.
When will we know that it's different instead of just kind of the honeymoon period of lip service and otherwise? What will be kind of a good marker where we can look up after a certain amount of time, Chelsea, and go, you know what, maybe they have changed to kind of the way they used to do it here where they were committed to winning?
Yeah, I mean, I think Grant knows this too, and probably knows a lot of the people involved, but to me, you might know right away with who Taboni brings with him, because you got to pay people to come work for an organization, and you got to pay good people, so if he's going to want to bring people and go handpick guys and people with like driveline ties or whatever it is, I mean, they're going to have to pay those people probably more than they've been paying, people that they were kind of basically building on a budget in that front office. So I think we might know right away, but we'll see.
As far as this offseason goes and a blueprint, I guess it's impossible to know just yet. But if If you had to guess, do you think he comes in here and starts all over? You trade a guy like a Gore or an Abrams or both or something for more young pieces and really reboot? Or do you think, the Reds just made the playoffs. I know it was a quick out, but they weren't good. They're basically a 500-ish team all year. If you're 500 with 2 weeks to go, you're going to be in a wild card race. That's not that big of an ask.
No, it's hard to know, right? He hasn't kind of been in the position of building the major league roster. One thing I do think is he will consider is it might be possible to kind of vet these guys for a year. I think certainly, you know kind of what you've got, but you don't know what you've got with the people that he's going to put in place, who he's going to put there presumably to help young players develop, right? So maybe you want to give some of those guys a run with them. Maybe you see what more you can get out of Gore before you trade him. I don't know. Maybe he's not thinking of it that way, but the player development piece is fascinating to me, and it makes me wonder if we know exactly what they have in these young guys, and, to be able to add to a roster, or if, maybe a year of development, you start looking at some of them a little differently.
Chelsea, give me kind of a big picture, thinking about the playoffs now, theme of what we've seen so far. It's only been a couple wild card games. One is in a game 3 now, Cleveland and Detroit. But last year it felt like it was the bullpen has finally taken over, where there's more bullpen innings than starter innings. What theme has kind of emerged here through the early part of the wild card?
To me, it's just like pay starting pitching. I think everyone who's looked at kind of how this field was set and what has happened since realizes the value of really good starting pitching, and maybe it'll end up being the bullpens as people get tired, we'll see. But to me, I think if there's a lesson to be learned this season, not just even in the last week or so, it's if you pay good starters, it really improves your chances. And I think everyone's kind of overthought that a little bit in recent years.
You've been with Red Sox Yankees following this series in New York, right?
Yeah.
So it's even through 2, a decisive third game, along with some others in Major League Baseball today. Detroit and Cleveland are playing right now. The Tigers lead 1-0 in a decisive third game, and then you got the Padres and the Cubs as well. So we got 3 winner-take-all games, which is really cool in this wild card round. Who do you like tonight, Red Sox, Yankees, and why?
I think the Yankees are deeper, and I would just bet on talent when it comes down to one game like this. But 2 rookie starters, so really hard to say what you're going to get from either of them. I just think the Yankees lineup is deeper, has a better chance to get a big hit late, but their bullpen has also been really shaky. So who knows? I'd go Yankees, but it's close.
What's the best way to handle the layoff? Thinking of teams like, Seattle, Philadelphia, Milwaukee, just kind of hanging out and waiting for these, knuckle drag, bare knuckle boxing fights taking place.
I think everyone's still trying to figure that out. It seems like a lot of teams have settled on scrimmages with fans in the stands. I think Seattle, Toronto, Phillies have done that. I actually talked to Dave Dombrowski, of the Phillies about this, and he said no one really knows. You can't know, if your team's going to be able to flip the switch or not. And I saw Bryce Harper say it's ridiculous that anyone thinks that there's a disadvantage to sitting this time of year. You need to rest. It's always better to have the bye, but you can get caught flat-footed pretty easily, and it's interesting, I think, that everyone's kind of settled on these simulated games with fans, because it seems like that's about as close as you can get to what the wild card teams are doing while you're sitting doing nothing.
Chelsea, thanks so much. Great info as always. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
Let's talk about the NFL. Thursday night football tonight. The San Francisco 49ers and Los Angeles Rams on FanDuel. This line's been up to 7.5. The Rams are now favored by, I think they're going to roll, so I totally get it. I know both teams are 3-1. This is the ultimate, not who you're playing, but when you're playing them situation.
Yep.
No starting quarterback Brock Purdy. All 3 of the best 3 receivers in the organization are not playing for San Francisco as well. So it's basically the Rams starters against a lot of the 49ers backups in this game.
This was the reason I didn't trust the 49ers to get to where everybody thought they were going to go. All the prognosticators, had them with one of the highest win totals in the NFL. Biggest reason for that is their schedule still on paper is very, very easy compared to some of the other NFL teams. But I don't know how much that's going to matter if everybody's hurt all the time, which seems to be the lot in life, the San Francisco 49ers. But it's a big one tonight. If they could somehow escape with a road win, they would be in really, really good shape as kind of you go forward in that division. But that's a buzzsaw, man. You think about how good the NFC West is. Arizona's okay down at the bottom. We both think Seattle's very good. The Rams are outstanding. And, maybe they should have dropped one last week to the Colts, but still, they had Philadelphia dead to rights. They're the same team that was up 20 on them. This is a really good division all of a sudden, and San Francisco can't afford to kind of get too far behind with some of these injuries biting them.
The NFC West with Seattle coming on, too, to your point, it's going to be competitive all year long. I think you had Seattle in your top 5 in our power rankings.
I did. I had them 5th.
I had a hard time keeping them out yesterday. I'm starting to buy into what they've got going. This is year 2 of a program. A lot like Washington. They went defensive-minded with a culture builder. Mike Macdonald was like a younger version of Dan Quinn, and so far, it's worked really effectively. In fact, let's tap into the mind of Jarrett Bell of USA Today Sports on the NFL right now on the Blitz. What do you make of the Seahawks and their 3-1 start and what Mike Macdonald's cooking up? They're starting to look like a legit operation.
Yeah, it really, I think it's one of the surprises of the NFL season through, 30 days or what it's been. The Seahawks and the Indianapolis Colts and Danny Dimes. But to your point about the Seahawks, everybody knew that Mike Macdonald was, a defensive whiz. That's why he got the job. And so you expected that his defense would be good. And then, you get the quarterback, and all of a sudden, they look like a team that can compete on any level. I thought when they went into Pittsburgh and beat the Steelers, that kind of opened my eyes. That hey, this may be a team to really reckon with. So it's still early in the season, but yeah, the Seahawks are definitely nobody's pushover right now.
Jared, huge one this weekend in the AFC East. Buffalo's been on cruise control, beating up on some bad opponents. I think they combined 2 wins on their schedule. One of them was because Miami just beat the Jets. But New England is trying to catch them, trying to sort of, beat the bully here on the block. And a massive kind of statement game chance for them. And Buffalo, who knows how much it'll affect them. They're still going to end up with double-digit wins and be really good. How do you see that?
Yeah, I think, your point about Buffalo is well taken. They have some tougher games coming up later in the season, and they have to play the Chiefs again. And then I think they're one of these teams that you really can't judge until January because they've been so good for so long, and they've got the great quarterback in Josh Allen. And so, is this a trap game for them? Maybe because Mike Vrabel definitely is trying to put his mark on the Patriots, and it's been a bit up and down too for them a little bit. But I don't know if you're ready to to say that the Patriots are going to knock them off, but that's why you play the games, right?
Jarrett Bell of USA Today is with us. So the Browns are hosting the Vikings. Dillon Gabriel makes his debut against Brian Flores, which feels like a nightmare scenario for a quarterback to get started against one of the great D coordinators in the league. But the whole quarterback situation in Cleveland's interesting to me. Like, I don't do celebrity backups, okay? I just refuse. I don't do Tebow. I don't do Shador. I don't play this game where anyone wants to talk to my third stringer and, CNN wants to come in and talk to my quarterback. It's not happening. So you're just not on my team. But I ask this. What did you make of his, mime thing in the locker room? And then also, what do you think of Dillon Gabriel and how long might the leash be for him before, the noise is going to be loud to give Shador a shot? Like, they would actually go in that direction.
Yeah, and then even if something happens in the middle of the game, it's still Joe Flacco that has to go in the game because Shador is technically the number 3 quarterback, so you can't play the number 3 guy until the first 2 can't play. And so that was the big question I had right off the bat and they answered it pretty quickly yesterday that Shador was going to stay number 3 as opposed to moving up. So to your question about his dramatic response yesterday, I thought it was hilarious because I'd not seen that one before in an NFL locker room, and so I gave him some points on on creativity. But even in not saying anything, it still went viral, correct? And so to your point about you don't want the third string quarterback to attract attention, I don't know if I agree with that a whole lot because, you're talking about the NFL and a professional spotlight, if you will. And so even with Tebow coming in, Grant, I remember a few years ago when Tebow was with the Patriots and I had this interview with Bill Belichick, right? And it was training camp. And just to get Belichick to agree to a one-on-one is not automatic. So sometimes he'd give me the time of day, other times he wouldn't. But on this particular day, he says, okay, you can walk with me to practice, right? And so I'm walking with him to the practice field, which he had done with me before. So I kind of knew, I'd have 5 or 10 minutes as the players were stretching and stuff. And the first thing I asked him, like a real idiot, was about Tim Tebow and how he was going to manage all of the noise. And he said, "That's it, I'm done." And I'm thinking he's joking. Okay. I'm like, okay, Bill. Okay, well, here's what I really want to know about X. No, I'm done. I'm not doing this. He just shut me down. Just
oh my
like
gosh!
Wow. Yeah,
that's one way to handle it.
So the lesson from an experienced journalist, okay, if you can have a question like that you know is going to tick off your interview subject, you save that for last. I know better. I know better than that. I knew better than that. And he shut me down, and it's I've still worked it in the story somehow, just saying this is telling you how Bill Belichick feels about it. And so there's definitely that line of thinking when you come to how you manage a team, et cetera. And it's not going to go away with Shedeur just in terms of people wondering about him because, he came into the league with just such a high profile. So we're still kind of early, on that timeline in terms of, is he going to get on the field? Is he not? But the one takeaway thought I have about this whole thing with him is just the whole idea that you would tell some teams that you're not interested in them drafting you. And the reports have come out in the past, week or so about the Baltimore Ravens had him on the phone or had his people on the phone, the Philadelphia Eagles. And then I know of another team that didn't have him on the phone on draft day, but as they were going through the interview process, they wanted to bring him in for, one of those top 30 visits or some kind of, one-on-one with him, and he refused. He says, because you guys have, the quarterback that you have, I'm not interested in it. And I just think that's the wrong approach to take because you're trying to get into the NFL, and, hey, injuries happen. You had more quarterbacks start last year than in any year in the NFL. Just in terms of the injuries that forced, number 2 and number 3 quarterbacks to have to play. So that's always a factor. And hey, if Shedeur Sanders were with the Baltimore Ravens this week, who knows? We might be talking about him making his first start.
He
with
could get
Lamar
a nod
Jackson.
with Lamar hurt. Jarrett Bell,
Yeah.
USA Today. Jarrett, you the man. Thank you.
Thank you,
It's
buddy.
great catching up.
All right, appreciate it.
Always awesome. Jarrett Bell, you see why we love having him on. Let's keep it moving. Ryan Fowler, who worked with the Commanders and has got a lot of good content on them right now that we've seen on social, covers the college and pro games. Ryan, you were writing today, and I saw you tweeting about Frankie Louvu. What are you seeing from him? Seems like a much better last couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think bottom line, guys, Frankie Louvu, a little bit for me, is a little bit of a square peg in a round hole right now. This is a ball player where I know we talk a lot about analytics, guys. It's a big analytical world in a lot of sports. Sometimes you just allow your best ball players to play football. And last year was a lot of freelancing around, playing wide 9, getting after it in the A and B gaps. But some of the time this year, where you're adding the big boys up front to clog up gaps in their ground game, Frankie Louvu is playing a little bit more inside of structure right now, where everything's trying to funnel to him and Bobby Wagner in the middle. And that's fine, but what you're allowing him not to do right now is just be at his best, right? Where he's allowing to play everywhere. He's allowed to get after the quarterback. He's allowed to attack the fringe areas, really, light your hair on fire and play football. So, again, I think it's such an analytical world, and right now with what Joe Witt's doing, where he wants a ton of structure within the front seven, I think when you look at what Frankie Louvu does best, it's allowing him to just play football at the end of the day. And when he's allowed to do that, as you saw last year, fellas, he looks like a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. So it's a hell of a ball player. Just let him play ball at the end of the day.
What are you seeing from the secondary, and why is everyone so open all the time?
Yeah, I just think a lack of communication, guys, really on the back end. It really said a lot last week. Look at the second half, and you got Trey Amos shadowing Drake London, right? It's not Marshawn Lattimore. It's not Mike Sanders still. And I know it's give and take with some of these guys, right? You look at Marshawn, where he is a press man corner, and what you look at with Joe Witt and Dan Quinn's scheme, it's where, you can take some turnovers with it and some give up some chunk plays and create those splash plays on defense as well. But it's really a lack of communication right now. Whether it's a 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 7, it was 8 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock in the fourth quarter. Commanders were down 7. That defense couldn't get a stop on 3rd down with simple simple concepts of what the Falcons were doing really at the first and second level. So I just think right now, guys, it's a lack of communication. I mean, Marshall Lattimore, you brought him in not with an asterisk next to his name. If the front four doesn't get home, he's not good. You need him to be really good on his third of the side of the field. And whether he's in man or he's in zone, just flat out has not been good enough right now.
Mikey Sanders was excellent for most of last season. Looked like a budding star. He has struggled going back inside to the nickel this year. What have you seen there?
Yeah, when you're looking at him, first off with Mikey, I mean, he's an undersized player. I mean, I love the way he competes, playing a guy above his weight class. We always love when small guys play big, hate when big guys play small. But when his ability right now inside, I mean, just the footwork in the eyes, guys, I feel like we're in the wrong place at times. He did such a good job last year where you could play him inside, you could play him outside, whether he was 7 yards off or he was playing the contact window. Or even look at that Detroit game where he's playing trail technique and he picks off Jared Goff and stretching in front of Jameson Williams. Just allowing him to just play freely on the outside and not be a robot at times. And I think I've seen that a little bit more here in 2025. So I think just on the back end specifically, and it does start with Mikey because I think he's really trying to become one of the better young nickels in all of football, right alongside the Trent McDuffies of the world, if you will. I just want to see him just trust his eyes and his footwork and his fundamental coverage ability a little bit more as we move forward into, the guys, these next 4 or 5 weeks where it doesn't get easier for the Burgundy and Gold.
What do you expect from Jaden Daniels coming off of injury?
I expect a big week for him. Guys, you look at what the Chargers do with Jesse Minter's defenses in the front seven. This is a group where they play a lot of soft defense in the front. They really rely on Jamari Caldwell and Tierra Tart to get after it. Dayon Henley in the middle is an athlete. He'll run around and hit you, not afraid to do so. But they'll play a lot of soft zone. And by doing that, Jaden's going to be able to create with his legs. Now, there's a question, right, with Cliff Kingsbury. Is he going to have the training wheels on him a little bit as he gets comfortable in the first 2-3 series of the ball game? But I think Jaden's going to have a big week. They're going to have some opportunities to target Dante or Mike Jackson or Dante, or Tarheeb still downfield. I think he's going to have a good week this week, guys. I think he's going to get back to what he does best. That's target downfield, no matter who he has on the outside, and allow this Commanders group to get back to scoring 25-plus points a game.
Ryan, thank you for hopping aboard. We appreciate it. Good info.
Absolutely. Thanks, fellas.
You got it. There's Ryan Fowler, fan-sided, with us as part of our Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. We've talked a lot about the Washington defensive struggles. They've been pretty good on offense, and now they get Jaden Daniels back. Likely still no Terry McLaurin. Let's dive into the offensive side of the ball. Cliff Kingsbury just spoke with the media this afternoon. That's next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Thursday night football tonight kicks off Week 5 of the NFL season. 49ers and Rams at SoFi Stadium in L.A. Both teams coming in 3-1, but big-time injuries for the Niners. They're going to be without quarterback Brock Purdy tonight, as well as wide receivers Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings. For the Rams, they're going to be without potentially without offensive tackle Rob Havenstein and tight end Tyler Higbee. Both those guys listed as doubtful. For the Commanders, Jaden Daniels got back out on the practice field in full yesterday. Today, Terry McLaurin, Jonathan Jones, and Noah Brown were working on a side field. Baseball playoffs going on right now. Tigers and Guardians are tied at 1 apiece in the bottom of the 5th inning. Winner goes to the ALDS. Padres and Cubs game 3 at 5 o'clock. Red Sox and Yankees coming up at 8 o'clock tonight. The Dodgers swept the Reds in their series to advance the NLDS, where they'll face the Phillies. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We talked earlier about Joe Witt's press conference and the Washington defense. Let's turn our attention to the Commanders offense. You'll hear from Cliff Kingsbury coming up in just a bit. I want to start the offensive conversation with a slow beginning to the year for Zach Ertz. Now, it should be noted, Zach Ertz's numbers are almost identical right now to what they were last year. And as the season went on, interestingly, at his age, he got better and better and better in his age 33 year. Now at 34 years old, on the verge of turning 35 this fall, the 3-time Pro Bowler, former Super Bowl champ, future Hall of Famer, is kind of doing very similar to what he did last year. I think last year he had 15 catches. Right now he's got 14, but he's got a few more yards this year than he had last year, right at 149. He's on a pace, by the way, Danny, if you do the math, 149 divided by 4 times 17, 633 yards, which would be down a little bit, but roughly what he had last year. Similarly, the quick math on his catches, the pace that he's on, right around 59 catches, got 66 balls. So for just a tick worse than last year, but I just thought at the end of last season, it seemed like every game it was 5 or 6 grabs, 60 or 70 yards, a touchdown. He was so important to their offense. I kind of thought they'd found something. NFC Championship game, he was the only thing that worked. It was 11 grabs and like 15 targets. Thought that would carry over. And so far, it's been more like 3-4 targets, 2 catches, 26 yards. I thought it was going to be a lot of like 5 for 57, 6 for 64. Just haven't seen it yet. It's coming, but it hasn't happened.
Yeah, I think that's a huge Debo effect because a lot of the same, there's some overlap there in terms of where you would want them to have the football.
Maybe, right? But if you told me, or if I told you before the season, Terry's going to be less productive than normal and miss a game in the first 4, wouldn't you have just assumed that there'd be a big Zach Ertz game?
And I think that's fair. I think you're right about that.
That's all I'm saying.
No, and it's a perfectly fair point. But I guess where I was going with that is if everything was equal and you had all the options, him having the fader turned down slightly would make a lot of sense to me. But they haven't had all the options. McLaurin hasn't been himself and now has missed a game, will likely miss another. This to me feels like kind of the pacing, though, that you do for these older tight ends. That's not, you're not going full Kelsey there a couple of years ago where he's, basically on a pitch count in the regular season. Then when you really need it come January football time, postseason time, he gets his 10 targets and that's the best option. Down the stretch, that certainly was the case with Zach Ertz last year. I think especially kind of in the red zone. I mean, you even had that play against Atlanta when the announcer calls it. He's like, this is where they like to go to Zach Ertz. Jaden Daniels drops back. Zach Ertz, that box out, quick in, sort of slant from the slot kind of move, touchdown, Washington wins. That's kind of the thing I think is coming. So, yeah, they haven't featured him as much. I don't know that you could do that for 17 weeks, though, for a guy that was basically out of football because of all the injuries.
My other observation on the offense would be that the young receivers have played pretty well and are ascending. McCaffrey with the 2 touchdowns the last 2 weeks. Jalen Lane last week on 3 targets, caught 2 balls. Also had a 30-plus yarder taken away via penalty. And remember, he got wide open on a deep shot behind everybody and was overthrown for an interception. Should have been a walk-in, pretty easy touchdown for him. So that could have been his first pretty huge game. I mean, imagine what we'd be saying if he went 4 for 85 with a score in that game which was right there
Be a
on
very
the table.
different narrative. You're
Just
right.
a couple of good throws and Ben Sinnott not committing a penalty. But between those two guys, Tay Martin getting a chance, not necessarily a kid, but off of the practice squad, I think you got to like what you've seen. This was Cliff on Lane and McCaffrey and how they've been playing with elevated opportunities with no Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, just the opportunity to play. I think we've seen it behind closed doors, just the work they put in, the improvement they've made. And then it's been cool to see when the lights come on, it's not been too big for them. They made plays and have competed at a high level. So I'm really proud of that group. When they've been asked to step up, they have.
Luke, when I've watched it, it's more, and I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but like you ran the route and they found you because you were open and you caught the ball. So that's good. I'm happy about this. Lane has been more impressive to watch to me when you go back and look at it in terms of, and it's just the physical, the twitchy stuff, the wiggle, like the routing people up, the running routes to get open. I've liked what I've seen from him, certainly on some of the comeback stuff this past week, coming back to the football a little bit more often. One of the problems for this offense against Atlanta, I'm not going to make this a season-long thing, but when they haven't been good, Green Bay as well, this has been a problem, has been third down offense. I think there's a direct correlation between that and not a lot of Zach Ertz.
Ertz, yeah.
Who is better on third down than that guy? When Ertz puts up numbies, it's because he's moving the chains on third down.
That 3rd and 6 turns into a first down because of him. Yeah,
Totally.
operating
And
in there.
He's been missed a couple times. Jaden once. Like I can think of Mariota once, top of the head on open routes on third down, and maybe that keeps drives alive, and maybe the numbers are a little better because now you got an extra set of plays, and maybe he catches another ball or two as the drive continues. But this was Kingsbury on third down success and what it's meant for the team when they've been good at it and haven't been early this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, what it's all about. I think as a team thus far, we haven't been great at raising up together. Defense will get a stop. We'll go 3 and out. We'll score a touchdown. They'll give a touchdown. Special teams will make a play. We won't convert. And so we just have to raise up together. And anytime that we're playing well on third down and staying on the field, it definitely helps the other two phases.
Here's a question for Cliff Kingsbury I want to hear his answer to next, and this is something I want to talk with you about more importantly. Should he call the game any differently with Daniels coming back from an injury if he's wearing a knee brace than as opposed to just 72 and sunny normal Jaden Daniels in week 5? Because I played the clip earlier. Logan Paulson says he watched the tape. The Chargers give up a lot to quarterbacks, and it's how they play their defense. They're basically willing to do that to take other things away, which is something a 2024 Commanders team would not only exploit, but just
be licking their chops.
I mean, they would chew you up and spit you out with Jaden Daniels running the football. I would think he's perfectly capable of doing that based on the video we've seen of him at practice and the fact that he's going to be back on the field. But if he is wearing a brace, which he was non-committal on yesterday, I do worry about him like getting down and sliding and some of those things because it does make it more awkward. You've seen guys over the years.
Oh, yeah.
Flacco, I remember, and some other guys, Mayfield, I think, have like their knee braces get caught in the ground and some weird things. So I want to hear what Cliff had to say about that. We'll do that as soon as we return. Grant and Danny with you, taking you up to 6:30 on a Thursday ahead of Thursday Night Football on The Fan. Hey, it's Grant. FanDuel's the best. FanDuel's an official sports book of The Fan. Every NFL Thursday, that's today, your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. So to get in on this Thursday's action, that's tonight, you got a little NFC West matchup, Rams and 49ers, San Francisco, all kinds of banged up. All you've got to do is place an anytime touchdown scorer bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet, plus a share of bonus bets. Visit FanDuel.com/GP to take a shot at the jackpot. FanDuel.com/GP for your chance at a share of $2 million. Must be 21 in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply. Profit boost token on select market prize pool to be split equally among all of the winners. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 on this Thursday. The Caps play at home tonight. Preseason action, and Alex Ovechkin will be making his preseason home debut.
I'm glad about that. I was hoping it was just he's a veteran, let's ease him in, but I was a little nervous because you don't know anything about, I'm not saying you don't know anything about hockey, but you don't know anything about hockey injuries because they're just like, it's a lower body, we're just going to see, and then he's going to wear that non-contact jersey for a while. I want to see Ovechkin play. That's all.
I'm headed to the game tonight. It'll be my first time at a Caps game since last postseason.
Where are you sitting, buddy?
I'm not sure yet, actually. I've got to check my ticket. I got to look at my ticket stubs.
How close to, say, like the glass are you?
The glass that separates the ice from the seats?
Yeah.
I would hope to be very close.
Very close to that?
But I'm not really sure.
You don't know yet?
I have not looked. That was like Trumpian. You don't know yet? That was a weird voice.
I didn't mean to do that. It was like half Scooby, half Trump.
How would he have asked me?
So you're saying you don't know, but it's very clear you do know. He's lying. He's a liar. Grant Paulson is dishonest. You don't call him on it because you're nasty. Excuse me.
Did you feel like you were doing something?
No, I didn't even mean to. It sort of popped out. I didn't even mean it. We're just doing casual talking. It's a radio program. It's the best one. Best show.
I think I'm going to be pretty close to the glass, but I don't know. How could you ever know?
Well, you can see your ticket. Why don't you look at it? Does it say on the glass?
I can't look at it right now.
Oh, you're doing the show.
The middle of a radio show.
That's true. That's true.
But anyway, I'm going over there. Fired up about that. Will be good to get back amongst my people wearing their red tonight with the Capitals getting ready for their regular season debut next week. It's fun. It's a fun time.
It's fun.
Wizards about to get going here.
That's right.
Hockey is back. Major League Baseball playoffs. The Tigers just hit a solo home run to take a 2-1 lead in the sixth on the Guardians in a decisive Game 3.
Listen, just real quick about the Wizards. I know they're going to be terrible again. I don't care about that.
They're going to be really terrible.
Just give me Trey Johnson.
Yeah, he's going to score a lot.
Run plays for Trey Johnson. Let Trey Johnson shoot the basketball. Don't do the thing where it's like, you got to earn your minutes at this level. You sort of do generally, not on this team. Give him the basketball, please.
Well, Toby, earlier today before the show, was like, if you guys were to get a Wizards jersey, what jersey would you get?
1, 2, 3, Trey Johnson.
Both of us at the exact same time with the lack of hesitation of only the surest person.
Yep.
We both just like, Trey Johnson?
Trey Johnson.
Who else would you get? But this has been a tough debate for you. You're considering, I think, 2 jerseys, not 1 for some reason.
I was thinking of maybe getting another one because I need to update it. I don't think I want to wear a Bradley Beal jersey.
No, I understand why you would buy a Wizards jersey. I thought you were saying today you want to buy 2 Wizards jerseys.
No, I don't think I'll buy 2.
Okay.
But for the record, Trey Johnson jerseys in the mail.
You did?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go. That's big, Tobes. So your current Commander's jersey of choice is Terry McLaurin.
Jaden if he's playing.
You wear your Jaden over your Terry?
I do, yes.
But you wouldn't consider yourself a Jaden Mark to the extent that you're a Terry Mark.
Correct. But I wear my Jaden jersey.
Okay. So your jersey of choice is Daniels.
Yes.
For the Nationals, I think you're a James Wood jersey guy?
It kind of depends on what jersey they're wearing if I'm going to a game. I don't have a Navy current jersey, but if they're wearing red, I'm going to wear my red CJ. If they're wearing the City Connects, I'm going to wear the City Connect Wood jersey. Kind of want to line up.
Do you not have a Dylan Cruz?
I don't have a Cruzy yet.
I have an impression I want to do.
That feels like a miss by Toby there. Ooh, who's he doing? Who's he impersonating? Oh, let me see if I can figure this out. Wake up! Wake up, wherever you are.
It's just Toby. Who's Dylan Cruz? What's his deal?
Sleeping on Dylan Cruz.
Was Josh Harris asleep there or something? Sound a little Josh Harris-y.
Did it?
A little bit.
Josh Harris talking about Toby sleeping on Dylan Cruz. Go.
Does Toby know who Dylan Cruz is? You know, he's welcome in my owner's suite with Joel Embiid whenever he wants to be there. I can't do it, Josh Harris.
I think you can, respectfully. That wasn't bad, yeah.
All right, good.
I'm not too shabby.
Anyway, Toby, we need to get... when I think of the... what are we calling it? City Connects? The beautiful blue jersey, which are so much more amazing than anything else they wear and better than the grays from the past.
It's a bad take, but continue.
I think of Dylan Cruz wearing that jersey. That's a good-looking blue.
I think I'll get, at some point, either a navy or a white jersey of Dylan Cruz.
And then do you have a Cap sweater? Oh, you have Dylan Strome.
Stromer and Ovi.
Yeah. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. Ovi, I like Ovi.
You see, he went to Ovi.
No.
Yeah.
I like Ovi.
You Jersey hipster.
Why would you wear an
Everybody
Ovi
has
jersey?
an Ovi sweater. Enough with an Ovi sweater.
Enough.
Can I get you an Ethan Frank? Can I offer you an Andrew Crystal? I mean, can I get you a Ryan Leonard? Nothing?
At some point, we'll probably get a little Kid Leno jersey.
I think I'm going to get a jersey tonight. I think I'm going to personalize that sucker. And I think it's going to be a Protus, but not Alexi. Ilya.
The other Protus.
Little baby Protus.
Little Pro. I mean,
what about Protus's little brother? That's a silly kid.
You Jersey hipster. You should just get Hendricks again.
I already have him.
I'm saying you should get another one. Just get an updated Matt Hendricks jersey.
I'm not going to get a jersey of a guy who hasn't been here in years.
But there's your hipster take right there. It's now you've now gone set such a why can't I talk? Set such a high standard for your jersey hipsterdom, like your Nats jersey's Bo Porter from like 15 jerseys ago. I think that's where you have to start going. Like fourth liners from 10 years ago. Like that's where you need to be.
Oh, that's like what I graduated.
Yeah, that's your next level.
So the guys loved this. I told them earlier today, the most random jersey I have, and I'd have to find it because it's been so long. I haven't been able to fit into this thing since 1913. But it's also just a jersey I would never really wear. I was in high school. I was at like a Foot Locker, and for some reason I bought it. And I wore it all the time. A purple Phoenix Suns Amari Stoudemire. That's my most random jersey.
That's so silly.
I think those jerseys are great. Like Phoenix Suns purple.
They were great.
What's better than that?
I think of Cedric Sabalos winning dunk contests.
But I should find it and give it to you, Clary. I guarantee it would fit. You could wear it without sleeves at your pool. It's a good-looking jersey. That gets you mad props walking down the street. Dudes will come up to you in the bar and buy you a drink. You're rocking a purple Amari Stoudemire. Because Danny absolutely forgets how good a player he was.
Oh, my God.
I've heard Danny so many times talk about how Amari Stoudemire wasn't that good. I think that's one of your worst takes.
Infuriating. Lie is what you're telling. You're telling lies right now.
You said at his peak.
Stop it.
He was average. And I think that's ridiculous.
Fun basketball you could ever have was watching them get shots up within 10 seconds.
60-win Phoenix every year in the regular season. You knew they had no chance in the playoffs.
That's right.
Was it the Spurs they would run into in like a half-court game?
Yes.
And they were just a boa constrictor, just taking the very life out of them, possession by possession.
And they were close series, but nobody remembers that. It was just they never got past it.
MVP Steve Nash.
2 times. Beat out Shaq.
I should have had a Steve Nash jersey. That would have been cool.
A Mavericks Nash jersey. My most random jersey is an Ish Smith jersey that I still have to pay off the car wash bet.
Yes.
I owe all you guys a sexy car wash in my Ish Smith jersey.
You do. That was the time that Danny kept wanting to give us a car wash for some reason. That
A
was
sexy car wash.
And we're like, none of us wanted it. None of us asked for
There
it.
was just no need for it
Danny's
to be
like,
sexy.
let's just do a bet. If I walk out of the room right now, I'll give you a car wash in an Ish Smith jersey. And then he walked out of the room. We're like, but we don't want it. Like, no. And he brings it up every 3 months.
Yeah, the bet was that I can't remember his name. The Wizards coach, they're just going to keep him, and they were going to keep the status quo. Thank you, Scott Brooks. They're going to keep Scott Brooks, and I was convinced of it, and I was wrong. And so I owe you guys a car wash in my Ish Smith jersey, one of my least favorite players. And my point to you guys then, and it's the same as the point now, you explain to me how I'm supposed to wash your cars in an Ish Smith jersey without making it sexy. You can't. It's a sexy car wash.
Yeah, I'll just keep not wanting that. So keep not paying that one off.
Just telling you, I'm ready. The soap bucket, the suds. Is there dirt on your wheel, Mr. Paulson? It's sexy right away.
Wait, you're going to call me Mr. Paulson?
When I'm doing it, yeah.
Are you going to show a little midriff?
Listen, yes. It's a car
What are you
wash.
doing tomorrow at noon?
Listen. It might. Well, I know
we do need some new Instagram content for the station.
Now we are at Public Bar tomorrow, so it may not be the best day.
No, it's a perfect time for it.
But
one
of the days,
of Public Bar,
right there on the street.
I'll just pull right up front, and you just do it right
You
there.
find me some suds in a bucket, and I'll get to work.
18th Street.
I'll get
Come
some
out and
attention.
watch Danny do a sexy car wash. That'll get the people moving. That's provocative.
Provocative.
By the way, we do have a field trip Friday in the city tomorrow. As Danny just told you, the only part of that story that's true is that we will be at Public Bar to do a radio program. There will be no cars being washed, but we'll be at Public Bar on 18th Street in Northwest. I don't know the D.C. neighborhoods. That's Northwest?
Yes, very much Northwest.
Feels Northwesty.
Connecticut and 18th.
So we'll be out there 2 to 6:30 tomorrow. Come on out, hang with us, watch playoff baseball, watch sport, watch us as we break down the NFL weekend ahead. Speaking of which, Cliff Kingsbury on how he'll call the game with Jaden Daniels back. Will he have to do anything differently? That's next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Thursday night football tonight kicks off week 5 of the NFL season. Rams and Niners in LA. Both teams come in 3-1. For the 49ers, they're going to be without their quarterback, Brock Purdy. Mac Jones going to make his third start of the season. Wide receivers Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings also out for the Rams. Offensive tackle Rob Havenstein is doubtful. Tight end Tyler Higbee is also doubtful. Adam Schefter just reporting for the Commanders that they have ruled out wide receiver Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and Sam Cosmi for Sunday's game against the Chargers. None of those guys going to be on the road trip with the team to L.A. Jaden Daniels was back at practice yesterday, though. He was a full participant wearing a brace on his knee. Unclear if he's going to need to wear that brace for the game coming up on Sunday against the Chargers. Playoff baseball going on right now. Tigers and Guardians. The game is in the top of the 7th inning with the Tigers leading 2-1. Runners on the corners right now for that one. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Padres and Cubs, Game 3 of that series, and the Red Sox and the Yankees tonight at 8 o'clock, Game 3, all of these elimination games. The Dodgers swept the Reds in their wild card series against the NLDS, which will get underway on Saturday, where they'll take on the Phillies. This October only, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Thank you, Jacob Young, you sweet prince. My son will ask me about once a week if Jacob Young can babysit him sometime. I've never actually texted and asked JY to do it. Maybe I will.
What an amazing bit that would be, by the way.
It would be really funny.
Like if the Nats content team got a hold of that somehow, like actually arrange for JY to babysit your children.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. We are your pals, and we're brought to you by Condori and Murad. They're our friends. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, they do everything. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, Terry McLaurin out. Will not play, did not even travel with the team today to Los Angeles. Maybe not shocking, but notable. He is not close enough that on Friday, it wasn't even worth bringing him out there to see how things were feeling as you get closer to Sunday. Which, number one, I think puts his status for next week at least in question.
Yeah.
If you're this far away, we said this with Jaden. Remember when they ruled him out on the Friday before a game, in the first time he missed a game? Well, you can't possibly think he's going to be just locked, loaded, ready to go Wednesday to practice in full next week. And sure enough, he ended up missing a second game. I think it is very possible that McLaurin could miss next week. Now, we don't know. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but it's on the table. That's point number one. Point number two, how many years into the league is Terry McLaurin right now?
Is this year 8?
This is year 7.
7.
This is the first time in 7 seasons that an injury has forced this player to miss back-to-back games. It has never happened before. Weeks after missing the entire camp, missing the entire build-up to the season, missing all of the practices that he did, with people saying every step of the way, your risk goes up for soft tissue injuries. Your risk goes up to get hurt early in the year by not practicing. My point when people would say that was to acknowledge it, to understand it, to say, yeah, that's reality. That's what the numbers say. If it happens, we'll talk about it then. It has happened. It is time to continue to talk about it. We are going to be going into week number 6, and he is going to have 10 catches or whatever it is this football season. It happened.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not telling you he got hurt because of that. I don't know. I'm not telling you he hasn't been more involved in the offense solely because of that. But I have this. For the first time in 7 seasons, he is having his worst statistical performance when he's on the field, and he is more hurt than he's been at any point. I'm just presenting information.
Yeah.
It has happened. The fear of why you show up and why you do all the stuff and why you practice and why you get ready and him not doing it and what that could mean has come to fruition. It has come to our doorsteps now. We can't avoid it. He's missing another game. We're going to be 5 games in, and Terry McLaurin has not been close to Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, I generally love being right more than anything on the planet. I don't take a lot of satisfaction in that, but that's the threshold I crossed before that second preseason game. Meaning there was a handful of days where I went, okay, you are now, even if you came back today, as I'm talking about Terry McLaurin, if you came back today, you'd still be too late to play in that second preseason game. No way you're going to play in the third. And remember, the Ravens backed out of that the joint practice situation, which was, I think, a far bigger detriment than we probably even realized at the time. We made a big deal about it then. You have lost the ability to prepare adequately for the season. You are then putting yourself in a position, at best, to get off to a slow start. At worst is this, and here we are. And I keep qualifying it over and over and over and over again. I'll continue to do so. We will never, ever know if this is he got hurt on a football play because it was a football play where he got hurt, or if he might have bounced back already had he put in all the prep time. It's impossible to say. Okay, none of us are doctors that have done the examination. None of us can go in with a micro camera and look at the muscle fibers and what they would have been versus what they are versus what they were during the injury. No one will have any clue. But the point is, there is a correlation. Other receivers got banged up too that were at all the appropriate stuff. This dance, whatever you'd like to call it, hold out, hold in. If you're cynical, call it a tantrum after a while. If you're the ultimate Terry Stan, you can call it standing up for himself. Whatever you'd like to call it, this was the risk. It has now happened, to your point. So I think it's okay to be like, hey, I'm a little irritated about that. That the guy that's making the most, who wanted more than this and that and the other, is off to his worst statistical start and is now hurt. Whether that was the fault of the holdout or not, we won't know. I just know that it's happened, and this isn't particularly fun.
In the Giants game to open the season, Terry McLaurin caught 2 balls for 27 yards. The following week against Green Bay, he had his best numbers. You'll remember, though, he caught a few balls. I'm not taking this away from him. I'm just telling you what happened. A few balls on that final drive of garbage time at the end of the game. It was kind of lax defensively, and they're just throwing the football. And so that was the how many shrimp is Toby going to have to eat day, where he had to surpass Terry's yardage total against the Packers, and he got up to 48 yards in the second half with a couple of those garbage time catches. But he went 5 for 48 in that game. It was the third game and the last game he played against the Raiders when they won convincingly, when he actually had 74 yards on 3 catches. And there was a 56-yard play. That was the one he got hurt on, diving into the end zone. He probably scored a touchdown. I think he got screwed out of a touchdown. They marked him down at the 1-yard line. And on a tackle, physical football play, he got hurt. Now, by definition, based on what we think the injury is, it is technically a soft tissue injury, but he got hurt via a tackle, and he could have gotten hurt on that tackle even if he showed up at camp and did everything. But here's the point I want to make. Take that 56-yard catch out of the equation, okay? Schemed up, albeit. Lull them to sleep with your running game, hit them with a little double move, like a sluggo type thing from Terry McLaurin. 56-yard play. You're talking about a 10-yard per catch average for him in the early part of the year. Like when they got him the football, it was just kind of your quick, easy button, line of scrimmage throw on a screen or 8 or 9 yard hitch stop route thing where you're turning around and looking back at the quarterback and you're just trying to get the flow of the offense going for a few yards like a handoff almost. That's what it was. It was 9 for 91 other than that one big catch. Now, it happened, and I give him a lot of credit, and he also should have had a much bigger catch than that. If you remember week 1, he ran like a kind of a stop and start post type move where Jaden overthrew him by a mile on a play that they hit every single time in the second half of last year. Do you remember that play?
I do, yeah.
I think that play is probably a touchdown if he's at training camp too, but he wasn't, and the timing wasn't there, and so he was overthrown. Not his fault. He ran a good route. He was wide open. So it's a dependent position. I'm not sitting here saying he's played badly. I'm just telling you that the numbers through 3 games were the worst that they have been in 3 games, and now, for the first time in 7 years, an injury is costing him multiple weeks. Hopefully only 2. Maybe it's 3. Maybe he's not there on Monday night against the Bears next week. I don't know. But I am annoyed. It's not personal. I'm not mad at Terry McLaurin. I'm annoyed that we're here. I'm frustrated by this situation. It had the possibility of backfiring, and I think it has backfired.
That's a good way to put it. My frustration is a little bit more annoyance at McLaurin and by extension his agent.
Can I say why for me it's not?
Please, sure.
I just think it's the business of football. I think you did the thing that the player does when they want the money. You played the game. I'm not hating the player, I'm hating the game. So the thing happened. Peters is involved, Washington's involved, Terry's involved, Buddy Baker's involved, everybody's involved. So they can all catch some if they want. They can all catch some. But it's not about him. I'm not angry at him. I'm angry at the situation. It could have backfired, and it has. We're going to be going into week 6 in this town, and your number one wide receiver with the $30 million AAV is going to have 10 catches through those 5 games of football, and he's going to have been not able to post the last couple of weeks. This is Mr. Durability. That was one of the big arguments everybody made about why you have to pay him. It makes it harder to be durable when you don't get your body ready.
I just got to this point, I think, a week before everybody else. If that, and I'm not giving myself credit for it, but just basically saying, like, my frustration, I'm going the entire offseason. I said, hey, I get what you're doing, man. It's not set up for you to win this when you're under team control. If you have agitated enough, maybe you can get a trade, then an extension from somebody else, a la DK Metcalf, but the comps aren't particularly good for you. Do what you can, man. You've been really valuable. You've been a great citizen. You've done everything right here. It's I hope my sons grow up to be like you, that whole on the whole 9 yards. There is a walk away point, though, where you lose me as the ally. He passed that. He and his agent passed that point where my argument then was you are doing detriment to yourself as a player this year where you're under contract and the team that you're under contract for this year. You were already owed money. You were not a free agent negotiating with everybody else. You're stuck here. The CBA does not favor you and your agent to win this, and you didn't win. You signed a team-friendly deal really late. Maybe it was to send a message, let them know you weren't satisfied with it, whatever. Everyone's saying kumbaya at the end, but they basically got a 1-year extension with an out after that. That's not what you were declaring that you were going for. They let their agent, let the agent, Buddy Baker, patrol around and go, $96 million deal and injure himself, patting himself on the back. And it took one cursory look to go, yeah, it's pretty much a 1-year extension with an out afterwards. My point is, you could have signed that 3 months ago. You could have signed that in August.
I want to hit the phones on this. We have not opened up the phones at all today, first 3+ hours of the show, but this is a good way to touch the people here at 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny. Many of you driving home from work. So it's official that Terry McLaurin's not going to play against the Chargers. He's not even making the trip to L.A. To be able to roll him out after another day where he can't practice this early on a Thursday gives me pause about next week. Hopefully he'll be ready. It's just too far to know. How could we possibly have even an educated guess? But in the same way that I told you when they ruled out Jaden Daniels on Friday in his first game missed, that tells you if it's anywhere near close, if you're getting really, really on the precipice of playing, they go into the weekend. They give you every opportunity. They're not doing that with him. They're not even putting him on the plane. They're saying it's better for you to hang back and rest up and recuperate. We're here. We said all summer, what happens if ... What happens if he gets off to a slow start? That would look terrible. What happens if the guy that doesn't get hurt gets hurt? That would look terrible. First time in 7 years, back-to-back games, he's not available for health. I know it's an easy layup, shouty show take. I get it. It could have not had anything to do with the summer. But things are happening that have never happened before after this. So yeah, it could be a coincidence. That's what you're telling me, though. You're telling me it is a coincidence that the durable guy who doesn't get hurt got hurt after not doing everything he's previously done to get his body ready. Maybe, but that's what you're telling me. That's what you're asking me to believe. You're asking me to believe it's a complete coincidence that he had his least productive 3 games. Now, I'm not saying it was just on him. They're not throwing him the ball. They're not targeting him. Maybe it's Deebo Samuel's taking over. The offense is going through him. I think any of those variables, by the way, could have something to do with him not having been in practice all the time. They get used to throwing to Deebo. They build more of a rapport with Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury. Cliff gets comfortable with what the offense looks like in practice. That's what he feels good about. All of these things could have been based on the fact that he wasn't at practice. I hope he's back in week 6. But here's what I know. Washington, in a massive game that they've got to have so that they're not sub 500 through 5 weeks, is going to LA this weekend to play the number 2 defense in the National Football League and one of the best pass defenses in the entire sport And Jaden Daniels coming back from injury is not going to be able to throw to Terry McLaurin or Noah Brown. It's going to be the Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane show with a lot of Debo in motion and hopefully getting some jet runs and end arounds and jet action. I'm being salty, but I'm a little annoyed. That's all. I just need you to do everything you can do when you're my captain. When you're one of the faces of the whole thing. Do everything that you can do so that there's no possible fly in the ointment. So that we can't sit here and speculate. Don't let us speculate. You didn't do that. You gave us the ammunition to speculate. And it was him. It's the guy that never does. It's the best of all of them in terms of the professionalism who did it. That part is so annoying to me.
Yeah, I smell what you're cooking. I mean, when Laremy Tunsil doesn't come to OTAs because he's doing his own thing, I go, I don't love that, but all right, bunch of years as a Pro Bowler, star, I get it. He's going to get a million rest days off. It annoys me a little bit, but all right, the guy's going to produce. But when Marshawn Lattimore doesn't come and starts out the year terrible, this hand is up for annoyance. I have an annoying hand. It's going up. Remember when you didn't do everything you possibly could do to get ready for a season? Remember when the excuse was injury last year? And now you're getting toasted like delicious sourdough bread with just enough butter on it to make it go down clean and easy. And I wish I could have some right now because I'm really hungry. I'd love a toasted sourdough bread. But that's you, Marshawn. You're toasted sourdough bread, dude. Same deal with Terry. If one of the reasons that you're trying to give to get paid is you do everything possible. Did you do everything possible this year? The answer is no. So that's my annoyance here. And the worst case scenario, so to speak, kind of happened. And whether it's coincidence or not, it did happen.
So give me two numbers. And this is what we'll hit on the phones next. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. What is your frustration with McLaurin over this situation now? And what is your frustration about the whole thing? Because I'm going to say with Terry, it's a 3. With the whole thing, it's like an 8.5.
Terry 6.5, whole thing 8.5.
800-636-1067. McLaurin not going to play again against the Chargers. First time in his entire career, he'll miss back-to-back games via injury. At best, he'll play next week and enter Week 6 of the NFL season with 10 catches. Your level of aggravation after the entire summer went the way that it did. This is the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. So this happened to a home in my neighborhood. So some homes don't sell right away, not because they're bad homes, but because the marketing approach wasn't right. My friends, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams, know how to reintroduce your home to the market with energy, excitement, and most importantly, they will give your home the exposure it needs to sell quickly and for more money. I'm serious. I saw this home right around the corner from us. It went on the market, then went off the market. They probably tried a new agent. There was a different sign there. It went back on the market. They took it off. They were going to rent it. That fell through. And then the third time around, they finally sold it. I'm sure way below what they were asking for. Don't let that happen to you. Sarah and Debbie Reynolds, their marketing isn't cookie cutter. Your home is showcased everywhere buyers are looking with aggressive digital marketing, social media, and a database of thousands of ready-to-move buyers. And here's the beauty of it. They'll show you side-by-side comparisons of your selling options, market sale versus cash offer, so you can see the numbers clearly and make the best decision for you and your family. Do what my family did and call Sarah and Debbie Reynolds and Power Home Team now to find out more about their guarantees and what they can do for you. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Thursday Night Football tonight, 49ers and Rams. Both teams coming in 3-1 for the Niners. They're going to be without their quarterback, Brock Purdy. Once again this season, Mac Jones going to make his third start of the year. Wide receivers Ricky Pearsall, Jawan Jennings also out. For the Rams, offensive tackle Rob Havenstein and tight end Tyler Higbee listed as doubtful for the 8:15 kick tonight for the 49ers and the Rams. For the Commanders, they're traveling out west to get set for kickoff against the Chargers on Sunday. 3 players not making the trip, already ruled out. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and offensive guard Sam Cosmi, as he had his practice window opened up this week, was able to get back on the practice field but not going to return on Sunday. Deebo Samuel hasn't practiced the last 2 days with a heel injury, but he is on the flight out to L.A. Jaden Daniels also was able to practice in full for a second straight day. Baseball playoffs going on right now. The Tigers lead the Guardians 6-1 in the 7th inning. Padres and Cubs scoreless in the 2nd. Red Sox and Yankees tonight at 8 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Terry McLaurin has been ruled out for Sunday against the Chargers. He is one of a few key players that are not even making the trip to L.A. Adam Schefter just reporting, although I guess the team has also kind of simultaneously put that out. Almost like he knew it was coming. This is amazing. But the team is saying that this one wasn't surprising. Sam Cosmi not traveling. His 21-day window just opened, so he's going to get up to speed. Noah Brown and McLaurin, both out. 2 of your top 3 wide receivers. And don't forget, I don't think this is going to mean that this guy doesn't play, but Deebo Samuel has not practiced either of the last 2 days with a heel injury. It's not like he's just resting. They're listing him with a heel. My guess is this is like Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt last week, where he's banged up. He'll practice tomorrow, and then he'll play on Sunday. But God willing, I mean, they need him. Can you imagine if they didn't have him? It would be Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane, and Danny at wide receiver.
Yeah. I mean,
I've Chris Moore.
Doing decently on Copair. I don't know if I'm ready to route people up, though.
Not yet.
No.
Give you a couple more weeks.
Yeah.
But I just saw a young man waddling around in the hall, and supposedly someone saw him outside. He was trying to grab the newspaper that they threw at right in front of the door here to read the sports section. Chris Russell, ladies and gentlemen, was in the Navy Yard.
I was making sure that the alleyway is clear to the parking garage, because when I drive my vehicle down here,
So that whoever steals your car doesn't have anything to worry about?
It's always loaded up with 18-wheeler trucks, so that you can't get through and can't actually get to your place of employment, and then they steal your car. So I was just making sure everything was nice and clear for you guys when you leave. When Danny, you leave at 6:24 and 30 seconds?
Yeah, whenever the show's over. It's time to go.
Exactly.
When is the show over? 6:25? So 6:23, he'll be out the door. I do a long goodbye where I thank our producer.
And I'm like, let's go.
Danny will be in his car by then. He'll hear my last word.
Danny will be passing the Pentagon.
Exactly. Yeah, what are those like 3 things that shoot up in the air? Like my kid calls them little pencils. You know, over by the Pentagon, there's like 3 things in the air. You know?
Yeah, the memorial.
Which memorial is that?
The Pentagon 9/11 memorial.
Is that what it is? The 9/11
I think,
memorial?
yeah. You're talking about.
If that's what. Toby's saying it's the Air Force Memorial. I thought it was something more like that, but I could be wrong. I don't know. Regardless, you're going to be passing those when I say that final word. Rini, you just said something. I was talking to you during the break.
Yeah.
And this is a take hot enough to burn people. So hopefully Danny has his sunscreen. I want to make it clear, Danny, I don't subscribe to this thinking, but Rini just dropped a little bit of a bomb on me. So without further ado, Slashy.
Yeah.
Give Danny what you think's going on.
I really don't think this is as hot potato as you think it is, but try it on for size, right?
Here we go.
So here's been my argument for the last week and a half or so. I think Terry McLaurin might be, for the first time in his career, listening to the doctors, to specialists, and his body, instead of trying to burn a hole through a brick wall to play and get back on the field. Because, and this is my theory, I don't know this, I'm sure they would deny this, because I think his main stance to get the money that he wanted, or to get the ask that, or something close to that, was, hey, I'm here for every practice, I'm here for every game, I'm Mr. Reliable. And it didn't work. He didn't get rewarded the way he wanted to, or the way he thought he would, or some of the market said he should. And because of that, I now wonder, okay, you didn't take care of me. You didn't reward that. I'm going to listen to the specialists, hence the reason why I'm seeing multiple specialists. I'm going to listen to my body, which is not 100% right. I'm not going to go out there injured and not be able to run routes and for everybody to blow me up on all 22 footage and say that I'm not as fast and I'm not as good and Cliff didn't move me around and this, that, and the other thing. I'm not going to do all that. I'm going to listen to my body. I'm going to listen to the specialists. I'm going to listen to common sense and say, no. I'm not going to burn a hole through a brick wall anymore.
But the allegation succinctly, the Cliff
It's not an
Notes-
allegation.
No, but I'm saying
The theory.
the allegation there.
What I
is
wondered,
that he's coming back slower based on the standoff with the team. That is essentially 2 years ago, 3 years ago, last year, Terry McLaurin is grinding harder and pushing harder to get back on the field than he would be this year, based on him still being annoyed and frustrated by how they handled him. That is a pretty big allegation is a weird word, but that's what you're claiming.
That's what I wonder. I'm not claiming it
but
because
don't
I
you
don't
think
I
that's
don't
a pretty
know it.
scalding-
But that's what I wonder, and that's what I think about. I will be honest with, and I love Terry. Okay, let me just repeat. I love Terry McLaurin, but that's what I wonder and think about, because think about it, right? I mean, without getting too personal, right? We all get frustrated with our individual work situations, right? That's what being an NFL player
I love
is.
Odyssey very much, and 106.7.
It's one
The
part
Fan.
an odyssey, but it's also audacious.
It's the honor of my lifetime to be sitting in front of you. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well,
on this side of the hall, we love this company.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of things are different on this side of the floor than they are on the other side.
We got chairs and microphones and everything.
I will tell you that. But anyway, my point, and I said to you, I said, look, at some point, I used to work 80, 90, 100 hours a week when I was on the beat. You know, we were going back and forth. You and I were breaking all the stories. We were 7 days a week.
Real Schefter and
all of
rap
that.
sheet over here.
I mean, we were beating all of those people.
Whoa.
We were beating all of them. We were beating everybody. But anyway, the point being is I worked so hard to get let go after 5 years because some douche bucket didn't like me over at Red Zebra Broadcasting, right? And you know, like CK brought me back and you helped in that, and I've been here for 10 years, and you know, like I'm not getting rich doing this. I'll tell you that much. Okay,
this is getting real.
But
here.
I'm just telling you.
I feel like we're on the couch right now. This is therapy.
So my point is I don't work the same amount of hours as hard as I used to because I know
turn off your radio.
I know it's not going to be valued. I know it's not going to be appreciated in quite the way that I want it to be appreciated. This is not CK or anything like that. This is just the system. This is just the way the business is, the way the world works. My point is I can't put in 90 hours a week and have no return. Terry got a return. He did get a 1-year guaranteed extension, but we all know it was nowhere close.
No, he took
close to what he wanted.
gigantic L.
Right. Nowhere close. So my point is can you still run 110% through a brick wall when you didn't get rewarded what you stood on?
It's a fascinating question because I think what you just said is true, and we've all seen it. We see it with colleagues. We see it with people where over time the grind, it's just not what it was, right? And it happens. I think it's more complacency than anything else, possibly. But
A little bit less animus at my employer who screwed me over.
Well, I'm not accusing complacency that Terry doesn't love football. I'm saying because they didn't reward what he stood on, which is my dependability, my durability. I'm here every practice. How many times did we hear that through sources, through Brad Baker or whatever his name is, through Terry, Buddy Baker, whatever.
He said it at Eastern Motors.
Where your job's your credit. He said that.
Right.
It's like I'm at every practice. All I do is work.
So more than him having 16 combined touchdowns last year in 20 games, including the playoffs, he stood on that. And that didn't get him paid anywhere close to what he wanted. He stood on that. So if you're a human being, at some point you say, okay, that's how you choose to operate. That's how I'll still show up to work. I'll still come to work. I'll still punch the card in and out every day. But I'm not going to go 110%. I might go 95%. But I'm not going to go 110%.
But my question is, and Danny, maybe you weigh in on this. by saying that, isn't the allegation then that like there's something in the tank that he's not emptying out, which I just think is a tough speculation.
Yeah. So the thing you're talking about, human nature wise, the distinction I would draw is we've all had jobs at varying levels. Of the lowest on the totem pole, whether it's the highest paid employee at someplace, whatever. I've had menial jobs, or whatever. But like, if I wanted to be the highest paid guy, patting myself on the back, telling you how valuable I am, and that didn't happen, I can understand some animus there, but it's still time to be a pro. But if I'm a grunt, if I'm like the part-time dude that comes in here once a month because he's still at University of Maryland or whatever, like at that level, what you're saying would make sense to me. Right, you're talking about a guy who would have had to have changed in some way and soured to the point that he's no longer willing, basically, to put it on the line for he and his teammates.
Well,
and I think that's a bridge too far for me.
So I want to be clear. Again, I'm not saying that Terry doesn't care, doesn't love, doesn't have passion for. Not at all. I'm saying, is he listening to his body? All right. Again, think about this, right? If your body is, if your voice, okay, you do this all the time, right? You come in, I mean, Danny, you're sick all the time too.
Yes.
But I hear it all the time in your voice. Dude, his voice is not good. He probably shouldn't be doing a radio show, but you don't want to be Wally Pipped. You want to do the radio show.
It's not even that.
You fight through it.
Yeah, I just have a job. I believe in doing your job.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if you were you do that because you're really good at what you do and you're a professional, and I'm not saying Terry isn't. What I'm saying is, at some point, if you really feel disrespected, which Terry, right, we would all agree that Terry felt really disrespected, right? It's human nature to say, why am I doing this? Why am I going 110%? Why am I sacrificing my future? And why am I putting my body through the ringer when it's not being appreciated? Again, this is not something I know. I want to be clear. This is not something that I say Terry's not good. It's something I thought about. I have no inside knowledge. I'm not trying to pass the buck for anybody. It's just human nature. When you are not appreciated in the way you want to be appreciated, it's very hard to continue to keep just going 110%. Very hard. I'm sorry. It is. It's reality. It's human beings. And Terry's pissed. Pissed, strong word. Terry's still, I'm sure, frustrated.
So I just got a tweet from someone.
Oh, boy.
They said, here's a reframe of this. He's finally setting healthy work boundaries.
I mean, does that make sense?
In most walks of life, yes, but football's different. It just is. You know what I mean? Like what these guys go through is insane. It's a fraction of like, hey, we had some jocularity in the producer's room that went a little too far. Let's all tone it down and like not smack each other on the tuchus every 7 seconds. This is like, yeah, he pulled something or strained something. Get him a shot of Toradol and let's go play this weekend. Different animal, man.
Right, but at some, and I have no idea exactly medically what's wrong. I mean, it's changed from the hip bone to the hip flexor bone to the whatever. My point is like if you normally if this injury happened last year, I believe Terry would have gone gung ho, gone through it, and maybe he would have missed a game, but maybe he wouldn't have missed 2 games. Now he's missing 2 games. Now, I'm not saying he's like doing that to get revenge, but maybe he's saying, look, my body's just not where it needs to be. Whereas last year he would have said, no, man, I can play through this. I'm out there. I got you. Because it was really important to him to show how durable he was, especially when you factor in the age thing.
My only work
Again,
analogy...
this is theory more than...
Of course. And I brought you in because I found it interesting. I don't completely agree with it.
Okay.
I do think it's a hot take. But I think it's not crazy. What you're saying, actually, from a common sense standpoint, is a real thing, whether this is what he's doing or not. I don't necessarily think so, but I get it. But the work analogy, and sometimes, as Danny said, comparing the football to the other stuff does not work. But what I said was, if we have a bad show and we didn't put in the work beforehand and prep, then I feel differently about that bad show than if we did everything we could before 2 o'clock when the lights came on and then the show stunk. Do you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it is so simple to me. This is a black and white binary thing. Every single year leading up to this, when Terry McLaurin did everything that he could, every step of the way to have a hell of a football season. And this year he didn't. And through 5 weeks, it has been somewhere between a disappointment and a disaster. And so while there's not a direct correlation between me not showing up early enough or me not putting in the work or me not reading the material or watching the game or whatever and the quality of the show. You could do an entertaining, fun, good radio show without doing those things. When I didn't do any of them and the program didn't sound like I wanted, I wear that a little bit more and I'm more introspective. And
understood.
I kind of hope that's going on with him a little bit, that at least he acknowledges, hey, I got 6 years of sample where I did all of these things, and then I played at this level. I got 1 year where I did none of those things, and look at what's happening.
I mean, that's probably more likely of a working theory. But do you honestly believe, do you either one of you guys believe that he's actually thinking that? Like looking in the mirror saying, man, if only I would have shown up at training camp, I would have been off to a better start in the first 2 games of the year and I wouldn't have gotten hurt.
No, I think even maybe he acknowledges that like privately in his own mind.
Maybe.
But he's going, I didn't have that possibility because it was the only way I could get the money that I was
maybe
eventually
trying to
getting.
get. Yeah.
Which, by the way, he didn't get a good deal. That was the other part of this. He had a 1 year extension. That's it.
Well, and the other part of kind of like what I'm talking about, just real quickly, is, okay, if he got the 1 year extension, which is what, just beyond this year, right? If he goes out there and he's not 100% and he re-injures it again or makes it worse or is not good, then he might be thinking, this is not a good look. I can't go back out there until I'm 100%.
Well, speaking of sides of the hall, on this side of the hall, we have to break on time. So we got to go.
There's some enforcement there, too.
We hear about it.
Words like oversight come to mind.
What do you know about oversight? Anything? No?
I know about overtime and Tobertime.
Yeah, Tobertime's good. I'll see you tonight at the Caps game. Right?
I look very much forward to it. Thanks for the invite.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Chris Russell. Grant and Danny will get to your calls next. Terry McLaurin, out for 2 games. Rough start to the season. Level of frustration after the summer we had. This is The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. It is Thursday, and it is Thursday Night Football Day, which means FanDuel's ready to get you going. $2 million in bonus bets each week divvied up. You got to bet on someone to score a touchdown. And then if they score the first or the last touchdown of the game, you're going to win big with FanDuel. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. FanDuel.com/GP for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. I am a FanDuel guy. Rams 49ers tonight, 7.5-point spread. A little more interesting with FanDuel. Got to be 21. Got to be in Virginia. Must apply Profit Boost token. Select market prize pool to be split equally among eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable. Bonus bet expires in 3 weeks. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. No Terry McLaurin for a second straight week for the Commanders. Asking you your level of frustration with how this is all played out after a summer and a training camp he did not participate in. 3 games where he had the lowest catch total he's ever had through 3 contests, and then he's missed back-to-back games now with an injury. Let's go to Edwin in Silver Spring. What's up, Edwin? How are you?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
Good afternoon. I wanted to respond to a few points that you guys established and make my point that my frustration really is with the GM, and it's high with him. You've mentioned that Terry was under contract, but this is the industry where teams cut people who are under contract all the time for nothing else, even just to save more money, or they don't feel like paying the guy that much as they were supposed to pay him. So players have to protect themselves also, or pursue new contracts while they're under contract, because that's just that's how the game is played in the industry. Then there was a point established that the contract Terry did sign was not much of a win or an improvement or whatever on his.
Yeah, it was not what he wanted in any way.
Fair, but even if that was the case, the point is they did agree to a deal, right? They eventually, both sides came to sign the contract, and it takes 2 sides to sign a deal. And Terry's side established that the GM was refusing to even negotiate for long periods of time. So, and you guys made the point that we can only speculate based on the information that we know. The GM, the team had opportunities to refute this, but they did not. So we have to assume that they indeed refused to negotiate for long periods of time. So this, even if it was a nothing
so
deal.
just, I don't want to re-legislate a whole summer's worth of back and forth. Your point is there should be some animus toward Adam Peters for letting the whole thing happen.
Yeah, he had a significant role in all this taking place the way it played out. It was under his control that we only have one deep threat or one style of wide receiver. So we're completely dependent on Terry as well. He could have signed De'Ami Brown or whatever, or pursue somebody else.
So I think that's a very reasonable
That I think is a great point, by the way. I would not have left the receiver room as he did. So I'm with you on that. Like, counting on Noah Brown to do anything other than what he's doing right now, I think is a fool's errand.
So I have more annoyance toward McLaurin for not showing up and then not performing at the normal level and then being hurt. Not his fault. It just happened. Then I do Adam Peters, because McLaurin was under contract for this year. Next year was what they were negotiating for. He chose not to come to work. Now, you referenced you can get cut, and I agree. That's why I'm okay with players generally holding out and going to the end of the earth. I thought he went to the extreme. You don't really see guys do very often what he did. Not come to minicamp, sure. Not show up at camp initially, no problem. I mean, that went on for weeks. Yeah. And it affected his readiness for the year he had already agreed to. So that was part of the problem I had there. Also, I would point out that, while, yes, Peters is a part of this, there's no doubt about it, 100% true. Well, we'll leave it at that. And I want to keep it going. Reggie in Charlotte, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up, Reggie?
Hey,
How
Reggie.
are you?
Hey guys, love the show. Listen to y'all every day.
Appreciate you.
Danny, agree with everything you said about annoyance. If I had a blame pie, I would do 90% Terry. I would throw Adam Peters in there with the other 10%, because Terry was allowed to pull the stunt of not coming to OTAs or minicamp or training camp because he had a contract negotiation. And now, and Grant, I sent you a message. I appreciate you answering the message on IG, but Grandma used to say, don't play on people's canes and crutches, because pretty soon you're going to need them for real. So you don't play around with injury.
That's funny.
And so he played around with an injury, and he faked the injury, an ankle injury, and the team and the franchise allowed him to do it just to accommodate a contract negotiation and to accommodate him not being fined any further than he was fined the first couple of days. And so now that it's come back to bite you, and again, love, grew up on the Redskins, from Richmond, that's my team, biggest fan. However, you got to call a spade and say life has karma, and karma will come back to bite you. And now our best wide receiver is not productive and not there because he missed camp, and now he's dealing with injuries. And so you got to be careful. Even though you can do it and negotiate and not come to camp, he had a chance to come to camp even though he was in the negotiation, and you build chemistry, you build cohesion, and you build with your quarterback. So that's the point I wanted to make.
Thanks, Reggie.
Appreciate you,
He's
dude.
in Charlotte. You can listen wherever you are on the Odyssey app. Let's go to Sam and McLean on Grant and Danny. Terry McLaurin ruled out. First time in 7 seasons. He'll miss back-to-back games with an injury. What do you make of it, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, I would personally push back on the point that Adam Peters is to blame for any of this. I mean, he signed Debo Samuels. I think everyone agrees that's a hit. He drafted Jalen Lane. Granted, he's not like the receiver that we thought he would be or hoped he would be coming out, but Luke McCaffrey last year, like he's slowly building. I think people just tend to forget, and it's rightfully so. As fans, we won a Super Bowl every year, but like this is year 2 of a rebuild. He's drafting. He's not overpaying De'Ami Brown. Like Jacksonville gave him way too much money. I could have gone for a Zacchaeus maybe, but like there weren't a lot of other options that they could have gone in free agency or via trade when they already traded for Debo, and that was a success in my book. And then, yeah, just a slight pushback. I wouldn't blame Terry as much as his agent for a lot of the negotiation tactics that were detrimental to his health and his team's chemistry. I feel like the holdout, the fake trade, wanting a trade that, of course, he didn't actually want, and all of that kind of, BS really was probably more to do with his agent telling him.
I think
hey,
that's true, Sam. But the only thing is,
call,
thank
Sam,
you,
thanks.
buddy. Appreciate you. We're up against the clock here. The only thing about that point is he just was reading the agent playbook. Like you have the levers that you could pull, like asking for a trade, then demanding a trade. I think not showing up for minicamp, not showing up for training camp. He just kind of went through the page 3 of the
Step
manual,
7.
page 4. So that's not new. It was shocking that it was McLaurin for sure. Will Terry get it together here? And do we think there's a big rest of the season coming when he comes back? Can he still salvage this thing? Let's talk about that next. Plus, we'll make our confidence points picks. Look at the schedule for the NFL in Week 5 that kicks off tonight. Next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, Thursday Night Football tonight, kicking off Week 5. 49ers and Rams, both teams come in 3-1 on the season. The Niners going to be without Brock Purdy, as well as wide receivers Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings. For the Rams, offensive tackle Rob Havenstein and tight end Tyler Higbee are both listed as doubtful. Other injuries around the league, the Jets have placed Braylon Allen on injured reserve and signed running back Khalil Herbert. For the Commanders, getting set for the Chargers on Sunday, Terry McLaurin, Noah Brown, and Sam Cosmi all didn't make the trip out to L.A. this evening, so they've all been ruled out. Deebo Samuel hasn't practiced last 2 days with a heel injury, but he is on the trip. Jaden Daniels also was able to practice fully for the second straight day. Baseball, Tigers and Guardians. The Tigers won 6-3 over the Guardians in Game 3 to advance the ALDS. Right now, the Cubs leading the Padres 2-0 in the bottom of the third inning. Red Sox, Yankees tonight at 8 o'clock. The Dodgers swept the Reds in their series. They advance the NLDS where they'll face the Phillies on Saturday for Game 1. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Football Conversation on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We are on social. If you want to follow us, if you want to interact with us when we're not on the air, at Grant H. Paulson for me, at Funny Danny for Danny. Speaking of social media, the 1067 The Fan Twitter account provides a poll for you every single day during our show based on one of our topics. Our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day today. What has been the biggest surprise for the Commanders' offense through 4 games? The Daniel slow start in the first couple, the emergence of Chris Paul as a starting guard who's playing at a high level, the running back committee working as well as it is after the Robinson trade and the Eckler injury, or a fast start for Deebo Samuel. Danny, 66% of people most surprised by the fact that Jaden looked average for the first couple of games before his injury.
Interesting to me. I called that. So not necessarily, proud of it, but so little time together, so little time with McLaurin, so little time in the preseason, nothing but rest days and vet days for everybody that's ever played more than an hour in the NFL. It looked like they were going to get off to a sluggish start, and that's kind of what happened on offense.
I went with Chris Paul.
That's my answer.
14% of people. So we're 2 of the proud Chris Paul voters. But yeah, this guy was drafted a couple regimes ago, I think. It's like wild that, that he has been a survivor through different groups coming into the building as a 7th-round pick who every camp you assume maybe he doesn't make the team this year. Not only that, now he's starting not because of injuries, but because they think he's the best option. He's playing well. That's your Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. Local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. All right, let's go through the Week 5 matchups in the NFL. Take our first glance at the NFL slate this weekend. We've been telling you about tonight's Thursday night tilt. The 49ers are the walking wounded. They just have so many injuries. And they are going to L.A. to take on the Rams. This game tonight, now up to an 8.5-point divisional spread. Tells you a lot, doesn't it? Mac Jones, without his top 3 wide receivers, backups all over the place. The Rams are going to roll.
That's what it looks like on paper. Now, weird stuff happens on Thursday. Weird stuff happens in divisional games, and it should be, on paper, a Rams rollipping romp through a Thursday Night Football cruise control victory. They'll be 4-1, you would think. But, again, weird stuff happens. But not to understate it, it's Pearsall, it's Jennings, it's Purdy, it's Nick Bosa on IR. I mean, they are so beleaguered and banged up at this point, and it just felt like what was inevitably going to happen to them. But this is an important one. If San Francisco somehow escapes with this win and is able to kind of tread water a little bit, they got a softer schedule coming up where they might get to where they want to go.
The lowest total for any game this week is in Cleveland. Should be Vikings and the Browns. Carson Wentz leading the offense for Minnesota. They're on to backup quarterback 2. And in Cleveland, they're debuting a rookie against Brian Flores, who's one of the best, most creative blitz package designing coordinators in all of football. Could be an ugly start for Dylan Gabriel. Preach some patience here for a week. Let's get him through this part of the schedule and get him into some games where you're not taking on Brian Flores, who makes veteran quarterbacks look bad. But the Browns host the Vikings in Cleveland. They are 3.5-point home underdogs. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, the Texans 1-3, the Ravens 1-3. Someone's going to be in a really bad spot as it pertains to the playoffs when this game ends. I like Houston to beat Baltimore, and it feels crazy to say that, but they are favored by 1.5. Lamar Jackson, not going to go. Craziest stat I've heard all day. Dan Orlovsky on ESPN today mentioned this. Do you know that on first and second down, the Ravens hand the ball off the least amount in the league, despite being the most successful when they do it with Derrick Henry? The least runs on first and second down, early down rate, despite being most effective, the Baltimore Ravens. Now, I was texting with Valdez about this, and he's right. He's like, their offense isn't the problem. Who cares? And I looked it up. They have one of the highest-ranked offenses in football. It's their defense that stinks, so who really cares? You're running it, you're passing it, you're moving the ball. But I would say, if you handed it off a little more, maybe had a little more time of possession, maybe you could keep that defense off the field a little more.
I'd have to start accounting for that, honestly, because that defense has been such a disappointment. So, again, I saw the stat from Bill Barnwell. This is the one that blew my mind. Ravens starters missed a total of 7 games all last season. The entire year, offense and defense combined. They're going to be down 7 starters this Sunday in one game alone. Like, they are destroyed and decimated by injuries at this point. And they're already 1-3.
Also, you were talking about Jaden Daniels, slow start, whatever. Lamar Jackson was not playing very well. I thought, go back and watch the Chiefs game, the tape, if you want to call it that, but just going back and watching his throws on NFL Pro, it was an ugly performance. And before that, the week before, I can't even remember who they played in prime time. Detroit. I thought he played in the second half of that game. I thought he was not good either. This is an MVP. This is a superstar, but it just, a couple of weeks where it wasn't great for him, even though, again, the offense is not the problem.
The overall numbers look great, but if you saw it, you know exactly what Grant's talking about. It just hasn't been the right thing.
Elsewhere, Dolphins, Panthers, and Charlotte. This is a surprising betting line, I think, because to me, Miami's one of these teams you think, maybe I'll take them as a survivor play. They're only a 1-point favorite in Carolina after the Panthers got embarrassed this past weekend. They lost 42-13 to the New England Patriots. But at home, last time they played in Charlotte, and frankly, the only time this year they played in Charlotte, the other 3 games they've played, believe it or not, on the road, they beat the Falcons 30-0. So they come back home, and I guess the expectation from odds makers is they're going to give the Dolphins all they can handle.
And the Dolphins, no Tyreek Hill. They're beleaguered and sort of walking and wounded in their own right. Have been particularly spectacular in pretty much any game. They were competitive each of the last couple of weeks, but yeah, this is a puzzling line to me. This is one of those I have no idea what to expect from either team, to be honest with you.
I'm going to skip through some of the duds to get to some of the interesting games this weekend. The Broncos are at the Eagles. Philly is a 4-0 host at Lincoln Financial Field. Denver's only 2-2, but they're coming off of a win that looked like it was supposed to. They beat down the Bengals and a backup quarterback, Jake Browning, 28-3. Their losses are by a point to the Colts. Should not have happened. Bad penalty. Allowed the Colts to kick a second field goal after a miss, or else they'd be 3-1. Huge difference early in the year. And then they played a super close game to the Chargers where Justin Herbert was spectacular at the end to beat them. So they've been in all 4 games. They could easily be 4-0. Instead, they are 2-2, but they're playing an Eagles team that has written the book on doing just enough.
This feels like a prime candidate game for Philadelphia to finally have some of their bad habits come home to roost. Denver is hungry, frisky, good on defense. They can shove it in the run game. And Saquon Barkley hasn't gotten off to a great start, and they've got a good enough secondary where they can slow down these receivers. Defensively, I think they match up really well with Philadelphia. So now watch Philly will play their best game and smack them around. But on paper, this looks like a Denver team that might give Philadelphia that first out. It's a 4.5-point spread on FanDuel.
Broncos are the number 8 defense in the NFL right now. They're number 8 against the pass as well. 16th against the run so far this season. Saquon Barkley, to your point, right around 3 yards per carry. Does not look anything like he did early last season. But who cares if you're in Philly? They are 4-0. This is a really fun game between 2 teams that have a very good chance to make the playoffs. 3-1 Tampa Bay is in 3-1 Seattle. The Bucs at the Seahawks. We talked earlier about Seattle. I think this is an upstart, really quality team. 3 straight wins by 2 touchdowns over the Steelers, by about 30 points over the Saints, and then they survived after beating up the Cardinals for a half. They barely escaped a primetime game last Thursday, a week ago tonight, against Arizona. But they've had extra rest. Now they host Tampa Bay. You know I love the Thursday into a home game where you get to be home all that time. The Bucs have to travel to you, coming off of a loss in a physical game with Philly. I like Seattle to get a win, but this will be a fun matchup between the 3-1s in the NFC.
Obviously, no Mike Evans, but probably no Bucky Irving as well. And I think he was in a walking boot, if I've got my injuries right. Apologies if it's wrong, but looks like he's banged up. A lot of Rashad White emergency fantasy pickups looking that way. But the Seattle team is really, really good. They don't have that triumvirate of receivers that they had for so many years where it was Metcalf and Lockett and then kind of somebody else. It's moved to JSN and a running game, but that defense is pretty good. And Sam Darnold, you're basically saying, don't screw us, make a couple of plays, and we'll have a great chance to win. Again, I like that team a lot.
Dad says he's got a nugget here.
Danny, you might want to take your earphones off. This one's just for me and Grant and the rest of the people that actually care about these things. Have you seen the uniform matchup for Tampa Bay and Seattle?
Oh, have I?
Oh, man.
By the way, we might be in store for one of the better uniform weeks in a long, long time. Have you seen the uniforms the Buffalo Bills are going to be wearing?
Oh, yes, I have.
Against the New England Patriots on primetime.
Yeah, so with the Seattle, it's going to be their Steve Largent, Jim Zorn era throwbacks.
You could just say the Sillies.
Yeah, right.
One of the great uniforms ever.
Versus what Tampa Bay is rolling out, their new version of the old creamsicle white uniforms. It's just going to be an unbelievable
Can I say the
visual
word
experience.
horny? Am I? No, I can't.
You can say that.
Jim Zorny. I'll say I'm Jim Zorny for that uniform matchup. How about that? And to go back to the Bills, because Darius just pretended like that wasn't happening. What do they call those? They call them like their winter cold or something. I saw it.
Yeah, it's like blizzard something.
Yeah, it's like the snowplow. They're like all whites with silver numbers or something. Oh.
Silver numbers? So you can't see them?
No. Well, I don't know if you. I wouldn't want to call play-by-play of the game. I'll tell you that. They are fire. I would show you a picture, but it would be a waste of my time.
I see. I got you. Yeah.
Here's what you would do. Oh, cool.
It's their cold front uniforms.
Boom.
It's their Super
So
Bowl
good.
disappointment uniform.
You know what they are? Cold. That's what the kids call it, I think.
The coldest.
What else we got this weekend? Let's see. Speaking of the Patriots and the Bills, is that game fun? I think Buffalo,
I think it's fun. I certify that one fun.
So Buffalo is an 8.5-point favorite. I think they probably win by 10. I don't think New England's good. But Drake May's been a little bit he's playing good ball. What if Drake May has a day? Little mini Josh Allen situation there.
Here's my
Could they hang? Could they hang with the Bills?
This is the point I'm going to make. Buffalo knows. Buffalo's very aware of their place in the food chain. They're doing the just enough. Come see us in January. We know we're excellent. We're either the 1 seed or the 2 seed or the 3. They are going far this year, and they know it. They're not putting all in. They're not working the same way. Their eye line is different. This is a statement, prove it, on the road New England game where you're going to get their best bullet. This is an intriguing one to me. That's why I certify it fun. This is a coming out party for Drake May, Vrabel and company on Sunday Night Football. That's an intriguing matchup to me.
Some of your headlines in the NFL in Week 5 to set the table ahead of Thursday Night Football. Speaking of Thursdays in football, we got to get you our confidence points picks on Grant and Danny. Doesn't really matter who wins. Nobody ever remembers. You just can't pull up the rear. Thank you, big voice guy. So, Darius, can we get a scoreboard update? I need a standings going into Week 5 in the NFL season. As a reminder, before you make fun of how many points we have knocked down the number of games we do. We used to do 5 games, so we had a possibility of getting 15 points in any given week. We now only do 3 games, so at max, you're getting 6 points. So this is out of a possible 24 points to this point.
That would be correct. We enter Week 5 with Toby leading the pack with 13 points. Grant is in second place with 9 points. I am in third place with 7 points. Ryan in fourth place with 6 points. And Danny in last place with 5 points.
So did Danny not turn in his picks for like 3 weeks or something?
It's a great bit. Toby's the only guy with a winning record, by the way. Isn't that amazing?
It has been a bad week.
He's 7-2. Everyone else is losing.
It has been a terrible season for all of us in confidence points. There's no doubt. Toby's the only one that's showed well. But I want to go back to the question. I'm actually being serious. Have you just not turned in picks? Because
might as well have.
There's been a possibility of 24 points. Surely you don't have 5.
I sure do. I have the same record as Ryan and Darius, but of course I don't get the right ones right. So I haven't got a 3-point play
You're
yet.
nailing your free throws?
Yeah.
You're just killing the 1-pointers.
Yep.
This is your week, bud.
That's not.
I'm going to
but
Jason Bateman you right now.
You can
Hey,
you can
bud?
headbutt me all you want.
Hey, bud.
I can't do this.
Who's my little friend who's going to get 6 points this week?
Toby.
No.
Ryan.
It's someone else. Who's my buddy?
Ryan is.
Who's going to get 3 games right?
Ryan's elevator buddy's going to get more right today than me.
Your elevator buddy's a crazy guy, it sounds like. He was in a tough spot today.
He's yelling help, and then he like had a moment where he yelled Minnesota.
All right, 3-point plays. Let's go in the order of the standings. So, Toby, you go first. We want your 3-pointer.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when something screams, it's obvious at you. You want to go away from it, but I think this one's too obvious and too easy. Vikings minus 3.5 against the Browns in London. Minnesota playing their second straight game overseas. They'll be a little more used to Carson Wentz being under center versus Cleveland starting Dylan Gabriel, who I don't particularly think is a good NFL quarterback anyways, but he's making his first career start against Brian Flores. Give me the Vikings to win by a touchdown and cover the 3.5 over the Browns.
I'm all over this as well. I told Rhino earlier today, this is going to be my play on everything. In everything that I do, survivor pools, whatever, Vikings cover 3.5. I think they win something like, 27-13, 17, something like that.
This smells like we're all going to get this wrong because we're all picking it. But I am also picking Minnesota minus 3.5. It just makes way too much sense that Dylan Gabriel's not going to be able to move the ball against a Brian Flores defense.
This is a zag spot for somebody. Someone's got a zag here.
I also had Vikings minus 3.5, but I'm still going to hold on to this. I mean, I just feel as if this is way too easy of a line. I do not trust Dylan Gabriel. I do not trust the Browns, but I do trust that Vikings defense. I think they win by a tutty.
We're going to be the ESPN desk.
I know.
We're just all the helmets that are wrong. I mean, someone has to zag here.
The Browns are going to tweet us.
Right.
Post get that subtweet.
The at tweet from the Browns admin is going to be
Look
at the
what
Grant and
happened.
Danny radio show with the audio.
In the Johnny Gomes story that Vin Scully told, when the wolf jumped on his chest, Johnny was done. He knew it. The Bengals are done. They knew it. There's a wolf on their chest. They are uncompetitive. Jamar Chase quit on several plays. They are gross. They know they've got no chance. They've got the Detroit Lions, and it's a regular season game, which means Detroit runs up the score on people, and then, of course, they'll choke in playoff time because Jared Goff is a praying mantis. But this is a regular season game. They will dominate. 10.5.
That's a big number you're
a big
covering.
number.
All right, 2-point plays. Tobes.
Give me the Eagles minus 4.5 against the Broncos. The Broncos' 2 losses this year have come by a combined 4 points, so you'd think that maybe they keep this one close, but the Eagles are going to win this one, even though they play like the Chiefs of old, where they only win by 1-score games. I think they win by at least 5. Eagles minus 4.5 against the Broncos.
I like you. Tommy want wingy. 2-point play for me. Give me the Dallas Cowboys to cover 2.5 against the winless New York Football Jets. Find a way to win that one by a field goal with Dak chucking the football.
I'm headed to Monday Night Football, where I'm going to pick Kansas City minus 3 in Jacksonville. Jacksonville's had a nice little start, but I think Kansas City is officially rolling. They've got they're getting their weapons back here. I got Kansas City covering that spread on Monday Night Football.
Dad, that doesn't bother you right at 3? You don't get a hook there?
It'll find a way to burn me. I'm pretty positive. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm accepting
You're
that.
just resigned to that?
Sure.
Okay, fine. Clary, who was stuck in an elevator a few hours ago, but is happy to have oxygen.
I am happy to have oxygen. I am happy to have space. With space in mind, I have got the Ravens plus 1.5 against the Texans. Listen, you're going to go back to your bread and butter. You're going to feed Derrick Henry against the Texans. Cooper Rush is not going to do anything, but good for you. You've got Derrick Henry. You feed him that football, and he's going to score you some tutties. I've got the Ravens winning by 3.
The Minnesota organization minus 3.5. You guys already covered why. That's my 2-point play.
Nobody's agged. The strategy play there is to go opposite everybody. All right, 1-pointer. Toby, what do you got?
Well, I mean, when everyone gets points and then you don't, that's why you don't zag. But KC minus 3. Darius already laid it out. They're going to beat Jacksonville. Feels like last week they got their mojo back. KC minus 3.
1-point play on between Washington and the New York Giants. I think I'm going to take the Giants. I think they went outright in New Orleans. I like the cut of Jackson Dart's jib early on. They are basically in a pick'em contest. They're actually catching 1.5, I think, right now. So lock that in for me there for the Giants. I think they go to New Orleans, and I'll take the 1.5 in a pick'em type game.
I will be going to Sunday Night Football and picking New England to cover that plus 8.5. As you guys mentioned earlier, this is a fun game, and I do think that game last week with the Patriots showed that they have some moxie now, and they're going to go into Buffalo and they're going to give Buffalo their best hand. Meanwhile, Buffalo was lollygagging and struggling to defeat the Saints last week. So I got faith that the Patriots are at least going to cover the spread. They might not win the game, but they'll cover 8.5.
One of my favorite teams is actually the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. When I saw this line, I was actually pretty shocked. +3 going up against the Seahawks. I've got the Bucs +3. Listen, I like the Buccaneers. I think they are one of the best teams in the NFC. I could see them definitely pulling off this upset and winning pretty big. So I've got the Bucs +3.
I don't think Houston's any good, but Cooper Rush is starting in a football game. Please act accordingly. Houston -1.5.
I wanted to take the Texans. I thought about it. I like that play for you. I'm on your side, not Clary's. Attaboy, Danny. That's a 6-point week waiting to happen.
No.
You got this.
Nah.
Gonna get right back into the mix.
I might get one right. It'll be the 1-pointer.
If we lose the Minnesota bet, we have to blame Danny, right?
Oh, definitely.
100%, yeah.
I was praying he wasn't on our side because there's no chance we're winning that bet.
But no, there is actually a good chance because it's our 1-point play, and Danny loves to hit his 1-point plays.
You know what?
So it's your 3-pointer. The Minnesota one we're talking about.
Well, but it's your 1-point play.
It's my 2.
Makes his 2-point.
Minnesota's my 2.
Bad.
Well, that's the tough break for Danny, is if Minnesota does cover, we all get 3 points, he gets 2 points. We still gain on Danny, even though he gets one right.
But the whole that's true. That again, there's some strategy to this that he's not quite operating with at this point. But I will say, when everyone picks something, typically it doesn't happen. Like that's literally how betting
that's how
works.
it goes. Yeah.
This is the Kevin Sheehan smell test come to life.
It is a manifestation. Let me say this: a manifestation of the smell test. Sharp money is on Cleveland and Dylan Gabriel, Maryland.
All of our football conversations on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Enjoy Thursday Night Football. I am off to Capital One Arena.
Here we go.
Let's go, Caps. Little preseason hockey, and I'm getting a preview of the opener with Boston. Ovi on the ice tonight.
That's next week. They're playing Boston tonight, too?
6 days from now.
That's wild.
We got tickets tomorrow at 4 for someone to go to that opener. We're going to be at Public Bar in Northwest D.C. on 18th Street tomorrow for our Friday field trip. So come on out and hang with us 2 to 6:30 for our Friday show from Public Bar. Have a great night. Toby Altizer, star of the hit podcast, Boston Loose Baseball, which is available brand new after the DeBoni presser yesterday. Wherever you get your audio, you should download it. Comes your way next with Tobe for Time.
Thank you for coming.